Hey there. Thanks for coming back tonight. And if this is your first time here, welcome. I'm Nick, and every night we set aside a little place where the world gets quieter, the lights grow softer, and all that's left are mysterious stories and the hope of a good night's sleep. There are just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing to interrupt the rest of your evening. If you'd like to spend more nights here together, I'd really appreciate a subscribe and a like. Tell me where you're listening from tonight. Now, let's begin. Brother Hugo scraped at the plaster with the blunt edge of the wooden tool, and even in the silence of the sanctuary, the sound felt wrong, too sharp, too exposed, as though the stone walls were listening rather than absorbing. He'd been at this work for 6 weeks now, alone except for the meals of black bread and salt pork that appeared under the locked door each dawn and dusk. And in that time, the wrongness of the task had become one of several wrongnesses he'd learned to ignore. The second wrongness was the cold. Hugo had spent 3 winters in the Abbey's northern dormitory, had kept vigil in the unheated chapel during February storms, but the cold in this sanctuary was different. It came from the wall itself. He set down the tool and flexed his fingers. The tips were pale, bloodless, though he'd been working beside the brazier the brothers had provided. 6 weeks of removing blackened plaster from the sanctuary's east wall, and the figure beneath had emerged slowly. Too slowly. The Abbey's founder had layered the plaster thick, nearly 3 inches in some places, and the work of scraping it away without damaging the mural underneath required patience Hugo usually possessed, but found difficult to maintain here. The sanctuary unsettled him in ways he couldn't articulate in his nightly journal entries. The cold was part of it. The locked door was part of it. The other brothers' refusal to speak more than 3 words at a time was part of it. But the figure emerging from the wall was most of it. Hugo had seen it now, the face, the torso, the impossible proportions. The preliminary work had revealed enough. What the founder had painted, perhaps 4 centuries ago, was a thing that resembled a man only in the way a scarecrow resembles a man. The basic architecture was there, but the proportions suggested something constructed by someone who had only heard of human beings and never seen one. The figure was tall, taller than the giants in the tapestries in the chapter house, taller than any man Hugo had ever seen, impossibly tall, and gaunt in a way that suggested not mere starvation, but the concept of hunger itself rendered in pigment and line. The face was worst, hollow-cheeked, hollow-eyed, the skin pulled so tight over the skull that the bones beneath seemed to press outward against the paint. And the eyes. Hugo had spent 3 full days on the eyes alone, carefully removing plaster from the orbital sockets. Watched him. Not watched as paintings sometimes appeared to watch. Hugo had seen that phenomenon explained in the manuscript the abbot had given him. Certain techniques of shading and pupil placement created the illusion that a portrait's gaze followed the viewer. This was different. These eyes watched with something that felt like recognition, exhaustion. 6 weeks in near total isolation, working 12 hours a day in a chapel so cold, his breath formed clouds, eating meals pushed under a locked door by brothers who wouldn't answer questions. Any man would begin to imagine things. The mind required human contact the way the body required food. And Hugo had been starved of both. He picked up the tool again and returned to work. The section he was revealing now was the figure's left hand, and he worked slowly, carefully scraping away the obscuring plaster to expose the original surface beneath. The hand was enormous, each finger as long as Hugo's forearm, tipped with what appeared to be claws rather than fingernails. The founder had been a master. There was no question about that. The anatomical detail was fine enough that Hugo could see individual tendons beneath the paint-thin skin, could trace the architecture of bones in the elongated fingers. But there was something wrong with the technique itself. The brushwork was too fine in some places and too rough in others, as though the painter had worked in a fever, obsessed with certain details while abandoning others. He leaned closer. His breath fogged the surface. The cold coming from the wall was intense enough now that he could feel it through his wool habit and the leather apron he wore over it. When he exhaled, the moisture from his breath condensed on the mural's surface and froze there almost instantly, forming a thin rime of ice that he had to wipe away with a rag before continuing. Behind him, the sanctuary door rattled. Hugo set down the tool and turned. The door was iron-banded oak, medieval in design, and it was locked from the outside. He'd tested it on his first day, after the abbot had shown him the mural, and then departed with a single instruction. Remove the plaster without damaging what lies beneath. The door had rattled then, too, when Hugo tried the handle. Now, 6 weeks later, it rattled again. Someone on the other side was testing the lock. Hugo waited. The rattling stopped. He heard footsteps retreating down the stone corridor beyond. He returned to work. This was another wrongness he'd learned to ignore, the fact that he was locked in. The abbot had explained it the first day, standing in the doorway with his hands folded inside his habit sleeves, his face partially obscured by shadow. The work must be done in absolute silence, the abbot had said. No conversation, no questions. The restoration was spiritually delicate, and any disruption could compromise its purity. Hugo had nearly refused the assignment then. He'd never been given such condition, and the whole arrangement suggested something unsound about the abbey's priorities. But the abbot had made it clear this was not a request. It was obedience. So Hugo had agreed, and the abbot had locked him in, and twice a day the door's lower slot opened to admit a wooden tray with bread and meat, and a clay jug of water, and twice a day, Hugo pushed the empty tray back out, and that was the extent of his contact with the world beyond the sanctuary. Hugo glanced up from his work. The face was watching him again, or seemed to. The light, the pooling shadows. He'd positioned his lamp and brazier carefully to minimize shadows, but shadows pooled in the figure's eye sockets anyway. And in the poor light, the eyes seemed to have moved, tracking him as he moved along the wall. He set down the tool and stood back, studying the mural from a distance. The figure was perhaps 12 feet tall, rendered at approximately 2/3 life scale, though its proportions made estimation difficult. The torso was emaciated to the point of skeletal visibility. Hugo could count the ribs through the painted skin, but the shoulders were broad, the arms long and ropey with muscle that looked desiccated rather than healthy. The legs were partially obscured by the remaining plaster at the mural's base, but what Hugo had revealed suggested the same elongated proportions. Thighs that extended impossibly far, knees that bent at angles that made him uncomfortable to observe. And the antlers. He'd forgotten about the antlers. They rose from the skull in a crown of bone that extended nearly to the sanctuary's vaulted ceiling, each tine sharp enough that Hugo had accidentally cut himself on the painted surface while working near the figure's head. The blood had frozen on the wall almost instantly. He'd scraped it away with his thumbnail, but a rust-colored stain remained, marring the centuries-old pigment. Hugo walked to the brazier and warmed his hands. The coals glowed dully. He'd been feeding the fire for 6 weeks, but the sanctuary's temperature had never risen above freezing. The cold radiated from the wall in waves that reminded him of standing near a glacier. He'd worked in the chapel during winter, had kept vigil through February storms, but this was different. The chapel was cold because of wind and altitude. The sanctuary wall was cold for no reason he could identify. The abbey was built of stone, yes, and stone held cold well, but the sanctuary faced south and received full sunlight through its high windows for most of the day. The wall should have warmed. They never did. He returned to work. The left hand was nearly complete now, and he'd begun to expose the wrist. The brushwork here was extraordinary. The founder had painted individual ligaments and veins, had rendered the pulse point with such detail that Hugo could almost see it beating. He leaned closer, squinting in the lamplight. There were letters painted along the wrist, so small he'd nearly missed them. Latin, though the script was archaic and difficult to read. He traced the letters with his finger, trying to make them out. Vinctus non vivit. Bound, not living. Or perhaps, the bound thing does not live. Hugo's Latin was serviceable, but not fluent, and the grammar of the inscription was ambiguous. He made a note in his journal to ask the abbot about it later, though the abbot had been less than helpful with his few previous questions. The light was fading. Hugo glanced at the sanctuary's western windows and saw the sky darkening toward dusk. The bread would arrive soon. He cleaned his tools, laying them in their case with the care the manuscript had instructed, then banked the brazier and recorded his progress in the journal. 6 weeks. Perhaps 8 more weeks remained before the mural was fully revealed. The pace was slower than he'd anticipated. The plaster was harder in some places, softer in others. And the founder had used some kind of binding agent Hugo couldn't identify, something that made the layers adhere with unusual tenacity. Several times he'd nearly damaged the mural by scraping too aggressively, and each time he'd had to stop and spend hours carefully repairing the microscopic damage he'd caused. Behind him, the slot in the door opened. Hugo turned. A wooden tray slid through, bearing the usual meal. Half a loaf of black bread, a clay bowl of salt pork, a jug of water. He waited, but the slot didn't close. A voice spoke from the corridor beyond, low, urgent, barely more than a whisper. A warning about looking too long. Hugo crossed to the door and crouched beside the slot, trying to see through the narrow opening, but he could only make out sandaled feet and the hem of a brown habit. He asked what the brother meant, but the slot closed before the question was fully formed. The footsteps retreated. Hugo took the tray and set it beside his makeshift camp at the sanctuary's western end, where he'd arranged his sleeping pallet and personal effects. He ate the bread and meat without tasting them, staring at the mural across the vast space of the sanctuary. The figure watched him. In the failing light, with shadows pooling in its eye sockets and the hollow beneath its ribs, it looked less like a painting and more like something standing behind a thin membrane of wall pressed up against the surface from the other side. The light. Just the light. The shadows playing tricks. He spread his blankets and lay down to sleep, and the cold came through the stone floor like water rising, and he dreamed of fingers as long as his forearm, scraping at the wall from the inside. When he woke before dawn, the figure's left hand had moved. Not moved. He corrected himself immediately, sitting up in the darkness and lighting his lamp. Not moved. The hand was where it had always been, positioned exactly as Hugo had revealed it yesterday, extended outward from the figure's side with the palm facing down and the clawed fingers slightly curled. He'd sketched the mural's progress weekly in his journal using the drawing techniques the manuscript described, and the sketches would confirm what he already knew. The hand hadn't moved. Paintings didn't move. But the angle was wrong. Yesterday the hand had been angled downward, the fingers pointing toward the sanctuary floor. Now they pointed toward him. Hugo lit the brazier and studied the mural by lamplight. The hand was exactly as he'd left it. Same position, same angle, same configuration of fingers and claws. He walked along the wall, examining the section from multiple perspectives, looking for evidence that he'd misremembered yesterday's work. Nothing, the hand was unchanged. He made himself return to work. The alternative, standing in the freezing sanctuary, staring at the wall and trying to convince himself he wasn't losing his mind, was worse than the work itself. He heated water over the brazier and cleaned his tools, then selected a fine scraping tool and began removing plaster from the section of wall below the figure's waist. The legs were emerging now, same impossible length, same emaciated musculature, same wrong proportions that made Hugo's shoulders ache just looking at them. The founder had been obsessed with anatomical wrongness, it seemed. Every detail was rendered faithfully, but the overall effect was a figure that looked less like something painted and more like something trapped. The morning passed. The slot opened at what Hugo estimated was noon, and bread appeared. He ate without stopping work. The cold intensified as the day progressed, and by mid-afternoon Hugo's hands were so numb he could barely hold the scraping tool. He'd removed enough plaster now to reveal the figure's full form. 12 feet of wrong anatomy, gaunt as famine, crowned with antlers that nearly touched the ceiling. And at the base of the wall, partially hidden by the remaining plaster, something else. Hugo crouched and scraped carefully at the lower section of the mural. Text emerged. Latin again, but this time in a larger script, easier to read. He worked for an hour, removing plaster bit by bit, until the full inscription was visible. Hic mane demon glacier. Here remains the demon of ice. Do not break the binding. Hugo sat back on his heels. His breath fogged in the lamplight. The cold from the wall was so intense now that frost had begun to form on the sanctuary's stone floor, spreading outward from the base of the mural in delicate, crystalline patterns. He touched the floor. The frost crunched under his fingers. The sanctuary door opened. Hugo stood and turned. The abbot entered, moving slowly, his face still partially obscured by the shadows of his hood. Behind him, 2 brothers stood in the corridor holding lamps. Neither entered the sanctuary. The abbot remarked on Hugo's progress, then approached the wall and studied the figure for a long moment. When Hugo asked what he was restoring, the old man stood with his hands folded, gazing up at the 12-foot figure, and in the lamplight his face looked gray and deeply lined, as though the years had worn channels to stone. The answer, when it came, was simple and terrible. A prison. Hugo waited, but the abbot offered nothing more. Hugo pressed him. A prison for what? The abbot gestured at the mural and explained in brief, clipped phrases. The founder had painted it 400 years ago after the shamans failed to kill it. The binding required 3 months and the lives of 6 men. The paint and plaster seal it. Hugo's work was to remove the plaster without breaking the seal. Hugo asked if the abbot was telling him the thing was real, but the old man simply repeated his instructions about working carefully, not damaging the surface, not scraping too deep, and not looking at it too long. Hugo tried to stop him as he turned toward the door, but the abbot had already passed through the doorway, and the brothers pulled it shut behind him. Hugo heard the lock engage. He stood alone in the sanctuary with the figure on the wall, and the spreading frost, and the cold that came from nowhere. And for the first time since taking his vows, Brother Hugo considered refusing an act of obedience. But obedience was the vow, the cornerstone. The abbot had given him this work, and to refuse it would be to break the discipline that held the abbey together. The abbot was mad. The brothers were superstitious. The cold was explicable through the forces he hadn't yet identified, and the figure's apparent movement was a trick of light and shadow, and the inscription was metaphor rather than warning. He picked up his tool and returned to work, because that was what obedience required. That was what it had always required. And by dusk, when the bread appeared through the slot and the sanctuary filled with darkness, except for the small circle of lamplight around his workspace, Hugo had removed another 6 square feet of plaster from the wall, and the figure's legs were nearly complete, and the cold had intensified until frost formed on his eyelashes every time he blinked. The figure watched him work. He didn't look at its face anymore. He focused on his hands, on the tool, on the careful scraping, and the slow revelation of pigment beneath the plaster. But in his peripheral vision, he saw it shift. Small movements, a change in the angle of the shoulders, a curl of the fingers, the head turning very slowly to track him as he moved along the wall, the light, exhaustion. And when he finally lay down to sleep, he positioned his pallet so he faced away from the wall because the alternative, sleeping with that thing watching him, was more than he could stand. Hugo woke to the sound of his own tool scraping plaster. He opened his eyes and saw himself standing at the mural working. His body moved with careful, uncertain strokes, the way he'd been working for weeks, following the founder's manuscript instructions, trying not to damage what lay beneath. His hands held the tool at the correct angle. His posture was exactly right. But Hugo was lying on his pallet 20 feet away watching himself work. He sat up. The figure at the wall continued scraping. Hugo could hear it clearly, the rasp of wood on plaster, the small sounds of his own breathing. Then the figure set down the tool and turned. It was him. Exact in every detail. The tonsure, the calloused hands, the way he rolled his shoulders to ease the ache. The figure looked at Hugo for a long moment, expression unreadable, then turned back to the mural and continued working. Hugo stood and crossed to the wall. The figure was gone. There was only the mural, the 12-foot Wendigo with its hollow eyes and impossible proportions. And Hugo's tools laid out exactly where he would have placed them. The section he'd been working on yesterday showed fresh progress. Perhaps 6 square inches of new exposure. Work he didn't remember doing. He looked at his hands. Plaster dust under the fingernail. Pigment stains on his thumb. The morning bread arrived through the slot. Hugo ate without tasting it, staring at the mural, trying to remember when he'd stopped working last night. He'd cleaned his tools. He'd banked the brazier. He'd recorded his progress in the journal. Then he'd lain down to sleep. Hadn't he? Hugo opened the journal to check yesterday's entry and found his own handwriting. Week 7. Lower portions 90% complete. Woke 3 times to find myself at the wall. Cannot recall the work. Hands remember what mind does not. He didn't remember writing that. Hugo spent the morning working on the mural's base, exposing the ground beneath the Wendigo's feet. The frozen tundra the founder had painted was scattered with bones, small bones, delicate, arranged in patterns that looked almost decorative, until Hugo recognized what he was seeing. Finger bones, child-sized, hundreds of them, painted so carefully that he could see the articulation points, the way they'd been cracked open for marrow as he worked. Hugo found himself studying the Wendigo's proportions, the elongated femurs, the joints that bent at wrong angles. Strange how he'd initially found them unsettling. Now, looking at his own legs, his stumpy, ordinary human legs, they seemed inadequate, poorly designed for running, too short for real speed through snow. He stopped that line of thinking immediately. At midday, Hugo discovered another Latin inscription, this one carved into the painted ice at the figure's feet. The letters were tiny, nearly invisible, and he had to lean close to make them out. Noli me specter, oculi pontem faciunt. Do not watch me. Eyes make the bridge. Hugo stepped back from the mural and looked at his hands. They were shaking. He'd been working for 6 hours without pause, face inches from the painted surface, breathing air that condensed on it and froze instantly. How long had he been staring at the Wendigo's anatomy? How many hours across 7 weeks? He crossed to the sanctuary door. The abbot had said they would lock him in, but perhaps the handle turned freely. The door swung open. Hugo stood in the doorway, staring at the empty corridor beyond, unlocked. He could walk out right now, could leave the mural unfinished, the binding imperfect, the abbey and its frozen horror behind him. He stepped into the corridor. His right foot crossed the threshold, then his left. Hugo was already turning before he decided to turn. He was already facing back into the sanctuary, already looking at the mural before the thought to look formed in his mind. He hadn't chosen to turn. He simply had. The 12-foot figure watched him with painted eyes that looked suddenly terribly satisfied. Hugo was moving, walking back toward his workspace. He tried to stop, realized only after the attempt that stopping wasn't something he could choose anymore. The choice itself was gone. His body moved with measured steps, and there was no gap between intention and action, because there was no intention, only action. His hand was already holding the tool before he noticed it, already scraping plaster from the wall. The movements were his movements, the careful angle, the measured pressure. But he hadn't decided to pick up the tool, hadn't decided to return to work. The decisions were being made somewhere he couldn't reach, and his body simply obeyed. Hugo stood at the mural, watching his own hand work. The psychic bridge wasn't something being built. It was already complete. The Wendigo's consciousness was already inside him, and the only question was when the last fragments of Hugo's own mind would be scraped away. He wanted to drop the tool. The wanting went nowhere, just a thought in a shrinking space, unconnected to anything that could move. For perhaps an hour, Hugo fought, silent screaming inside his own skull, trying to force his body to obey, to walk back to the door, to run, to do anything except continue this work of restoration. But his hands kept moving, his eyes kept studying the painted surface, and gradually Hugo's resistance faded into numb exhaustion. By evening, he was too tired to fight anymore. His body cleaned the tools, banked the brazier, recorded progress in the journal. Then it lay down on the pallet and closed Hugo's eyes, and Hugo, the real Hugo, trapped in the shrinking space of his own consciousness, slept because he had no other choice. 3 days passed, or perhaps 4. Hugo had stopped recording time because the entries disturbed him. Whole pages of work he didn't remember doing. Notes in his handwriting describing techniques he didn't recall using. And sketches. Dozens of sketches of the Wendigo's anatomy from angles he'd never consciously studied. The worst was finding a full-page drawing of his own hands rendered in the anatomical style the manuscript described. But the hands in the sketch weren't quite right. The fingers were too long. The joints bent at angles human fingers didn't bend. And beneath the drawing, in his own handwriting, correct proportions for winter work. Hugo tore the page out, fed it to the brazier's coals, and watched the edges blacken and curl. But the thoughts kept coming. He would be working on the mural and find himself calculating how long those elongated legs could sustain a running pace through deep snow, or studying the arrangement of the teeth and thinking about optimal angles for cracking femurs, or noticing that human proportions were inefficient. Too much weight in the torso, not enough leg length for the body mass. The sanctuary door opened. Hugo turned, tools still in hand. The abbot entered, accompanied by 2 brothers. The old man studied the mural for a long moment, then moved his gaze to Hugo. The abbot's eyes narrowed. He stepped closer, examining Hugo's face with the same careful attention Hugo had learned to apply when following the manuscript's instructions about checking his work. Hugo tried to speak, to demand answers about the door, about the warnings in the Latin inscriptions, about what was happening to him. But his mouth wouldn't form the words. His throat worked uselessly. Something else was in control now, deciding what could and couldn't be said. The abbot circled him slowly, studied the way Hugo held the tool, the way he stood, the angle of his shoulders. "You're changing posture," the abbot said quietly, "standing differently. The way you hold your weight has shifted." Hugo wanted to scream, wanted to beg for help. His mouth stayed closed. "How long can you still hear me?" the abbot asked. Not to Hugo, to something else. Something inside Hugo. Days? Hours? Hugo's mouth opened. His voice, but not his words, said, "The binding will hold?" The abbot's expression didn't change. He looked at Hugo, looked through Hugo, with the same sorrowful pity one might show a dying animal. Then he spoke. And Hugo knew with perfect clarity that the old man was no longer addressing him at all. "Finish the work," the abbot said. "Then wait." He left. The brothers followed. The door closed but didn't lock. Hugo stood alone in the sanctuary, tool in hand, and found himself already facing the wall, his hands already moving. And deep in the shrinking space of his consciousness, Hugo understood that the abbot had been speaking to the thing, wearing him like a coat, telling it exactly what would happen once the restoration was complete. By evening, the restoration was complete. Hugo set down his tool and stepped back. The 12-foot figure watched him from the wall, impossibly gaunt, crowned with antlers, every detail restored to its original state. The founder had captured it exactly at the moment of binding, and Hugo had returned that image to what it had been. The work was complete. Hugo should have felt satisfaction, the completion of an act of obedience. Instead, he felt empty, hollow, as though something essential had been scraped out of him and nothing had been put back. He cleaned his tools, banked the brazier, recorded the final entry in his journal. Restoration complete. Then he lay down on his pallet and waited. The cold had stopped. For the first time in 7 weeks, the sanctuary felt almost warm. Hugo should have been relieved, should have been celebrating the completion of his work, the fulfillment of his obedience. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Not with the mural. The mural was perfect. Wrong with him. But the way his body felt, the way his thoughts moved, the way looking at his human hands made him feel vaguely disappointed. That night, Hugo did not dream. He opened his eyes to morning light and knew immediately that something had changed. The wrongness he'd felt for weeks was gone. He felt clear, calm. The sanctuary was warm. His hands didn't hurt. His back didn't ache. He rose. The painted figure was different. Hugo stared at it, trying to understand what he was seeing. The Wendigo's posture was relaxed now. The hands no longer pressed against the surface. The mouth had closed. The eyes looked static, fixed, the way eyes in a painting should look. The binding had held. Hugo's work had succeeded. The restoration was complete. The seal repaired. The Wendigo was trapped again in its two-dimensional prison, and Hugo was free to leave and never think about this place again. The abbot entered with 2 brothers. The old man crossed directly to Hugo and stood before him with an expression of profound, sorrowful pity. Then, without a word, he withdrew something small and silver from his habit. A hand mirror. He held it up in front of Hugo's face. Hugo saw his reflection, saw the gaunt, hollow-eyed face staring back. Cheekbones pressed sharp against gray skin. Eye sockets so deep the eyes looked like holes cut through to some empty place beyond. A mouth too wide, teeth arranged in rows. The transition happened so quickly Hugo didn't understand it until it was already complete. One moment he was staring at the Wendigo's reflection in the silver mirror, his mind recoiling from the impossibility of what he was seeing. The next moment, the perspective inverted. He was looking out from the wall. The sanctuary stretched before him in perfect, terrible detail. Every detail visible. The scattered tools, the cold brazier, the abbot lowering the silver mirror. And in the center of the room, the thing that had been the Wendigo, now wearing his body like an ill-fitting coat, stood motionless, staring at the painted surface where Hugo had just been trapped. Hugo tried to move, couldn't. Tried to speak, couldn't. Tried to close his eyes. Tried with every fiber of his being to shut out the sight of the sanctuary and the stolen body and the reality of what had been done to him. But his eyelids wouldn't respond because he no longer had eyelids, only painted approximations of them, rendered in pigment on plaster, permanently open. He could feel the wall behind him. Not stone, not anymore. The surface, his consciousness pressed against, was infinitely thin, a membrane of paint barely thicker than thought itself. Beyond it was nothing, a flatness so complete it made his mind scream. He existed in 2 dimensions now, length and width, but no depth, no third axis, no space to move into even if he could move. Voices reached him, muffled, distant. The abbot speaking somewhere beyond his field of vision, something about the mirror, something about recognition, the trap shutting. Hugo couldn't make out all the words. Sound traveled differently now, filtered through paint and plaster, but he understood enough. The only way to kill an immortal spirit was to trap it in flesh that could die. The thing wearing his body stood in the sanctuary for a long moment, staring at the painted Hugo trapped in the wall, confused, disoriented, inhabiting human flesh for the first time in 4 centuries. The abbot approached it, spoke to it, explained what would happen. The brothers were abandoning the East Wing. The old sanctuary and its courtyard would be sealed from the rest of the abbey. The creature would remain here until it experienced death exactly as Hugo would have experienced it, slowly by cold and starvation, alone in the dark. The thing wearing Hugo's body tried to speak. Its mouth formed words clumsily, tongue thick and uncertain. The voice was Hugo's voice, but the cadence was wrong. The abbot didn't wait for it to finish. He gestured to the brothers. They moved forward and took the creature by the arms, gently as though handling something fragile, and guided it toward the door. The thing didn't resist. It moved awkwardly, legs uncertain, as the brothers led it out of the sanctuary and down the corridor. Hugo watched from the wall, watched his stolen body disappear through the doorway, heard footsteps retreating, and then other sounds, doors opening, the crunch of boots on snow, voices giving quiet instructions. The brothers were taking it outside, into the courtyard, into the cold. Time passed. Hugo had no way to measure it except by the changing light through the high windows. Dawn, noon, dusk, night, dawn again. The cycle repeated endlessly. He watched dust settle on the stone floor, watched shadows track across the walls, watched nothing happen in the frozen sanctuary while his consciousness screamed inside the paint. Through the high windows, he could see the courtyard beyond. The thing wearing his body was out there, moving awkwardly through the snow, trying to run but stumbling. The brothers had sealed the courtyard gates, the iron gates that separated the old East Wing from the rest of the abbey, and left it behind. Left it to starve exactly as the abbot had promised. Hugo watched it fall in the snow, watched it crawl toward the gates, watched it collapse against the bars and lie still. Days passed. The body didn't move. Snow covered it in a white shroud. Hugo kept watching because he couldn't stop watching. Couldn't close his eyes. Couldn't look away. Couldn't die. More days. More snow. The body disappeared beneath the accumulation, just a mound of white against the courtyard wall. Hugo stared at it with painted eyes that would never close, and the pigment would last centuries. The plaster would last longer, and his consciousness, trapped in the paint like a fossil in amber, would last as long as the wall did. Years would pass this way, decades, centuries. The abbey would crumble around him, but the sanctuary wall would stand, and Hugo would remain pinned to it, watching dust settle in the empty room, watching light track across stone, watching nothing with eyes that couldn't close. He tried to go mad, tried to fracture his consciousness into pieces too small to suffer. But whatever the binding had done to trap him here had made him incapable of that mercy. His mind stayed intact, clear, aware, watching. Forever. Brother Thomas entered the East Wing 3 months later, carrying the key the abbot had given him and a lamp that guttered in the cold air. The abbot had been clear. Pass through the courtyard gate, check that the sanctuary door remained secure, verify the seals, look at nothing directly. Thomas had asked no questions. Obedience was the vow. The sanctuary was freezing. Colder than the abandoned courtyard outside, colder than the deepest winter Thomas had ever known. His breath formed clouds that hung in the still air. He crossed to the door and tested it. Secure, the bar still in place. Then turned to check the seals on the windows. The mural was on his left. Thomas kept his gaze on the floor, on the door frame, on anything else. He couldn't have said why he didn't look at it directly. He finished his inspection and moved toward the door. As he reached the threshold, something made him glance back. Just a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision, or perhaps the sense of being watched. The mural's eyes were wrong. Thomas couldn't have explained what he meant by that. The painting was old, perhaps centuries old. The pigments still vivid despite their age. A man in a monk's habit, mouth open in what might have been speech or scream, one hand pressed against the surface. But the eyes, something about the eyes. Thomas looked away quickly. His hand fumbled with the key. The lock engaged with a sound like bones breaking in the cold. He walked down the corridor without looking back. The lamp flame danced. Behind him, in the sealed sanctuary, something watched through painted eyes that would never close, and Thomas walked faster and faster still, until he was nearly running through the East Wing's darkened halls. Through the courtyard gate he locked behind him with shaking hands, and back into the abbey proper, toward the warmth and light and mercy of the chapel, where he could kneel and pray and try to forget the way those painted eyes had looked at him, as though they could see. The airstream rolled west through the Nevada darkness, with Kenneth at the wheel and Susan beside him. The certainty growing that if they stopped, if they pulled over and cut the engine and sat in the silence even for a minute, the silence would catch them. Susan sat beside him with her hands folded in her lap, her face turned toward the passenger window where there was nothing to see but the black shapes of mountains against a slightly less black sky, and Kenneth could hear her breathing, shallow and even, the rhythm of someone who was not asleep but had stopped speaking because there was nothing left to say that would change what was happening. The odometer read 73 miles per hour, and the airstream shook with a vibration that had started somewhere in Utah, a rattling in the frame. Just the road, just the speed, just the weight of everything they had packed when they fled home that morning. That morning. It felt longer, It felt like they had been driving for days already. The radio crackled with static, the same static it had been producing since they lost the last station outside of Eureka, and Kenneth had stopped trying to find a signal because every time he turned the dial, the static would break for a moment, and he would hear something, a voice maybe, or something that sounded like a voice. And then the static would swallow it again, and Susan would look at him with that expression that meant don't. That meant, I don't want to know. That meant, just keep driving. The first town appeared in the headlights at 11:30. A scattering of buildings along the highway, a gas station with its lights on, and a diner, and a general store, and a few houses set back from the road. And Kenneth felt his hands tighten on the wheel because this was the part he had been dreading. The part where they would have to make the choice again. Stop or keep going. Refuel or risk running dry. Step out of the airstream into the night air or stay inside where it was safe. Except it was not safe inside. Nowhere was safe. That was the thing he kept trying to explain to Susan. The thing she kept not understanding. The silence was behind them, moving west. And the only way to stay ahead of it was to keep moving, to not stop, to not give it a chance to catch up. But they needed gas. Kenneth eased off the accelerator and the airstream slowed, the engine dropping from a whine to a lower rumble, and he guided the vehicle onto the shoulder and then into the gas station parking lot, the headlights sweeping across the pumps and the small building with its interior lights blazing, and the door standing open, propped with a doorstop, as if someone had just stepped out for a moment and would be right back. He cut the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and total, the kind of silence that pressed against the eardrums, that made you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breathing, the small sounds of the airstream settling on its suspension. And Kenneth sat very still with his hand still on the wheel, listening, waiting for something he could not name. Susan spoke first, her voice quiet in the darkness. Where did they go? She asked it knowing he would not answer, or would answer with something that avoided the question underneath the question. Not where did they go, but when, and why so recently, and what made them run. She had been asking herself these things since Eureka, since the first town, since the moment she saw the attendant's face change when he looked at the airstream pulling into his lot. Not confusion, not curiosity, but something else, something that made him step back toward his building and then turn and run. Kenneth looked at the gas station building, at the open door, at the lights inside that showed racks of candy bars and shelves of motor oil, and a cash register with its drawer hanging open, bills visible, and his hands loosened on the wheel for a moment before tightening again. Maybe they heard the warnings, he said, and his voice sounded strange to him, too loud in the enclosed space of the Airstream's cab. Maybe they left when the broadcast started. Then why are the lights on? She asked it gently, trying to make him see, trying to make him say aloud what she could not bring herself to say. It was a good question. It was the same question Kenneth had been asking himself since the last town, and the town before that. The same question that had been building in his mind like pressure behind a dam. If everyone had evacuated, if everyone had run west ahead of the silence, then why did every town they passed through look like it had been abandoned 5 minutes ago instead of 5 hours? But he did not have an answer that would satisfy Susan, and he did not have an answer that would satisfy himself, so he said nothing and opened the driver's side door and stepped down onto the asphalt. The air outside was cold, the kind of desert cold that came after sundown and settled into your bones, and Kenneth stood beside the airstream for a moment, listening, his breath visible in the glow of the gas station lights. No wind, no sound of traffic, no dogs barking or televisions playing, or any of the small ambient noises that a town made even in the middle of the night. Not the silence. He could still feel the difference. could still sense that what was behind them was something else, something worse. But silence nonetheless, the absence of human presence, the feeling of a stage set after the actors had left. Susan appeared beside him, her arms wrapped around herself against the cold, and together they walked to the gas station building and stopped at the threshold looking inside. A coffee pot sat on its warmer behind the counter, half full, steam still rising from the surface. A newspaper lay open beside the register, folded to the sports section. A jacket hung on a hook by the bathroom door. Everything exactly as it should be, exactly as it would be if someone had simply stepped away for a moment, except that no one was there, and Kenneth knew with a certainty he could not explain that no one had been there for hours. "We should take what we need and go," Susan said, and Kenneth heard the tremor in her voice, the same tremor that had been there since Eureka, since she understood what the empty towns meant, what happened when the airstream approached, what she and Kenneth had become without Kenneth being willing to see it. Kenneth nodded and went back to the airstream to get the fuel cans they had filled in Utah. The ones he had known they would need because the gas stations might not be working, because the pumps might not have power, But the pumps were on. He could see the digital displays glowing in the darkness, the numbers waiting at zero, ready to count. He filled the Airstream's tank first, then the spare cans, working quickly, his eyes moving between the pump and the highway and the darkness beyond the gas station lights, watching for movement, for headlights, for any sign that they were not alone. The pump clicked off when the tank was full, and Kenneth replaced the nozzle and screwed the gas cap back on and carried the fuel cans to the Airstream storage compartment. And through it all, he kept waiting for someone to appear, for a voice to call out from the building, for the normal transaction of commerce to reassert itself. Susan emerged from the building carrying a plastic bag, and Kenneth could see through the thin material that she had taken food, bread, sandwich meat, a jar of peanut butter, bottles of water. She did not look at him as she climbed back into the Airstream, did not say anything about payment or theft or the ethics of taking what did not belong to them. What did ethics matter now? What did any of it matter? She was going through the motions because going through the motions was all that was left. And speaking aloud what she knew would only make Kenneth drive faster, would only make him cling harder to the lie that kept him moving. He took one last look at the gas station, at the open door and the lights and the coffee pot still steaming on its warmer, and then he climbed back into the driver's seat and started the engine and pulled back onto Highway 50, heading west, always west, toward California and the coast, and the military safe zone that the last radio broadcast had mentioned before the static swallowed everything. The road ahead was dark and empty, and the white dashed line kept coming, kept unreeling beneath the headlights. And Kenneth kept his foot on the accelerator and his hands on the wheel, and told himself that the next town would be different, that the next town would have people in it, that they would find someone else who had made it out, someone else who was running west ahead of the silence, and drove on into the darkness, not believing any of it. And from the way Susan sat beside him, her face turned away toward the window, he knew that she did not believe it either. The sun came up behind them somewhere east of Austin, the light appearing first as a pale gray line along the horizon in the rearview mirror, and then spreading across the desert in shades of rose and copper and gold. And Kenneth watched it happen while keeping his foot on the accelerator, watched the darkness retreat and the landscape reveal itself. Low scrub and distant mountains, and the highway stretching ahead like a ribbon thrown across emptiness. And felt no relief at the coming of day, because daylight only made the emptiness more visible, only made it clearer that they were alone on this road, that there were no other vehicles, no other refugees fleeing west toward safety. No one at all. Susan slept in the passenger seat with her head against the window and her hands still folded in her lap. And Kenneth could see the dark circles under her eyes and the way her mouth had gone slack with exhaustion. And he knew that she had not really slept, that she had only closed her eyes and let her consciousness drift somewhere between waking and sleeping, because true sleep would mean letting go of vigilance, would mean trusting that Kenneth would keep them safe. And he did not know if she still trusted him to do that. He did not know if he trusted himself. The Airstream's engine had developed a new sound during the night, a ticking that came from somewhere deep in the drivetrain. Engines made noises. The vehicle had carried them this far and would carry them farther. But the sound bothered him in a way he could not name. Bothered him the way the empty towns bothered him. The way the radio static bothered him. Small wrongnesses accumulating into something larger. The second town appeared at dawn, a larger settlement than the first, with a main street and traffic lights and a grocery store and a bank and a parking lot full of cars, and Kenneth slowed the Airstream as they approached because he could see even from a distance that something was wrong, that the cars in the parking lot were not parked but stopped, as if their drivers had simply abandoned them in the middle of pulling in or backing out, doors left hanging open, the engines were running, but as the Airstream drew closer, they began to sputter. Kenneth brought the Airstream to a stop in the middle of Highway 50 and watched as the nearest idling car coughed, its engine note dropping, faltering, and then dying completely. Then the next one, then a third. The sound of a dozen running engines dropped away one by one as the Airstream sat there, leaving only the morning wind and a silence that felt wrong, too complete, too heavy. Kenneth's hands loosened on the wheel for a moment before tightening again, because this was worse than the gas station, worse than finding lights on and doors open, because these cars had been left running and now they were dying just from proximity, which meant something had made their drivers run, which meant... Susan stirred beside him and opened her eyes and looked at the town and said nothing. But Kenneth saw her watching the engines die one by one, saw her face in profile as she understood what it meant, that the cars had been running until the Airstream got close, that their presence had killed the engines the way it killed everything else, and that there was no more pretending, no more avoiding what was obvious. Kenneth wanted her to say something. Wanted her to ask a question, or make an observation, or offer an explanation that would contradict what they both knew. But she only sat there looking at the silent cars and the empty street, and the grocery store with its automatic doors standing open, frozen in their track. And Kenneth understood that she was not waiting for him to decide. She was waiting to see if he would finally admit what she had been unable to make him see. But he needed supplies. They had taken food from the gas station, but not enough. Not if they were going to make it all the way to California, and the grocery store was right there. Doors open, aisles visible through the glass, and it would only take a few minutes to go inside and fill bags with whatever they could carry. He pulled the Airstream into the parking lot and guided it between two idling cars, a pickup truck and a sedan, both with their keys still in the ignition, and cut the engine. The silence that followed was not silence at all, but the rumble of a dozen engines running, the sound bouncing off the buildings and filling the air with a low engine chorus that made Kenneth's teeth ache. And he sat listening to it for a moment before opening his door and stepping down onto the asphalt. The air smelled like exhaust and something else, something faint and sharp that Kenneth could not identify, and he stood beside the Airstream with his hand on the door frame, looking at the grocery store entrance and the darkness inside where the automatic doors had frozen open, and considered going back, getting back in the Airstream and driving away and not looking back. Susan joined him without speaking, and together they walked across the parking lot, weaving between the now silent vehicles, and Kenneth noticed small details as they passed. A purse on the front seat of the sedan Its contents spilled across the upholstery as if someone had grabbed for it while running. A child's car seat in the back of an SUV, a stuffed bear still strapped in place, the rear door hanging open at a wrong angle, its hinges bent as if someone had wrenched it while the vehicle was moving. A coffee cup in a cup holder, liquid splashed across the dashboard and driver's seat. The door left so wide it had swung back against its stop. In the bed of a pickup truck, a dog cowered behind the wheel well, and when Kenneth got within 10 feet of the vehicle, the animal began to whine, a high, keening sound, and Kenneth moved 3 steps closer before stopping himself, because the dog was not afraid of abandonment. It was afraid of him, of the airstream, of whatever moved with them through these empty towns. They reached the grocery store entrance and stopped just outside the frozen doors, looking into the fluorescent-lit interior. And Kenneth saw shopping carts abandoned in the aisles, their contents visible. Bread, milk, canned goods, everything still in place, as if the shoppers had simply set down their carts and walked away. Except they had not walked. They had run. Kenneth knew this, the way he knew the silence was behind them. Knew it without evidence or logic. Knew it in the same part of himself that recognized wrongness when he saw it. The people in this town had not evacuated in an orderly fashion, had not locked their doors and turned off their lights and driven west in a calm procession toward safety. They had abandoned their cars and their belongings and their shopping and run, and they had done it recently, within the last few hours, because the engines were still running and the coffee was still hot and everything was exactly as it had been at the moment of flight. He stepped through the frozen doors with Susan behind him and walked down the nearest aisle, his footsteps loud on the linoleum, and began taking things from the shelves. Canned soup, crackers, granola bars, bottles of water. Susan moved to a different aisle, and Kenneth could hear her doing the same, the small sounds of items being placed in the shopping cart. And he thought about how wrong this was, how they were looters now, how they had crossed some line that could not be uncrossed. But then he thought about the silence and about running out of food somewhere between here and California, and the choice became simple again. They filled 2 carts and wheeled them back to the airstream, loaded the supplies into the storage compartments, and returned the empty carts to the store entrance. And through it all, Kenneth kept expecting someone to appear, kept waiting for a voice to call out in anger or fear or simple confusion. But the town remained empty. The engines kept running, and the sun climbed higher in the eastern sky. Susan spoke as they climbed back into the airstream, her voice hoarse from disuse, and said something about the cars, about the engines left running, about what could make people abandon their vehicles in such a hurry. Kenneth started the engine and backed out of the parking space, guiding the airstream between the idling vehicles toward Highway 50. He told her they had been in a hurry, which was not an answer, and they both knew it. She asked what they had been hurrying away from, but Kenneth did not answer because he did not have an answer that would not terrify her, did not have an explanation that made sense. And so he simply drove back onto Highway 50 and pointed the airstream west and pressed the accelerator. They reached it in the early afternoon, a small cluster of buildings at a crossroads, and found cars stopped in the middle of the intersection, doors open, engines silent even though their keys still hung in the ignitions. A convenience store stood with its lights on and a pot of chili still simmering on a hot plate behind the counter, the smell of it drifting out through the open door. But as Kenneth stepped out of the airstream, the fluorescent lights inside the store flickered once, twice, and went dark, and the smell of chili faded as the hot plate died, and Kenneth stood in the sudden stillness, understanding that the power had been on until they arrived, that their presence had killed it the way it had killed the car engines, the way it killed sound itself when they drew close enough. But Susan needed to use the bathroom, and Kenneth needed to refuel, and so they stopped. The convenience store bathroom was clean, and the toilet flushed, and the water ran clear and cold from the tap. And Kenneth washed his hands and looked at himself in the mirror above the sink and saw a stranger looking back, unshaven, hollow-eyed, skin pale beneath the fluorescent lights. He did not look like someone who was running towards safety. He looked like someone who was running from something, and the distinction seemed important, even though he could not name why. He dried his hands on a paper towel and left the bathroom, and found Susan standing at the counter, staring at the pot of chili, steam rising from its surface. And he understood without asking that she was thinking the same thing. How recently had this been abandoned? Minutes, hours, not days, not with the chili still hot, not with the engine still running. They took what they needed: fuel, bottled water, a road map that Kenneth spread on the Airstream's small table, and studied while Susan stood looking out the window at the empty crossroads, and left without speaking. And when they were back on Highway 50 heading west, Kenneth turned on the radio and began scanning through the static, searching for a signal, for voices, for anything that would tell them they were not alone in this. The static broke at the edge of the FM band, and a voice came through, distorted and crackling. A woman screaming over what sounded like wind or traffic or something else entirely, and Kenneth turned up the volume and leaned closer to the speaker, trying to make out the words through the interference. Can't breathe. Everyone's running. I don't know why. I can't. The voice dissolved into gasping. Something on the highway. I saw it. Silver. Moving. I can't stay here. I can't. Kenneth adjusted the dial fractionally, and another voice broke through. A man, and he was crying. My daughter won't stop screaming. She says something's coming. She says the air is wrong. We're in the car. We're driving north, away from the road, away from... Static consumed him mid-sentence. Kenneth spun the dial, his hands shaking now, and found another frequency. This one stronger. A dispatcher trying to maintain professional calm and failing. All units, we have multiple reports of mass panic along Highway 50. I repeat, mass panic. Residents are fleeing into the desert. We don't have visual confirmation of any threat, but witnesses describe overwhelming sense of dread, difficulty breathing, some kind of... Her voice cracked. Officers approaching the highway corridor are reporting the same symptoms. Recommend evacuation north and south, away from... The signal faded completely, and Kenneth sat staring at the radio, his hands motionless on the wheel, his mind working through what he had just heard. Mass panic along Highway 50, fleeing into the desert. Overwhelming sense of dread away from the highway. They were moving west on Highway 50, which meant they were moving with the phenomenon, not away from it. Which meant... No, I was wrong. The broadcast had said to run west. Had said the military was setting up safe zones on the California coast. Had said to get out ahead of the silence and keep moving. Kenneth had heard those broadcasts, had made the decision to flee based on those broadcasts, and he could not have been wrong about something so fundamental, could not have misunderstood something so basic. The radio warning was talking about something else. Had to be talking about something else. A different threat, a different evacuation, a different section of highway. Susan turned to look at him, and Kenneth saw something in her face that was not surprise, not discovery, but exhaustion. The exhaustion of someone who has been trying to say something for days and has finally heard it said by someone else, by a stranger's voice on the radio, and now perhaps Kenneth would have to listen. Kenneth, she started. We don't stop. The words came out harder than he intended, sharper, and he saw Susan close her mouth and turn back toward her window, and he wanted to soften the statement, wanted to explain his reasoning, wanted to make her understand that stopping would be worse, that going back would be worse, that the only way forward was west. But he did not know how to say any of that without admitting that he might be wrong, that he might have made a mistake, that they might be running in the wrong direction. Or worse, that Susan had been right, that what she had been trying to tell him without words for days was true. So he said nothing, and Susan said nothing. And the airstream rolled west on Highway 50 while the sun moved across the sky, and the radio hissed with static, and the empty towns passed one by one, each the same as the last, each abandoned in the same hurried panic, each offering the same silent testimony. The people who had lived here were gone, and they had left everything behind when they ran. The fourth town appeared in the late afternoon light, larger than the others, with a proper downtown and a courthouse square, and streets lined with cottonwood trees that threw long shadows across the pavement. And Kenneth saw it from a mile away, and his hands loosened on the wheel for a moment, before tightening again, because he did not want to stop again. Did not want to pull into another parking lot and see another collection of abandoned vehicles and open doors. Did not want to face again the evidence that something was very wrong with what they were doing. But the fuel gauge showed a quarter tank, and Kenneth had learned to refuel before it dropped below that, had learned that running out of gas on this empty highway would be worse than stopping, would be the end of everything. And so he slowed the airstream and guided it off Highway 50 and into the town. The streets were not empty. People were visible in the distance. Small figures on the ridge above the town, clustered at the tree line north of the highway, outlined against the sky. And Kenneth was already slowing the airstream, already preparing to stop and call out to them, when he noticed two things at once. First, that every single figure was looking down at the highway, at the airstream. And second, that none of them were moving closer. They were hiding. Kenneth brought the airstream to a stop in the middle of Main Street and stared at the figures on the hillside. And one by one they stepped back into the trees, melting into the shadows. And Kenneth understood they had been there the whole time, watching from safety, waiting for the thing on the highway to pass. A school bus sat skewed across the road ahead, its door standing open, the driver's seat empty. And as Kenneth rolled past it, he could see through the windows into the interior. Backpacks scattered in the aisles, a lunchbox spill open on a seat, a child's jacket crumpled on the floor by the emergency exit. The children had run for the tree line, he realized, had fled the bus the moment the driver felt it coming, felt the dread wave approaching, and they were up there, now hiding in the pines with their parents and teachers, watching the airstream pass, waiting for it to be safe to come back down. Susan made a sound beside him, something between a gasp and a sob, and when Kenneth glanced at her, she was staring up at the ridge, her hand pressed flat against the passenger window, and he knew she had seen them too. Had seen the living witnesses hiding from the dead thing that rolled through their town, emptying it with terror. Kenneth pressed the accelerator, and the airstream rolled forward, past the abandoned school bus and the empty stores and the courthouse, with its flag hanging limp on the pole, and he did not stop for fuel, did not stop for supplies, simply drove through and back onto Highway 50 heading west. And behind them, the town remained silent, until the airstream disappeared around the curve, and then Kenneth knew without looking back. The people would emerge from the trees and return to their interrupted lives, shaken but alive, another town that had learned to hide when the silver phantom passed through. Susan spoke for the first time in hours, her voice thick and unsteady. If everyone's running west, where are they? Kenneth kept his eyes on the road, on the white dashed line unreeling beneath the headlights, on the mountains dark against the sky ahead of them. They didn't make it. He said it flatly, without inflection, and heard how it sounded. Harsh, final, the closing of a door. But he could not take it back, could not soften it, because the alternative was to admit that they were wrong, that there were no refugees running west, that the evacuation he had heard about on the radio had never happened, or had happened in a different direction, or had been something else entirely, and if that was true, then what were they doing, or where were they going? The questions circled in his mind like carrion birds, waiting for him to slow down, waiting for him to stop and think and acknowledge what he already knew in some deep, inaccessible place. That they had been driving west since yesterday morning and had not seen another living person, had not passed another vehicle on the highway, had found only empty towns and idling cars and people hiding in the hills, and that this was not what an evacuation looked like, was not what fleeing ahead of a disaster looked like. This was what something else looked like. But Kenneth could not let himself think about what that something else might be, could not let himself examine the wrongness too closely, because if he did, he would have to stop, would have to turn around, would have to admit that he had made a catastrophic mistake somewhere back in the beginning, when he first heard the warnings and decided to run. So he kept driving. The sun dropped toward the horizon, and the light turned golden, and then orange, and then deep red, and Kenneth watched it happen in the rearview mirror, watched the sky behind them catch fire, and noticed they had been driving away from sunrise and toward sunset for days now, the sun rising behind them and setting ahead of them. And this meant something, meant they were moving in the right direction, meant they were heading toward the coast and the Pacific and California, where the military had set up safe zones. Except he could not remember when he had last heard about the safe zones, could not remember the exact words of the broadcast that had sent them fleeing in the first place, could only remember the feeling of urgency, the certainty that they needed to run west, the conviction that staying put would be worse than leaving. The fifth town appeared at dusk, a scatter of buildings along the highway, and Kenneth saw even from a distance that this one was different, that there were no cars in the parking lots, no lights in the windows, no signs of recent habitation, and he felt a strange relief because at least this one was honestly abandoned, had been empty for weeks or months rather than minutes, and there would be no hot coffee waiting, no engine still running, no evidence of people fleeing in panic from something they could not name. He pulled the Airstream off the highway into an empty gas station lot and sat with the engine running, staring at the dark building, the boarded windows, the weeds growing through cracks in the concrete, and understood that this town had been evacuated long ago, had been emptied properly, the way towns were supposed to be emptied when disaster approached, slowly everyone leaving together in orderly succession. This was what normal abandonment looked like, which made everything else, the hot coffee and the idling cars, even more impossible to explain. Kenneth cut the engine and stepped down from the Airstream with 4 empty fuel cans in his hand. They had 3 spares beyond the main tank, and Kenneth wanted all of them filled, wanted enough reserve fuel to make it across the California desert without stopping, without risking another town, and walked to the nearest vehicle that looked promising, an old pickup truck sitting beside the gas station with its windows intact and its tires still inflated, and tried the door. Locked. He tried 3 more vehicles before finding an SUV with its door unlocked and its keys hanging from its ignition, and he started it up. The engine turned over on the first try, the tank showing half full, and drove it to the gas station pumps. The SUV's tank would not be enough to fill 4 spare cans. He needed the underground tanks. He found the manual override switch inside the dark station building, flipped it, and the pumps hummed to life on battery backup, and Kenneth worked in the fading light, filling the cans one by one while Susan stayed in the Airstream, a dark silhouette behind the windshield. The sky was full dark by the time he finished, the stars emerging overhead in their thousands, and Kenneth stood beside the SUV for a moment, looking up at the constellations he had learned as a boy, Orion, the Big Dipper, Cassiopeia. And the thought arrived, what if they were not running from the silence? What if they were the silence? The thought crystallized, complete, undeniable, and Kenneth stood frozen in the parking lot with the fuel cans at his feet and the stars wheeling overhead, and he wanted to push the thought away, wanted to seal it back up behind the barrier where it had been contained, but it was too late. The thought was loose now, and with it came others. The towns were not abandoned before they reached them. The towns were abandoned because they reached them. The radio warnings were not about something behind them. The radio warnings were about them. There were no other refugees because there was no evacuation. There was only Kenneth and Susan driving west in their airstream, and ahead of them, the towns emptied, and behind them, the towns filled again with the people who had fled, and the pattern would continue as long as they kept moving, would continue forever unless... No. Kenneth bent and picked up the fuel cans and walked back to the airstream and stored them in the rear compartment, and climbed into the driver's seat, and started the engine without looking at Susan, without speaking, and pulled back onto Highway 50 heading west. The thought made no sense, belonged to exhaustion and fear rather than to anything real. They were not the silence. They were fleeing the silence. The difference was obvious, was fundamental, was the entire basis for everything they had done since leaving home. Kenneth repeated this with every mile that passed, the words losing meaning as the miles accumulated. And beside him, Susan sat in silence, and Kenneth did not know if she was sleeping or crying, or simply sitting with her own thoughts. And he did not ask because he was afraid of what she might say if he did. The highway climbed into the mountains, and the airstream labored up the grade, the engine noise rising to a whine. And Kenneth kept his foot on the accelerator, and his eyes on the road, and his mind carefully blank. And when the headlights picked out figures standing on the ridgeline above the road, distant silhouettes watching from the rocks, too far away to see clearly but close enough to know they were human. Kenneth did not slow down, did not point them out to Susan, simply drove past and told himself they were survivors, people who had made it out, people who were hiding in the hills until the silence passed, people who were afraid of the airstream. No, people who were hiding from the silence that was behind the airstream, that was following the airstream, that would catch the airstream if it stopped moving. Kenneth pressed the accelerator harder, and the airstream shook with speed, and the figures on the ridgeline receded into darkness behind them. And Kenneth did not look back, did not check the rearview mirror, because if he did, he might see them still standing there, still watching. And he might have to think about why they had not called out, had not waved, had not tried to flag down the only vehicle they had seen in days. Might have to think about what they were watching for. The road dropped down the far side of the grade and leveled out again. And Susan spoke suddenly, her voice cutting through the engine noise, and said something about the days, about how long they had been driving. And Kenneth tried to count. They had left home on a Tuesday, he was sure of that, had heard the first warnings on Tuesday morning, and loaded the airstream that afternoon and left before dark. But the days since then blurred together, blurred into one continuous stretch of highway and empty towns and radio static, and he could not separate them into discrete units, could not remember if they had seen 3 sunrises, or 4 or 5. He told her 4 because 4 seemed right, seemed like the number of days it should take to cross most of Nevada. She said something about how it felt longer, about how the time before the airstream seemed distant, and Kenneth understood what she meant. It did feel like they had been driving forever, like they had always been driving, like the time before the airstream and Highway 50 was something he had dreamed rather than lived. Susan was quiet for a long time, and then she said something else, something Kenneth almost did not hear over the engine noise, something that made his hands tighten on the wheel. But he did not ask her to repeat it, and she did not say it again. and the airstream rolled west through the darkness while the stars turned overhead, and the highway stretched ahead, endless and empty, and behind them the mountains stood against the sky like walls they could never climb back over, even if they tried. Night fell completely, and the highway dropped into a valley where the darkness was absolute, where the headlights seemed to penetrate only a few yards before being swallowed by blackness, so total it felt like a physical substance. And Kenneth drove with his hands locked on the wheel and his shoulders rigid, and his mind carefully, deliberately blank. Susan had not spoken for hours, had not moved except to breathe. She sat pressed against the passenger door with her arms wrapped around herself, and Kenneth could feel her watching him in the darkness, could sense her fear like a physical presence in the cab. And he did not look at her because he knew what he would see. The understanding in her eyes, the horror of sitting 3 feet from him in this small, enclosed space while the world died around them. The radio hissed with static, the same static it had been producing for days, and Kenneth had stopped trying to find signals hours ago, after that dispatcher's warning about Highway 50, after hearing the panic in those voices, after understanding what they were moving with, because listening only made it harder to keep driving, harder to maintain the forward motion that had become the only thing he could control. Except they were not ahead of the silence. They were the silence. The thought had been growing since the convenience store radio broadcast, since Kenneth heard mass panic along Highway 50 and realized they were moving with the phenomenon. But he had pushed it down, sealed it away, because acknowledging it meant stopping, and stopping was impossible. Since before Eureka, since... Susan reached for the radio dial suddenly, her hand shaking, and Kenneth started to stop her, but she was already turning it, frantically searching through the static, and Kenneth understood that she was not hoping to find something different. She was hoping to find something specific, something that would make Kenneth hear what she had been trying to tell him, and the voices that broke through made Kenneth's throat tighten. A woman screaming, "I saw it, silver thing, on the road, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't. My son is still crying. He won't stop. We're 10 miles away, and he's still..." A man gasping. Doesn't make sense. There's nothing there, but I felt it coming. Felt like the air was being sucked out. Another voice, calmer but wrong, the calm of someone in shock. All the cars just stopped. Everyone got out and ran. I saw a woman jump from a moving vehicle, saw her hit the pavement. She was so afraid she didn't even... Susan turned the volume up, and the voices multiplied, overlapping, a chorus of panic and incomprehension. And then a dispatcher broke through, trying to maintain control and failing. Reports of a silver vehicle, Airstream or similar, traveling westbound on Highway 50. All residents evacuate north or south immediately. Do not approach the highway. Repeat, do not... Her voice cracked. Officers who got within visual range are reporting severe panic symptoms. One officer crashed his vehicle, trying to escape the feeling, the presence, whatever it... Kenneth reached for the dial to turn it off, but Susan grabbed his wrist, her fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. And she spoke for the first time in hours. "They're describing us. They're describing this." Her voice cracked. "Silver Airstream. Westbound Highway 50. Kenneth, they're warning people about us." The words hung in the air between them, and Kenneth's grip on the wheel tightened until his knuckles ached. One thing to suspect. Another thing entirely to hear law enforcement broadcasting their exact vehicle description as a public threat. "You're exhausted." His voice came out flat, automatic. The voice of someone saying words because words were expected, not because they meant anything, and he heard how it sounded. Dismissive, desperate. The sound of someone clinging to something that was already gone. But he could not stop himself, could not acknowledge what Susan had just said, what the radio had just confirmed. Susan let go of his wrist and pressed herself harder against the passenger door, and Kenneth could see in his peripheral vision that she was staring at him now, staring at his hands on the wheel, at his foot on the accelerator. And when she spoke again, her voice was small and broken. "You're driving it?" "We're going to California," Kenneth said, and heard how automatic it sounded, how hollow. "The safe zones are—" "Kenneth." Susan's hand moved to the door handle, gripped it. "Kenneth, stop the car. I can't stop. Stop the car. If I stop the car." Her voice broke into a scream, and she pulled at the door handle, yanked it twice, 3 times. But Kenneth had locked the doors hours ago without realizing it. Had locked them the way you lock doors when you're afraid of something outside. Except what Susan was afraid of was not outside, was sitting 2 feet away from her with his hands on the wheel and his foot on the accelerator, driving them west while towns emptied ahead and people fled screaming into the desert. "Susan, don't." She lunged across the cab at him, her hands reaching for the wheel, and Kenneth jerked away, and the airstream swerved, and Susan's fingernails raked across his wrist. And she was crying now, sobbing, trying to grab the wheel, trying to stop them. And Kenneth had to use one hand to push her back, had to shove her hard against the passenger door, and she hit it with her shoulder and made a sound like all the air had been knocked out of her. "Don't touch the wheel," Kenneth said. And his voice was different now, harder. The voice of someone who had made a choice and would not unmake it. "We have to keep moving." Susan stayed pressed against the door, her chest heaving, and Kenneth could see her hand move to the handle again, could see her thinking about it, about pulling the handle and throwing herself out onto the highway at 70 miles per hour, because anything would be better than staying in this cab, staying near him, staying inside the thing that was killing the world. "If you jump," Kenneth said quietly, "I'll have to stop to get you. And I can't stop." The words hung in the darkness, and Susan's hand fell away from the door handle. They drove in silence for a long time, Kenneth with his hands locked on the wheel, and Susan pressed against the far door with her arms wrapped around herself. And between them, the space felt infinite, felt like a distance that could never be crossed. And Kenneth understood that something had broken that could not be repaired, that Susan was not his wife anymore, was only a passenger trapped in a vehicle she could not escape, driven by someone she no longer recognized. The radio hissed with static, and Kenneth reached to turn it off, but Susan spoke first. "What are we?" Kenneth said nothing. "Kenneth, what are we?" "We're going to California," he said, because it was the only answer he had, the only thing he could hold on to, and Susan made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. "We're dead," she said. "We died. Back in Eureka, or before. We died, and we're doing this to them. We're the thing they're running from." Her voice broke. "I've known since Eureka, since the gas station. Since I saw that attendant's face when he looked at us and ran. Since the first town emptied when we got close. I've known, Kenneth. And you won't stop. You won't." "We're not dead," Kenneth said. But even as he said it, he could not remember what living felt like. Could not remember a time before the airstream and the highway and the empty towns. Could not remember anything except the white dashed line unreeling beneath the headlights, and the certainty that stopping would be worse, would be the end of everything. Susan was quiet for a long time, and then she spoke very softly. "Then why doesn't anything hurt?" Kenneth did not answer because he did not have an answer, because he realized that he could not remember the last time he had felt hungry or tired or thirsty, could not remember the last time his back had ached from sitting or his eyes had burned from driving, could not remember the last time his body had made demands on him, the way living bodies did. "We've been driving for days," Susan whispered. "How many days, Kenneth?" 2, Kenneth said. But even as he said it, he realized he was not sure. Had they left yesterday morning, or the morning before? The nights blurred together, the towns blurred together, and time had become a function of miles rather than hours. It's been longer than 2 days. Kenneth did not answer because he did not know anymore, could not separate the hours from each other, could not remember when they had left or how long they had been driving. "Kenneth, look at me." He did not look at her. His eyes remained fixed on the road, unblinking. His hand stayed locked on the wheel at 10 and 2, his grip neither tightening nor loosening, his fingers motionless. His foot held the accelerator at constant pressure. "Look at me," Susan said again, and her voice was breaking. "Please, just look at me." Kenneth looked. Susan was pressed against the passenger door with her knees drawn up to her chest, her arms wrapped around herself, and her face was pale in the dashboard light, her eyes red and streaming, and she was looking at him with an expression Kenneth had never seen on another human face. Not anger, not hate, but pure existential terror. The terror of something that should not exist, something that violated the basic rules of what was possible. She was afraid of him. Not of what he might do, but of what he was. Kenneth returned his gaze to the road. His head moved without the small adjustments a living neck makes, without the micro-corrections of balance. He did not blink. His breathing continued at the same measured interval it had maintained for hours or days, automatic and unchanging. His hands remained at 10 and 2. His foot remained pressed against the accelerator at exactly the angle needed to maintain 70 miles per hour. Beside him, Susan curled tighter against the door and wept silently. And between them, the space felt like it stretched for miles, and Kenneth knew with absolute certainty that he had lost her, that she was gone even though she was still here, still trapped in this cab, still being carried west toward California and the coast and the ocean, where the road would end and something else would begin, something Kenneth could not let himself think about. The highway kept unreeling beneath the headlights. The mountains stood dark against the sky, and Kenneth kept driving because driving was all he knew how to do anymore, all he had ever known how to do, and if stopping meant confronting what they were, then he would drive forever, would carry Susan west against her will, would empty towns and scatter families and haunt Highway 50 until the sun burned out, or the road crumbled to dust, or someone larger than himself finally made him stop. But no one would make him stop. They were the silence, and Kenneth would never stop. The darkness began to thin toward dawn somewhere past Fallon, the sky lightening from black to deep blue to pale gray. And Kenneth watched it happen in the rearview mirror the way he had watched every sunrise for days. How many days? And felt nothing. No relief at the coming light. No hope that daylight would bring clarity or change. Only the same dull certainty that had been growing since Susan stopped fighting. That the sun would keep rising behind them and setting ahead of them, and the highway would keep unreeling beneath the headlights, and the towns would keep emptying as they approached, and none of it would ever stop because stopping was the one thing that could not happen. Susan sat curled against the passenger door with her eyes closed, her breathing slow and shallow, and Kenneth did not know if she was asleep or simply had nothing left to say. But he did not try to speak to her, did not reach across to touch her, because the space between them felt absolute now, felt like a boundary that could not be crossed, and Kenneth understood that he had made his choice and Susan had made hers, and they would ride this out in silence until the road ended. The fuel gauge showed half a tank, and Kenneth thought about the last time they had refueled, the dark parking lot and the stars overhead, and the thought that had broken through his barriers, and he pushed the memory away because dwelling on it served no purpose, changed nothing, meant nothing in the face of what had to be done, which was to keep driving, to keep the airstream moving west. to never stop for longer than it took to fill the tank, because stopping meant confronting what they were and what they had been and how long they had been it. The highway stretched ahead into the early morning light, empty and perfect, the white dashed line unreeling with metronomic precision. And Kenneth understood that this was all there would ever be. The road and the airstream and the empty towns appearing and receding in the pattern that had no beginning and would have no end. And somewhere in the distance ahead, the living residents of the next town were waking to the overwhelming wave of dread that preceded the phantom vehicle, were grabbing their children and their keys and running north or south away from Highway 50, were hiding in the hills until the feeling passed and the silver airstream disappeared toward California and it was safe to return. Kenneth pictured those people sometimes, wondered what they felt when the dread wave approached, wondered if they understood what they were sensing or if they simply fled on instinct, the way animals fled before earthquakes. But mostly, he did not think about them, because thinking about them meant thinking about what he was doing to them, what he and Susan were doing by continuing to exist, by continuing to move west along this empty highway, generating terror in their wake. The road climbed into foothills, and Kenneth saw the mountains ahead, saw the Sierra Nevada rising in the distance, saw California beyond them, and understood with perfect clarity that they would never reach the coast, would never arrive anywhere, because arrival implied stopping, and stopping was impossible. And so they would drive through California the way they had driven through Nevada, would empty towns and generate panic, and continue west until they reached the ocean, and then would they turn around? Would they retrace their route east, terrorizing the same towns twice? Would they simply vanish when the road ended, when there was no more west to drive toward? Kenneth did not know and could not afford to think about it, and so his eyes stayed fixed on the road. His hands maintained their position on the wheel. His foot held its pressure on the accelerator. He did not shift his weight, did not stretch, did not flex his fingers against the wheel the way living hands did after hours of gripping. The motion was all that mattered now, and forward, always forward. The white line unreeling beneath the headlights in an unbroken sequence that required no thought, no adjustment, only the steady automatic execution of driving. The sun climbed higher and the landscape changed, the desert giving way to scrub pine and granite outcroppings, and Kenneth saw a sign that said, California State Line 50 miles and the barricade beyond it, the one he had been driving toward without admitting it. The checkpoint that Susan had been waiting for in silence. The military installation that would end this one way or another. The barricade appeared across the highway in the morning light, exactly as Kenneth had imagined it during the long night drive. Concrete barriers in a zigzag pattern, guard towers rising behind them, military vehicles parked in neat rows. Someone had organized a response. Someone had taken action to stop whatever was moving west on Highway 50. Kenneth's foot eased off the accelerator, and the airstream slowed. Susan, he said, his voice hoarse from disuse. Susan, look. She did not move. She had been waiting for this. Kenneth understood that now. All through the night, through the struggle in the cab, she had been holding on to this one unspoken hope. Kenneth brought the airstream to a crawl, approaching the barricade at 15 miles per hour, then 10, and the signs mounted on the barriers became legible. Restricted area, military checkpoint, stop and await inspection. But there was no one at the checkpoint. Kenneth stopped the airstream 50 yards from the barriers and stared at the empty installations, at the military vehicles sitting silent with their engines off at the guard towers with their observation windows dark. And understanding came slowly, reluctantly, the way understanding always came now. They had set up the barricade, had organized the military response, had brought soldiers and equipment, and established a checkpoint designed to stop whatever was coming west on Highway 50. And then the soldiers had felt it approaching, had felt the dread wave that preceded the airstream, had felt the air go wrong and their chests tighten and their hindbrains start screaming at them to run, to flee, to get away from the highway. And they had abandoned their posts, had left their vehicles and their equipment, and run north or south into the mountains, had fled the way everyone else had fled, because the terror was too great, because proximity to the thing was impossible, because whatever was coming could not be faced or fought or even witnessed. Kenneth could see it now as clearly as if he had been there. The soldiers gathering around their radios as the reports came in. The dispatchers describing the phenomenon moving west. The commanding officer making the decision to set up the barricade here at the state line. The men and women working through the night to build the checkpoint. And then the moment when the first of them felt it, felt the approaching wave of dread, and the panic that must have followed as one by one they understood that they could not stay, could not hold their positions, could not do anything except run. The barricade stood empty and perfect in the morning light, a monument to the futility of resistance, and Kenneth sat staring at it and understood what it meant. There was no safe zone. There was no military presence on the California coast. There were only more towns ahead, more highways, more empty spaces that would fill with terror as the airstream approached and empty again as it passed. And Kenneth could drive all the way to the Pacific and find nothing but abandoned checkpoints and empty installations, and the evidence that everyone who tried to stop this had failed, had run, had saved themselves the only way they could, by leaving the road to the dead. Susan opened her eyes and looked at the barricade, and Kenneth heard her breath catch, heard a small sound escape her throat. Not a gasp, but something smaller, something that sounded like the last of the air leaving a punctured lung. She had been waiting for this, Kenneth realized. All through the night, through the struggle in the cab, through the miles of silence, she had been holding on to this one unspoken hope, that when they reached the state line there would be soldiers, that the military would stop them, that someone with authority and guns and the power to make things happen would end this. She had not said it aloud because saying it would make Kenneth drive faster, would make him fight harder to avoid the checkpoint. But Kenneth could see it in the way she sat forward now, in the way her hands came away from her body for the first time in hours, reaching toward the windshield, as if she could touch the empty barricade and make it real. The checkpoint was supposed to save her, was supposed to end this, was supposed to cure them or kill them or at minimum stop the airstream, stop Kenneth, stop the endless westward motion that had become the only constant in a world that no longer made sense. And it was empty. Susan's hands fell back to her lap and she began to shake. Not crying, not sobbing, but a deep, full-body tremor that started in her core and radiated outward, and Kenneth watched her fold in on herself, watched her draw her knees up to her chest and wrap her arms around them and press her forehead against her kneecaps. And the sound she made was not grief, but something worse, the sound of a mind giving up, of consciousness choosing to retreat rather than process what it was seeing, of a person vacating themselves while their body remained behind. "They ran from us," Susan whispered into her knees, and her voice was not angry or terrified, but simply factual, the voice of someone reading the weather report. The military, the government, everyone. They all ran from us. Kenneth's hands remained on the wheel. He did not reach for her, did not try to comfort her. The space between them was absolute now. Susan's trembling stopped. She went perfectly still, and when she lifted her head to look at him, her eyes were empty in a way they had not been empty before. Not defeated, not despairing, but absent, as if whatever had made Susan into Susan had simply left, had abandoned the body in the passenger seat, the way the soldiers had abandoned their posts. "There's nowhere to go," Susan said, and her voice was flat, mechanical, devoid of inflection. "There's no safe zone. There's nothing ahead but more of this, more towns, more people running, forever." She looked back at the barricade, at the empty guard towers and abandoned vehicles, and something changed in her posture. Not a slumping or a collapse, but a settling, the way a machine settles when its engine shuts off. "Then drive," she said softly. "Just drive." Kenneth pressed the accelerator and the airstream rolled forward, past the concrete barriers, past the abandoned guard towers, past the military vehicles, sitting silent in the morning sun, and crossed into California. The blue sign that said, "Welcome to California," stood beside the road, and beneath it someone had spray-painted in large, desperate letters, "Turn back." Kenneth drove past without slowing, without acknowledging the warning, because there was no turning back, no stopping, no escape from what they had become, only the endless forward motion that had become his entire existence. Susan spoke without looking at him, her voice soft and distant, and empty of everything except exhaustion. "We've been driving for days." Kenneth said nothing. The sentence was not a question and did not require an answer. They had already fought about this in the darkness, had already screamed about being dead, about how many days they'd been driving, about nothing hurting. This was not a new realization, but the quiet aftermath of denial finally collapsing. Susan stating aloud what she had already known and Kenneth had refused to acknowledge. He kept driving as the sun climbed toward noon and the road curved through the foothills and towns appeared in the distance and emptied before the airstream reached them. He could see it happening now, could see cars stopping in the street and people running, could see the wave of panic spreading ahead of him like a shadow. And Susan sat pressed against the passenger door watching it happen, watching Kenneth drive through town after empty town, and she said nothing, made no protest, only bore witness to what they were doing, what they would keep doing, what they could never stop doing. Kenneth's hands remained locked on the wheel at 10 and 2, joints rigid, no tremor in the fingers. His foot pressed the accelerator at constant pressure, calf muscles neither fatiguing nor cramping. His eyes stared forward without the small saccades of living vision, without moisture, without blinking. He was a component now, a mechanical element in the system of the airstream, no more alive than the engine or the transmission. And he understood that this was his punishment and his prison and his purpose, to drive west, generating terror in his wake, to empty towns and scatter families and haunt the loneliest road in America until the sun burned out, or the highway crumbled to dust, or something larger than himself finally granted permission to stop. But permission would never come. Kenneth knew this, with the certainty of someone who had already died and refused to accept it. Someone who had become something else and would drive forever, rather than face the stillness that waited at the end of the motion. The road stretched ahead into infinity, the mountains rising and falling, and Kenneth drove through it all with Susan curled against the far door, and the radio silent, and his hands white-knuckled on the wheel, and the white dashed line unreeling beneath the headlights that he could not remember turning off, that had perhaps never been off, that would burn forever in the darkness they carried with them. And then, somewhere in the final miles before dawn, the engine noise began to fade. Not the engine itself. The speedometer still read 70, the tachometer still held steady, the vibration still traveled through the frame. But the sound of it, the engine whine that had been their constant companion for days, began to diminish, to muffle, to retreat behind a pressure that built in Kenneth's ears like descending in an airplane, like diving underwater, like the air itself was thickening into something that would not carry sound. Kenneth's hands remained at 10 and 2. His foot remained on the accelerator. His eyes remained fixed on the white line. But the engine noise faded to a whisper, then to nothing, and the road rattle disappeared, and the wind against the windshield went silent, and Susan's breathing beside him became inaudible, and the world outside the airstream fell into a pressurized quiet, so complete it felt like a physical substance pressing against the windows, against the metal frame, against Kenneth's skull. The silence had caught them, or they had become it. The headlights still cut through the darkness ahead, the speedometer still read 70, the white line still unreeled beneath the wheels in perfect metronomic rhythm. But Kenneth could hear none of it anymore, could hear nothing at all except the terrible nothing that filled the cab. And he understood, in the final moment before understanding became irrelevant, that this was how it would be forever. The silent machine carrying the silent dead west through the silent towns, generating terror without sound, emptying the world without noise, haunting Highway 50 in perfect soundless motion until there was nothing left to empty and nowhere left to go. The cold, salt water dripped from somewhere in the stone ceiling above onto the back of his neck, 3 drops in the slow succession. And Arthur Henshaw understood what the dripping meant. It meant the ocean was already inside the tower. It meant the screaming would begin soon, perhaps within the hour, perhaps sooner if the wind kept building the way it was building now, and she would appear in the corner of his bedroom when he finally allowed himself to descend to the keeper's quarters, her body slick with seawater, her dress heavy and dark with it, her face bloated and pale in the way of drowned things, and she would stand there watching him with eyes that held nothing he recognized as Kathleen, until the dawn light dissolved her back into whatever place she came from. And another night would pass in the hell he had built for himself on these rocks at the mouth of the Columbia River. His hands had kept moving through the sequence while his mind registered the dripping. The brass key turning in its housing, the oil feeding through the narrow tube into the wick chamber, the flame catching and steadying behind the curved glass of the Fresnel lens. 10 years of dusk lightings reduced to automatism, so complete that his body could perform the work, while his attention remained fixed on the cold water running down the back of his neck. He wiped it away, and his hand came away wet and cold. The water smelled of brine and depth, the smell of the Pacific in winter when the storms churned the bottom sediment and brought up things that should have stayed down. He had learned over the decade of his isolation not to look for the source of the dripping because there was never a source. No crack in the stone, no gap in the gallery railing 30 feet above where spray might reach. Nothing that explained the water except the truth he had stopped denying after the first year. She brought it with her, or it came because she was coming, and the distinction no longer mattered because the result was the same. The lens assembly gleamed before him, 12 feet of curved prisms designed by a Frenchman, dead 100 years, beautiful and precise and indifferent to everything except the mathematics of light. He finished the adjustment and stepped back. Through the lantern room windows, he could see the ocean darkening under the dusk, the waves already showing white where they struck the rocks below. And beyond the breakers, the vast gray expanse of the Pacific stretched toward a horizon he could no longer remember wanting to see. The wind was picking up. He could hear it testing the iron seams of the gallery door. the same sound it had made the night Kathleen died. And for a moment, he allowed himself to stand very still and listen to it. This wind that came every winter from the northwest and brought the cold and the storms and the heavy quality of darkness that settled over the Cape like a judgment. He descended the iron ladder to the watchroom and lit the oil lamp on the desk where the logbook lay open to today's date. The entries were brief: weather observations, fuel consumption, the number of vessels sighted passing the Cape during daylight hours. He did not log what happened at night because the Coast Guard would not have believed him, and because he had no language for it that would fit in the narrow columns. He had tried in the first year to keep a private record, but he had burned those pages one morning after reading them and understanding that they made him sound insane. And the distinction between sounding insane and being insane was one he needed to preserve, even if only for himself. The tower groaned around him as the wind found new angles to press against it. He checked the lamp oil reservoir and confirmed the level was adequate for the night. This was his ritual, a sequence of small tasks that filled the hours between dusk and the moment when he would have to go down to his bedroom and wait for her. He inventoried the supply cabinet: 3 spare wicks, 2 gallons of oil, a box of matches that would last the month. He tested the tension on the clockwork weights that turned the lens. He wiped down the brass fixtures even though they were already clean. He was aware that he was delaying, and aware that delay changed nothing. But the routine gave him something to do with his hands, and that was worth preserving. At last, there was nothing left to check, and he stood in the watchroom, listening to the wind and the waves and the smaller sounds of the tower settling into the night. The iron ladder descended below him into darkness. His bedroom was 3 levels down, a small stone room with a narrow bed and a porthole window that looked east toward the cliffs. He had not changed anything in the room since Kathleen died. Her brush still lay on the bureau beside the water basin. Her coat still hung on the hook by the door. He had understood within the first month that removing her things would change nothing about her appearances, and leaving them untouched was not sentiment, but a kind of evidence he needed, proof that she had existed before she became what she was now. He descended the ladder slowly, counting the rungs the way he counted everything now, a habit born of the need to anchor himself to the countable and routine. 16 rungs to the service room, 14 more to the provisions level, 12 to his quarters. He paused at the bottom and listened. The dripping had stopped, but the wind had grown louder, rattling the iron doors that sealed the lower gallery access. And beneath the wind, he thought he could hear something else, a sound like breathing or the movement of water in enclosed space. But when he held still and focused on it, the sound faded into the general noise of the tower, and he could not be sure he had heard anything at all. His bedroom door stood open. He had stopped closing it years ago after learning that she could appear whether the door was open or closed, and leaving it open created the illusion of choice, as if he were inviting her rather than waiting helpless for what he knew was coming. The room was dark except for the faint gray light from the porthole, and he stood in the doorway and made himself look at the corner where she always appeared. The corner was empty. He could see the join of the stone walls and the shadow where the ceiling met them and nothing else. She was not there yet, but she would be. And the waiting was almost worse than the appearance because the waiting contained the last moments of the illusion that perhaps tonight would be different. Perhaps she had finally found whatever release she needed, and he would be alone, truly alone, for the first time in 10 years. He lit the oil lamp on the bureau, and the room leapt into warm light that made the shadows sharper. He sat on the edge of the bed and removed his boots. His socks were damp from the seawater that had somehow gotten into them during the day, and he changed them for dry ones from the drawer, performing each small action with deliberate focus because Focusing on the routine kept him from thinking about what was coming. He lay back on the bed with his clothes still on. He had stopped undressing for sleep in the second year after waking one night to find her standing over him and understanding that being clothed provided some small psychological defense, however meaningless, against the vulnerability of sleep. The wind struck the tower and the whole structure shuddered. He stared at the ceiling and listened to the waves and counted his breaths and waited. The lamp flame bent and steadied. The porthole glass rattled in its frame. Time moved the way it always moved in the hour before she came, slowly and with a weight that made each minute feel like something he had to carry. He found himself thinking about the life he had lived before the lighthouse, the years when he and Kathleen had been young and working on the fishing boats out of Astoria, the small house they had rented on the hill above the cannery, how she had looked at him across the breakfast table in the mornings. And then he made himself stop thinking about that because those memories led inevitably to the night she died, and the night she died led to the question of what he should have done differently, and that question had no answer except the one he lived with every day. The temperature in the room dropped. He felt it happen in the span of 3 heartbeats. The warmth pulled out of the air, and his breath began to fog in front of his face. The lamp flame shrank and turned blue at its base. He sat up slowly and turned his head toward the corner, and she was there. Kathleen stood in the deepest shadow with seawater pooling at her feet, positioned between him and the door, as she always was. The observation had never surfaced before. The fact that in 10 years she had never appeared between him and the bed, only between him and the door or the porthole window, always blocking his route to the rest of the tower. But now he noticed it and pushed the thought away because it suggested patterns he did not want to consider. She was looking at him the way she always looked at him, with an expression he had spent 10 years trying to read and had never succeeded in reading because her face was too changed by what the ocean had done to it. Her skin was pale and faintly luminous, bloated in the way of bodies left too long in cold water, and her hair hung in dark, wet ropes across her shoulders. Her dress, the blue dress she had been wearing the night she fell, the dress he had helped her choose from the catalog because she said it made her feel young again, clung to her body in heavy folds and dripped steadily onto the stone floor. Her eyes were open, but they held no light, and her mouth was slightly parted, as if she were about to speak. But she never spoke. She only stood there watching him with those hollow eyes while the water pooled wider around her feet, and the cold intensified until he could see frost forming on the surface of the bureau. He opened his mouth to say what he always said, the apology that came every night, raw and automatic, that he was sorry, that he should have jumped, that he had let her drown, that he deserved what she brought him. He had said these words so many times that they had worn smooth, lost whatever meaning they might have once carried, become simple sounds he produced, the way the lens produced light, automatically and without expectation of response. She did not move. She stood in the corner and watched him, and the water kept dripping from her dress and her hair and the tips of her fingers. And he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her and tried to find something in her face that he recognized, some trace of the woman who had laughed at his jokes and her cold feet against his legs in bed and known how he took his coffee. But there was nothing left of that woman in the thing that stood before him. This was what the ocean had made of her. This was what his cowardice had made of her. The iron doors somewhere below began to rattle, a violent hammering as if someone were trying to break through from the gallery, and the sound echoed up through the tower in waves that matched the rhythm of the breakers outside. He knew there was no one at the doors. He had learned in the first months that the rattling came from nowhere and everywhere at once, that it was part of her manifestation the same way the dripping water and the cold and her presence in the corner were part of it. All of it connected by a logic he did not understand but had stopped trying to escape. Then the screaming began. It came from the walls themselves, high and desperate, and unmistakably Kathleen's voice, and it was the sound she had made in the black water below the cliff the night she died, the sound of drowning and terror, and the knowledge of death coming. The screams echoed through the stone halls and seemed to multiply as they bounced off the curved walls of the tower surrounding him, filling the small room until there was nothing else, just the sound of her dying over and over again in the dark. He pressed his hands over his ears, but the screaming was not the kind of sound that could be blocked out because it was not truly sound at all, but something that existed in the place where memory and guilt lived, and his hands did nothing to diminish it. She stood in the corner and watched him while the screams echoed and her mouth moved soundlessly, and he sat on the bed with his hands over his ears and felt the tears running down his face and knew that this was his punishment and that he deserved it, every moment of it. Because he had stood on the gallery with the rope in his hands, and he had heard her screaming, and he had not jumped. He had frozen. He had let the cold and the terror and his own useless fear paralyze him, while the woman he loved drowned in the freezing Pacific. He had stood there and done nothing, and she had died. And now she would stand in his bedroom every night and remind him of what he was, a coward who had let the only person who mattered slip away into the dark while he stood safe on the iron platform above. The screaming went on for hours. It always did. He endured it the way he had endured it for 10 years, by retreating into himself until he was almost not present, until the part of him that could think and feel had contracted to something very small and hard and distant, while the rest of him simply existed in the room with the screaming and the cold, and the dripping woman in the corner who had once been his wife. He did not know when the screaming finally stopped. He came back to himself slowly and discovered that the room was silent except for the wind and the waves, and when he looked at the corner again, Kathleen was gone, and the only evidence she had been there was the water on the floor, already beginning to dry, and the cold that would take another hour to dissipate. He lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling and waited for dawn. The days had a structure. Arthur had built the structure deliberately in the months after Kathleen's death, understanding that without it, he would disintegrate. And the structure had held for 10 years, each day identical to the one before, a routine so fixed that he could perform it without thought, and that was precisely the point. Thought was the enemy. Thought led to questions about why he stayed, whether he could leave, what his life might be otherwise, and those questions had answers he could not bear to examine. So he filled his days with tasks that required his hands and his attention, but not his mind, and the tasks consumed the hours between dawn and the next manifestation, and that was enough. He woke each morning when the light from the porthole turned the room gray, whether he had slept or not. He rose from the bed and checked the corner where Kathleen had stood, confirming she was gone until nightfall. He washed his face in the enamel basin and dressed in the same clothes he had worn for years, heavy canvas pants, and a wool shirt that smelled of salt and lamp oil. He climbed to the lantern room and extinguished the flame and cleaned the soot from the glass, working methodically around the circumference of the lens, each section wiped until it showed no streaks. The work took an hour. He had timed it once in the second year and discovered that if he worked at a steady pace without rushing, the hour passed exactly. And since then, he had used the cleaning as a measure of time, a way to mark the morning without looking at the clock. After the lens, he descended to the kitchen and made coffee in the dented pot that had been Kathleen's, using the same measurements she had used, 1 scoop of grounds per cup and 1 for the pot, though he no longer remembered why the extra scoop mattered, or if it had ever mattered at all. He drank the coffee standing at the small window that looked north toward the cliffs, watching the seabirds wheel over the rocks and the waves break white against the headland. The coffee was always too strong and slightly bitter, but he drank it anyway because Kathleen had made it this way, and changing it would be a kind of betrayal, though of what or whom he could not have said. The supply inventory came next. He kept a ledger in the provisions room, a lined notebook, where he tracked the stores, flour and salt and coffee, and lamp oil and the other essentials the Coast Guard delivered once monthly when the weather allowed. The counting gave him something to do with his hands, and the numbers gave him something to focus on. That was not Kathleen, or the night she died, or the question of what he deserved. 12 cans of beans, 8 pounds of flour, 3 gallons of lamp oil. He wrote the figures in careful columns and compared them to the previous week's count and noted the consumption rate, and the act of notation created the illusion that he was managing something, that his presence here served a function beyond punishment. After the inventory, he checked the tower itself, working his way down from the lantern room through each level, examining the iron framework for rust, the stone walls for cracks, the seals around the windows for gaps where water might enter. The lighthouse had been built in 1898, 28 years before he was born, and it would still be standing long after he was gone, but he performed the inspection every day because the routine required it, and because finding problems gave him tasks to fill the afternoon. He cataloged each issue in a separate notebook. A loose bolt on the gallery railing, a chip in the mortar between 2 stones on the north wall, a pane of glass in the watchroom window that had developed a hairline crack. He had noticed something once, in the 4th year, a pattern he had tried to dismiss as coincidence. On nights when he had repaired something dangerous, replaced a rusted rung on the iron ladder, sealed a crack in the gallery railing where his weight might have broken through. The manifestations had been worse, not louder but more agitated. Kathleen would appear closer to the door. The cold would be more intense. The screaming would start earlier. He had told himself it meant she was angry at him for maintaining the prison that held them both. He had not let himself consider any other explanation. Most of the problems were minor and required no immediate repair. But he noted them anyway and scheduled the repairs in a rotation that ensured he would never run out of work to do. By midday, the inspection was complete, and he returned to the kitchen to eat, a meal that varied only in the order he opened the cans, beans one day and stew the next and soup the day after. He ate standing at the counter because sitting at the small table meant sitting where Kathleen used to sit across from him, and her chair pushed in against the table was easier to bear than her chair pulled out with the space across from him empty. He washed his plate and his fork in the basin and set them on the drying rack and looked out the window at the ocean and tried not to think about the hours remaining until dusk. The afternoons were the hardest. The morning tasks consumed him through the cataloging momentum, the checklist satisfaction of each item completed. But the afternoons stretched long and shapeless, and there were only so many tasks he could invent to fill them. He had taken to reading the old logbooks, the entries made by the keepers who had served at Cape Disappointment before him. Men whose names he knew only from their handwriting and their terse weather observations. Clear skies, light wind from southwest, 2 steamers passed northbound. The entries went back to 1898, when the lighthouse first began operation, and he had read them all multiple times, working backward through the decades, and the sameness of the observations was comforting in a way he had not expected. Proof that other men had stood in this tower and watched the ocean and recorded the passage of ships, and that their lives had been as narrow and repetitive as his own. Sometimes in the late afternoon he allowed himself to go outside, though he had not stepped onto the lower gallery since the night Kathleen fell. Instead, he stood at the door to the service room and looked out through the small window at the rocks below and the Pacific beyond, watching the waves come in and break and pull back, the rhythm unchanging, and his mind went to the night she had slipped from his hands and how the water had taken her so quickly that there had been no time for anything except the understanding that she was gone. He had dreams sometimes where he went over the rail after her, the rope around his waist, and in the dreams the rope held, and he pulled her from the water and carried her back inside, and she was alive and cold but alive. And then he would wake in the dark bedroom and know it was a dream, and know that the real Kathleen was dead, and that the thing which appeared in the corner was something else, something he had created by failing her. He knew why she was here. She was bound to the rocks because he had failed her, because his cowardice had killed her. And that cowardice was a weight that held her spirit, the same way the lighthouse was a weight that held him. He had understood this within weeks of her first manifestation, had recognized the logic of it even through his grief. She could not leave because he would not forgive himself, and he would not forgive himself because he did not deserve forgiveness. And so they were both trapped, her by his guilt, and him by his choice to stay and endure what she brought him every night. The certainty of this trapped symmetry was absolute. If he left the lighthouse, she would still be here, bound to these rocks, screaming into the empty tower forever. And the image of that was worse than enduring her presence, because at least while he stayed, she had someone to show her suffering to, someone to punish. And that seemed necessary somehow, a balance that had to be maintained. Leaving had occurred to him only once in the 3rd year, when the Coast Guard captain had asked during a supply delivery if Arthur was planning to remain at the lighthouse, or if he wanted to put in for a transfer to one of the stations closer to Seattle, where the isolation was less severe. Arthur had looked at the captain and understood that the question was kindness, that the captain could see what the isolation was doing to him and was offering a way out. But Arthur had said no, he would stay, and the captain had nodded and not asked again. After the boat left, Arthur had stood at the service room window and imagined himself on it, sailing away from Cape Disappointment toward some other life, and the imagining had lasted perhaps 30 seconds before the guilt rose up and crushed it. He could not leave her here alone. He could not abandon her to this empty tower the way he had abandoned her to the black water. Staying was the only thing he had left that resembled loyalty, and if it meant enduring her manifestations every night for the rest of his life, then that was a price he was willing to pay because it was less than he owed her. By evening, the light through the windows had begun to fail, and it was time to return to the lantern room and light the Fresnel lens and begin the cycle again. He climbed the iron ladders slowly, his knees aching in a way they had not ached 10 years ago, and he understood that he was aging here in this tower, that the years were passing and wearing him down, and the understanding brought with it a satisfaction that felt almost like peace. He wanted to age here. He wanted the lighthouse to consume whatever years he had remaining. He wanted to die here and be buried in the cemetery plot next to Kathleen, and let the wind and the salt air and the passage of time reduce him to nothing. And that reduction seemed right in a way that no other ending could be. He reached the lantern room and stood at the window looking out at the darkening ocean. The sun had dropped below the horizon, and the sky was turning the deep blue of approaching night. In an hour it would be full dark, and he would light the lens and descend to his bedroom and wait for her to come. And she would come the way she always came, dripping and silent, and watching him with those hollow eyes. And he would apologize the way he always apologized, and the night would pass in cold and screaming and endurance. And tomorrow would be the same, and the day after that, and all the days after for as long as he lived. This was his penance. This was what he had built on these rocks, and he would serve it faithfully until it ended him. It began 3 nights later, a change so subtle Arthur almost missed it. The manifestation had started the way it always started. The temperature dropping in the bedroom until his breath fogged, the lamp flame shrinking and turning blue, Kathleen appearing in the corner with seawater pooling at her feet. Arthur had been sitting on the edge of the bed when she materialized, and he had looked at her the way he always looked at her, searching her bloated face for some trace of recognition, some sign that she knew him, and finding nothing but those hollow eyes watching him with an expression he could never read. But tonight she did not remain in the corner. He saw her shift her weight, a movement so small it might have been the lamp flame casting different shadows. But then she took a step forward, her bare foot lifting from the pooled water and coming down on the dry stone with a sound like something heavy and wet being placed on a table. Arthur's breath stopped. He pushed himself back on the bed until his shoulders hit the wall. In 10 years, she had never moved. She had stood in the corner and watched him, and the water had dripped from her, and the screaming had echoed through the halls. But she had never taken a step toward him, and the fact of her movement now was more terrifying than anything that had come before, because it meant the rules had changed, and he did not know what the new rules were. She took another step, and another, crossing half the distance between the corner and the bed, and then she stopped. She stood in the middle of the small room with her arms at her sides and her head tilted slightly as if she were listening to something he could not hear, and the water dripped from her hair and her dress and made a new pool where she stood. Arthur pushed himself back on the bed until his shoulders hit the stone wall and his hands gripped the edge of the mattress, and he waited for her to come closer, to reach for him, to touch him with those cold, drowned hands. But she did not move again. She only stood there watching him, and the watching felt different now that she was closer, more focused, as if she were trying to communicate something through the intensity of her gaze alone. The iron doors began to rattle and the screaming started, louder than it had been in months, and Arthur pressed his hands over his ears, but the sound cut through anyway, filling the room and the tower and the space inside his skull. Through the screaming, he watched Kathleen standing in the middle of the room, her mouth moving in rhythm, with the sounds echoing off the stone, and he understood that she was the source, that the screams were coming from her, even though her throat produced no sound. And the understanding made it worse because it meant she was screaming inside this drowned shell, and he could do nothing to stop it. The manifestation lasted until dawn, the way it always did, but Kathleen remained standing in the middle of the room the entire time, never returning to the corner, never moving closer to the bed, and when the first gray light came through the porthole, she faded the way she always faded. But the pool of water where she had stood remained for hours afterward, larger and colder than the pool she left in the corner. The next night, she appeared in the same spot, in the middle of the room, as if she had never stood in the corner at all. The night after that, she was closer to the bed, close enough that Arthur could see the details of her drowned face more clearly than he ever had before. The way her skin had a faint luminescence like something pulled from deep water. The way her eyes held shadows that moved independently of the lamp flame. She never touched him. She never reached for him. But her proximity was its own kind of violence, and Arthur found himself unable to sleep even after she faded, because the knowledge that she had been standing 3 feet from him, close enough that he could have reached out and touched her sodden dress, made the bed feel contaminated. A week passed, and the pattern continued to shift. The manifestations grew longer, starting earlier in the evening and lasting past dawn into the morning, so that Arthur would extinguish the Fresnel lens and descend to his bedroom to find her already there, waiting, and she would remain visible even after the sun rose fully, her form growing fainter in the daylight, but never disappearing entirely. The cold intensified until frost formed on the inside of the porthole glass, and his water basin froze solid, and he had to wear his heavy coat inside the tower just to keep from shaking. The dripping water became a constant sound, no longer limited to the hours before her appearance, but present throughout the day, seeping from the ceiling stones in the bedroom and the watchroom, and once, impossibly, from the brass housing of the Fresnel lens itself. He noticed the dripping was coldest in certain places, on the iron ladder where the third rung had rusted through before he replaced it, in the watchroom near the window where the seal had failed, places where something had been broken, places where he might have been hurt if he had not made the repair. He told himself it meant the tower itself was deteriorating, that the cold was finding the weak points. He did not let himself think about what it might mean if the cold was marking the places where he had been in danger. He tried to understand what had changed, what he had done differently that might have triggered this escalation. But his days were identical, and his nights were identical, and the only variable was time itself, the years accumulating, and perhaps that was enough. Perhaps 10 years of nightly appearances had built some kind of momentum, a supernatural pressure that was now finding new ways to manifest. And if that was true, then the manifestations would continue to intensify until what? He did not know. He could not imagine an end point except his own death. And even that seemed insufficient, because if his guilt was what bound her here, then dying might not release her, might only trap her more completely in this tower with no one to appear to, screaming into emptiness forever. It made him sick with a fear that was different from the fear he felt during her manifestations. This was a deeper fear, the fear of having failed her not just once on the night she died, but continuously, of having made her suffering permanent through his choice to stay here and endure rather than what? Leave? Die? Forgive himself? None of those options seemed possible or right, and yet the alternative was this, an endless escalation of horror, with no resolution except the wearing away of his mind and body until the tower consumed him completely. On the 8th night of the new pattern, Kathleen appeared in the doorway, blocking the exit, her dripping form filling the narrow frame. Arthur stood from the bed. He took one step toward her and stopped. The cold was worse near her, a cold that had nothing to do with temperature, and he could smell the deep ocean brine that clung to her bloated skin. He took another step, and she shifted, moving to keep herself between him and the door, and terror went through him, so sharp and sudden that his breath stopped. She had never moved deliberately before, never tracked his position, never adjusted. He stepped to the right, and she mirrored him. He stepped to the left, and she moved again, repositioning herself with deliberate intent that made his stomach drop, because it meant she was aware, intelligent, hunting him. And the understanding that she could move changed everything, because if she could block the door, she could reach for him, and if she could reach for him. He backed away fast, hit the bed, sat down hard. She remained in the doorway. The screaming began and lasted until morning. When she faded, he discovered he could not make himself stand, could not make himself climb the ladder to the lantern room and continue the routine. He sat on the bed for hours while the daylight strengthened and the dripping from the ceiling continued. His hands would not stop shaking. By midday, he forced himself to stand and climb to the lantern room. But his mind could not focus on the weather observations, could not catalog the vessels passing or the wind direction or the state of the barometer. He kept seeing her in the doorway, repositioning herself to cut off his escape, and he kept hearing the wet sound her bare feet had made on the stone floor when she moved. The manifestations continued to change. Some nights she appeared in multiple locations, in the corner and the doorway, and once at the foot of the bed, all at the same time. 3 versions of her dripping and watching from different angles, so that he could not look away without seeing her. Other nights she moved through the room in slow circuits, walking the perimeter in a pattern that made no sense, pausing at the window and the bureau and the door as if she were checking them, inspecting them, though for what purpose Arthur could not guess. The screaming grew loud enough that he thought it would be audible outside the tower, that passing ships would hear it and report strange sounds from Cape Disappointment. But no one came and no one asked, and the Coast Guard supply boat arrived on schedule, and the crew noticed nothing unusual and left again, and Arthur understood that whatever was happening here was happening only to him and Kathleen, that the tower held their horror the way it held the beam of light, contained and rotating and visible only to those who knew where to look. He stopped trying to understand it. He endured it the way he had endured it for 10 years, by retreating into himself and waiting for dawn. But the endurance was harder now because the changes kept coming, and each change brought with it the possibility of worse changes to follow. And he had no defense against possibility, no way to brace himself for a horror that kept shifting its shape. The cold became so severe that he could no longer feel his fingers after an hour in the bedroom. The dripping water formed ice on the floor that did not melt even when Kathleen was gone. The screaming lasted 18 hours without stopping, a continuous sound that followed him through the tower no matter where he went, and when it finally ended, and the silence was so absolute and unexpected, that Arthur stood in the lantern room and wept, not from grief, but from the shock of the sound's absence. And through it all, Kathleen watched him, moving through the room in her slow circuits, or standing in the doorway, or materializing in front of him when he tried to leave. And she never touched him, never reached for him. But her presence had become inescapable in a way it had not been before. And Arthur began to understand that something was going to break, that this escalation was building toward some conclusion. And the only question was whether he would survive it, or whether the tower would finally claim him the way it had claimed Kathleen 10 years ago on the rocks below. On the 14th night, Arthur broke. He had endured the changing manifestations, the moving circuits, and the doorway blocking, and the cold that turned his bedroom into something like the inside of a freezer. But tonight, when Kathleen appeared, she was standing directly over the bed, her dripping face inches from his own, and the shock of her proximity after 10 years of distance made something in him crack. He rolled from the bed and scrambled to the door, not thinking, just moving, driven by a terror so pure it bypassed thought entirely. And he ran. He climbed the ladder to the watchroom with his hands slipping on the cold iron rungs, his breath coming in gasps that fogged the air around him, and he did not stop until he reached the lantern room and stood at the window with the full dark of the Pacific stretching before him and the beam of the Fresnel lens rotating overhead in its steady sweep. His whole body was shaking, and he could not make it stop. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass and closed his eyes and tried to remember how to breathe normally. But the image of Kathleen's face hovering over his kept rising in his mind, the bloated features and the hollow eyes and the mouth working soundlessly, and he understood that he had reached the limit of what he could endure. He could not go back to that room. He could not lie in that bed and wait for her to appear above him again. It made his stomach turn and his hands shake harder. And he knew with absolute certainty that if he went back down, she would be there, and it would be worse than before, because the escalation showed no sign of stopping, and eventually she would touch him, or he would touch her, or the cold would kill him, or the screaming would break something in his mind, and any of those outcomes seemed unbearable. The supply boat would come in 6 days. He could meet it at the dock and climb aboard and tell the crew he was leaving, that he needed to be relieved, and they would take him across the 30 miles of ocean to Astoria, and he would never have to come back to Cape Disappointment. The realization bloomed in his mind with sudden conviction. He could leave. Nothing was forcing him to stay except his own choice, and he could unchoose it. Could step onto the boat and let the lighthouse recede behind him and find some other life, some other place where the nights were warm and silent and empty of drowned wives appearing at the foot of his bed. He stood at the window and imagined it, the boat cutting through the swells, the lighthouse shrinking until it was just a point of light on the rocks, the mainland approaching with its towns and roads and people who lived normal lives without ghosts. The imagining was so vivid, he could almost feel the deck beneath his feet, the salt spray on his face, the relief of distance opening up between himself and this tower. He would find work somewhere inland, away from the ocean. He would rent a room in a boarding house and get a job that had nothing to do with lights or beacons or the keeping of vigils. He would rebuild his life into something small and quiet and manageable, and the nights would be his own again, and eventually the memory of these 10 years would fade until it seemed like something that had happened to someone else. But even as he held the vision in his mind, he felt it start to crumble, undermined by the question he could not escape. What would happen to Kathleen if he left? She would still be here, bound to these rocks. The manifestations would continue whether he was present to witness them or not. The screaming would echo through the empty tower. Her dripping form would appear in the bedroom with no one to see it. And the horror of that was worse than anything he had endured because it meant her suffering would have no witness, no purpose, no end point. At least while he stayed, she had someone to show herself to, someone to punish. And that seemed necessary somehow, a balance that had to be maintained. If he left, he would be abandoning her a second time, leaving her to scream into emptiness forever, while he built a new life somewhere she could not reach him. And the cowardice of that was worse than the cowardice of not jumping, because this time he would be making the choice consciously, with full knowledge of what he was doing. He had been wrong to think he could leave. The tower held them both, and always would, her by death, and him by guilt. And the guilt was the stronger chain, because at least death was a state that could not be changed, whereas guilt was something he chose to carry every day, chose to let anchor him to this place where her spirit was trapped. The beam rotated overhead and cast moving shadows across the lantern room floor, and Arthur watched the shadows and kept seeing Kathleen standing over his bed with her dripping face inches from his own. And he recognized that her proximity was not random, that the escalation had a logic even if he could not fully comprehend it. She was getting closer because something was building, some pressure or force that was driving the manifestations to intensify. And the question was whether that pressure would eventually dissipate or whether it would continue to build until it broke him completely. He did not know which outcome to hope for. Breaking seemed terrible, but it would at least be an ending, whereas continuing meant more nights like tonight, more changes he could not predict, more horror arriving in forms he had not yet imagined. The uncertainty of it was its own kind of torture. The knowledge that he could not prepare for what was coming because he did not know what shape it would take. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east, the black turning to gray, and Arthur realized he had been standing at the window for hours. His legs ached, and his hands were numb from gripping the window frame. And when he released his grip, he saw that his fingers had left marks in the frost that had formed on the brass. He turned from the window and looked at the ladder descending into darkness, and he knew he would have to go back down eventually, that he could not stay in the lantern room forever, that his bedroom waited for him, and Kathleen would be there tonight the way she was there every night. And he would have to endure it because endurance was all he had left. But first he needed to tell her. He descended through the tower slowly, moving down through the watch room and the service room, and the provisions level, and when he reached his bedroom, he stopped in the doorway and looked at the empty space. The water on the floor from her manifestation had not yet dried. Her presence still hung in the cold air like an echo. He stepped into the room and stood where she had stood above the bed, and he spoke to the emptiness, knowing she could not hear him yet, but needing to say it anyway, needing to make the choice concrete by speaking it aloud. "I'm not leaving you." The words came out hoarse and quiet, and the room did not answer. Arthur's breathing slowed. The pressure that had been building in him for hours began to ease. He had made his choice. He would stay. He would endure whatever came next, because enduring was better than abandoning her. And if the manifestations destroyed him, then at least he would have served his sentence faithfully to its end. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the corner where she used to appear before the changes started, and he tried to remember what it had been like when the manifestations were predictable, when she appeared in the same place every night, and he knew what to expect. Those nights had been terrible, but they had been knowable, and knowledge had been a kind of comfort even when the thing known was horror. Now he had no knowledge, no way to predict where she would appear or what form the manifestation would take. And the unpredictability was worse than the horror itself because it meant he could never rest, could never let his guard down, could never tell himself that he had survived the worst of it. But he would stay. He had nowhere else to go, and even if he did, going would be its own betrayal, and he had betrayed her enough for one lifetime. The lighthouse would consume him eventually, the years and the cold, and the nightly horror grinding him down until there was nothing left. And when that happened, perhaps she would finally be released. Perhaps his death would break whatever chain held her here, though he suspected that was too optimistic, that his death would accomplish nothing except removing the only witness to her suffering. It made him sick, but he did not look away from it. He made himself examine it fully, the possibility that everything he was enduring was pointless, that Kathleen would be trapped here forever, regardless of what he did or how long he stayed. And the pointlessness of it should have made him want to leave, but instead it strengthened his resolve, because if his presence changed nothing, then at least he could offer her this one thing, which was his witness, his attention, his willingness to see what she had become and accept responsibility for having made her into it. The light from the porthole was bright now, full morning, and Arthur stood and began his routine, climbing to the lantern room to extinguish the flame and clean lens, moving through the tasks methodically, and the routine felt different now that he had made his choice consciously, rather than simply defaulting to it. He was not staying because he lacked the imagination to leave. He was staying because leaving would compound his original sin, and whatever punishment came from staying was preferable to the punishment that would come from adding that second abandonment to the first. The day passed. Evening came. Arthur lit the Fresnel lens and descended to his bedroom and sat on the bed and waited. And when Kathleen appeared, she was standing in the middle of the room again, exactly where she had been the night before, and the manifestation proceeded as it always did, the cold and the dripping and the screaming. And Arthur endured it without fleeing, because fleeing would solve nothing, and staying was the only loyalty he had left to offer her. When dawn came and she faded, he remained on the bed, and he counted the 5 days until the supply boat arrived, pictured himself standing on the dock and watching it approach and watching it leave again without him. And the thought brought no relief, but it brought a kind of resolve, which was that he knew now what he was choosing and why, and that knowledge would have to be enough to carry him through whatever came next. The radio crackled to life 3 days later with the Coast Guard weather advisory, a toneless voice reading coordinates and barometric pressures and wind speeds that translated into a simple message. A major winter storm was building in the Pacific, 600 miles west of Cape Disappointment, moving northeast at 20 knots, expected to reach the Washington coast within 72 hours. Arthur copied the information into the logbook methodically, recording the numbers in the narrow columns, and when he set down his pencil, he looked out the watchroom window at the ocean and saw that it was already changing, the swells running longer and deeper than they had that morning, the spacing between wave crests widening in the way that always preceded a significant blow. He had seen storms like this before. Every winter brought at least one, sometimes two or three systems that rolled in from the open Pacific with enough force to shake the tower and send spray high enough to coat the lantern room glass with salt. But this was the first major storm since the manifestations had begun to change, since Kathleen had started moving and appearing closer and blocking doorways, and Arthur did not know what would happen when the storm arrived, whether her manifestations would intensify further, or whether the storm itself would somehow disrupt them, and the uncertainty weighed on him throughout the day. The barometric pressure was already dropping. Arthur checked the mercury column in its glass housing and noted the reading, 29.4 inches and falling. By evening, it had dropped to 29.1. By the next morning, it was at 28.8, and the wind had begun to build from the northwest, the same direction the gale had come from 10 years ago, and Arthur tried not to think about that earlier storm, about Kathleen on the gallery with the wind tearing at her dress and the waves exploding against the rocks below, but the memory pressed in anyway, overlaying the present with images he had spent a decade trying to forget. He began the storm preparations methodically, working through the checklist he had developed over his years at Cape Disappointment. He secured the loose equipment in the service room, lashing down the spare fuel cans and the toolboxes and the coils of rope that might become projectiles if the wind found them. He checked the seals on all the doors and windows, running his hands along the rubber gaskets and the iron frames, confirming everything was tight. He tested the emergency generator and topped off its fuel tank. He inventoried the provisions and moved 3 days' worth of food and water to the watchroom, so he would not have to descend to the kitchen if the lower levels flooded. He filled every container he had with fresh water in case the cistern intake became contaminated with seawater. The work consumed the daylight hours and gave him something to focus on besides the dropping pressure and the building wind and the knowledge that tonight Kathleen would appear, and he would have to endure her manifestation while preparing for the storm tomorrow, and the combination of those two things, the supernatural horror and the natural one, felt like more than he could manage. But managing was not optional, so he kept working, kept moving from task to task, kept his hands busy and his mind occupied with practical problems that had clear solutions. By dusk, the wind was strong enough to make the tower groan, a sound Arthur had not heard in months, the iron framework flexing under the pressure and producing low metallic notes that resonated through the stone. The ocean had turned dark gray and the swells were running 12 feet, their crests beginning to break white even a mile offshore. The sky had lowered and thickened, clouds moving fast from the northwest in layers that suggested the storm's vanguard was already overhead and the main body was close behind. Arthur lit the Fresnel lens and stood in the lantern room, watching the beam rotate across the darkening water. And he pictured the ships that might be out there, fishing boats or cargo vessels caught between ports by the storm's arrival. Imagine their crews watching for his light, trusting it to mark the rocks and the safe passage north. And the responsibility of that trust was both familiar and strange because for 10 years he had been keeping the light, not for passing ships, but as a kind of penance, a task to fill the hours between manifestations, and remembering that it served an actual function beyond his own punishment made him feel something close to purposeful for the first time in years. But the feeling did not last because when he descended to his bedroom, Kathleen was already there. Though full dark had not yet fallen, and she was not standing in one place, but moving through the room in quick circuits, appearing in the corner, and then at the window, and then by the door, and then at the foot of the bed, her form flickering between locations too fast for Arthur to track. And the speed of her movement was new and deeply wrong, and suggested an agitation he had not seen before in her manifestations. The temperature in the room had dropped below freezing. Arthur could see his breath in thick clouds and feel the chill penetrating through his heavy coat. And when he looked at the water basin, he saw that it had frozen solid. The surface cracked in a radial pattern that spread from the center. Frost covered the inside of the porthole glass and spread across the stone walls in crystalline patterns that caught the faint light from his lamp and scattered it in prismatic fragments. Kathleen's manifestation continued its rapid flickering, and Arthur sat on the bed and watched her cycle through the room's corners and edges, never staying in one place for more than a few seconds, and he tried to comprehend what the movement meant, what had changed to produce this new pattern. The only variable was the approaching storm, and the correlation seemed obvious. Her agitation had begun when the barometric pressure started dropping, and the faster the pressure fell, the more rapid her movements became. And Arthur's mind went to the night she had died, to the gale and the wind, and the terror in her eyes as she hung from the rail. And he wondered if the approaching storm was somehow triggering a memory in her. If even in death she could sense the weather changing and connect it to the trauma of her drowning. The thought made him sick with a grief that felt fresh despite the decade that had passed. If she could remember her death, if some part of her consciousness remained trapped in the moment of falling and the black water closing over her head, then her nightly manifestation were not punishment, but reenactment, and she had been reliving her drowning every night for 10 years while he apologized uselessly from his bed. And the magnitude of that suffering was too large to hold in his mind, so he pushed it away and focused on the immediate problem, which was that the storm was coming, and Kathleen's manifestations were escalating, and he did not know what would happen when the two things converged. The screaming began earlier than usual, before midnight, and it was louder than Arthur had ever heard it, loud enough that the stone walls seemed to vibrate with the sound. And he pressed his hands over his ears, but the screaming cut through anyway, a high, sustained note of terror and anguish that went on without pause for breath, because the dead do not need to breathe. Arthur endured it the way he always endured it, by making himself small inside his own mind, by retreating to some interior place where the sound could not fully reach him. But tonight, the retreat was harder because Kathleen's flickering form kept appearing in his peripheral vision, and the cold was intense enough that he worried about frostbite, and the knowledge that the storm would arrive tomorrow made everything feel more urgent and fragile. The manifestation lasted until dawn, but even after Kathleen faded, the cold remained, the bedroom temperature staying well below freezing. And when Arthur tried to stand, he discovered that his joints had stiffened during the night, and his fingers were numb despite his gloves. He climbed to the lantern room slowly, his body protesting each rung of the ladder. And when he reached the top, he saw that the ocean had changed overnight. The swells were running 20 feet now, huge gray hills of water that moved with the ponderous momentum of geological forces. And the wind had reached gale strength, tearing the tops off the swells and filling the air with spray that reduced visibility to a quarter mile. The barometer read 28.1 and was still falling. Arthur calculated that the storm's center would arrive sometime that evening or early the following morning, and when it did, the winds would reach hurricane force and the seas would build to 30 feet or more, and the lighthouse would have to endure the full weight of the Pacific, trying to tear it from the rocks. He spent the day making final preparations, checking and rechecking everything he had secured the day before. And as he worked, he kept thinking about Kathleen's agitation in the previous night, about the rapid flickering, and the early onset of the screaming, and he tried to prepare himself for whatever tonight would bring, but preparation seemed inadequate when he did not know what he was preparing for, when the only certainty was that the manifestation would be worse than the night before because everything had been getting worse for weeks, and there was no reason to expect tonight would break the pattern. By late afternoon, the wind had reached storm force, and the waves were hitting the rocks with enough power to shake the tower's foundation. Arthur stood in the lantern room and watched the ocean assault the cape, the white water rising 50 feet up the cliff face and falling back in tons of churning foam. And he recognized that this storm was going to be as severe as the one that had killed Kathleen, possibly worse. And the recognition brought with it a fear that was different from the fear he felt during her manifestations, because this was a physical danger, a threat that could kill him the same way it had killed her, and dying in the storm seemed both fitting and terrible. Fitting because it would be the same death she had suffered, and terrible because dying would abandon her to this empty tower forever. He lit the Fresnel lens as the last gray light faded from the sky, and the beam began its rotation, cutting through the spray and the darkness to mark the rocks for any ships desperate enough to be navigating these waters tonight. The wind screamed around the lantern room and rattled the iron framework, and Arthur could feel the tower swaying, a motion so pronounced that the lamp oil showed ripples on its surface, and the tools hanging on their hooks swung gently back and forth. He descended to his bedroom, knowing that Kathleen would be there, that her manifestation would be even more violent than the night before. And when he reached the bottom of the ladder and looked into the room, he saw that she was already present, not flickering between locations now, but standing completely still in the center of the room with her dripping face turned toward the porthole window. And through the glass, Arthur could see the storm, the waves crashing against the rocks in explosions of white that rose higher than the gallery, and he realized she was watching the storm the way she had watched it 10 years ago from the kitchen window before she went out onto the gallery, before she fell. And the parallel was so exact and terrible that Arthur stopped in the doorway and could not make himself enter the room. Kathleen turned her head slowly until she was looking at him, and her hollow eyes held something that might have been recognition or warning or simple acknowledgement that the storm had come again, and this time neither of them knew if they would survive it. The storm hit full force near midnight. Arthur was in the watch room when the wind shifted from northwest to due west, and the sound changed, the howl deepening into a roar that penetrated the stone walls and made the iron framework sing. And he climbed to the lantern room to check the beam and saw the ocean transformed into something that no longer resembled water, but rather a living violence, waves 40 feet high colliding with the rocks and sending white columns up past the gallery. And in the brief moments when the spray cleared, he could see the horizon tilting at impossible angles as the swells rolled in from the darkness. The barometer had bottomed out at 27.8 inches. The wind gauge showed sustained speeds of 70 knots with gusts to 90. The tower was swaying enough that Arthur had to brace himself against the lantern room railing to stay upright, and every few minutes a particularly strong gust would hit, and the whole structure would shudder and groan, and Arthur would wait to see if the iron framework would hold, or if this would be the gust that finally tore the lighthouse from its foundation. He had stopped thinking about Kathleen's manifestation. She had appeared at sunset, standing at the porthole window watching the storm build, and she had remained there motionless while Arthur moved through his preparations, and her presence had become just one more element of the crisis, no more or less urgent than the dropping pressure, or the rising seas, or the wind that threatened to reduce the tower to scrap metal on the rocks. He was beyond fear now, beyond anything except a narrow focus on the immediate task. Check the lens, monitor the fuel, watch the seas, survive the next hour. The wave hit at 10 minutes past midnight. Arthur was in the watch room when the sound changed, not louder, deeper. A frequency he felt in his sternum before he heard it. He turned toward the seaward window and the lantern room. Glass above him shattered inward, and the cold came with it. Not the cold of winter air, but the cold of deep water, black water, the cold of the Pacific in January, 40 feet down, where light does not reach and the pressure crushes the lungs. He tried to breathe and tasted salt. Brine filled his mouth and nose, and the air in the watchroom was not air anymore, but something thick and wrong that his body could not process. He coughed, and seawater came up, real water from inside him, and the cold drove into his chest and made his heart stutter. The tower was still standing. The walls were still stone. But the ocean was inside now. Not flooding through doors, but filling the space, the way water fills a drowned man's lungs, displacing everything. And Arthur could not get air, could not make his body understand that he was not underwater even as his vision dimmed and the pressure built behind his eyes. He staggered toward the ladder, but his legs would not work properly, and the cold had reached his bones and turned them brittle. He went down hard on the stone floor, and his hands felt as though they were slapping wet stone, though when his palms pressed flat, the floor beneath him was dry. His clothes were soaked through, and his hair was plastered to his skull, and when he tried to breathe again, salt water came up in a gush that burned his throat raw. The roar of the ocean surrounded him, not outside the tower, but inside his head, filling the space where thought should be. The same roar Kathleen must have heard in her last moments when the black Pacific closed over her and dragged her down and her lungs filled, and her body understood it was drowning even as her mind refused to accept it. Arthur's vision narrowed to a tunnel. The edges went black, and the center held only gray stone and the knowledge that he was dying the way she had died. Lungs full of freezing water, body seizing in the cold. And the symmetry of it was absolute, and he deserved this, had always deserved this. And the darkness at the edges of his vision was spreading inward, and he could not fight it anymore. Something grabbed him. The grip was freezing and iron strong, fingers locked around his collar, and he was lifted bodily off the stone floor and dragged backward away from the ladder and through a doorway he did not remember approaching. His back hit stone, and the grip released, and he was alone in sudden comparative silence, gasping, and the air that entered his lungs was air again, thin and cold but breathable, and the ocean inside him was gone. Arthur lay on his back on cold stone and coughed until his ribs ached. His throat burned. His clothes were soaked through, but when he touched the floor beside him, the stone was dry. The roar of the ocean had retreated to where it belonged, outside the walls, and he could hear the storm continuing, but it was separate from him now, no longer filling the space inside his chest. He was alive. The tower had not flooded. He had drowned without water and been pulled back from it by something that should not exist. He sat up slowly, his muscles protesting, and turned his head to look behind him. Kathleen stood in the stairwell between him and the descending ladder. She was still dripping. Arthur stared at her from the floor, water still dripping from his hair and clothes, his breath coming in ragged gasps that burned in his throat. She had not changed. The bloated features were the same, the pallid, drowned skin. Her hair hung in dark, wet ropes across her shoulders, and her dress, the blue dress, clung to her body in heavy folds and dripped steadily onto the stone. Her eyes were hollow, and her mouth was slightly parted, and she looked exactly as she had looked every night for 10 years. The only difference was that she had saved him. Arthur tried to speak and found his voice would not work properly, the words catching in his throat, and he had to swallow twice before he could force out the question that consumed him. "Why did you save me?" His voice came out hoarse and broken, barely louder than a whisper, but in the relative quiet of the stairwell she heard him. She did not speak. She raised one hand slowly, water dripping from her fingers, and pressed it to her own chest, over her heart, and then moved it outward toward him. The gesture was clear. You. Then she pointed at him, and then at the door behind her, and shook her head. Arthur's throat closed. The understanding hit him with a force that was almost physical. She had been trying to keep him alive. She had not been punishing him or showing him what he had made of her. The manifestations, the cold, the dripping, the screaming, none of it had been accusation. All the nights she had appeared in his bedroom, standing and watching. She had been staying with him. The nights she blocked the doorway. She had been trying to keep him from going somewhere dangerous. Her agitation during the storm, she had known what was coming and could not warn him in words. The guilt that had anchored him for a decade did not dissolve. It transformed into something worse. The crushing realization that he had tortured himself over a lie, had built a hell from a misunderstanding, had wasted 10 years in this tower enduring a punishment she had never intended, while she endured the horror of her own form trying desperately to communicate something he had been too consumed by his own guilt to see. Kathleen knelt slowly on the stone floor in front of him. Her dress pooled water around her knees. She reached toward him, and he flinched involuntarily, but she did not stop, and her hands came to rest on either side of his face, her palms against his cheeks. Her touch was freezing, colder than the seawater, cold enough that his skin went numb where she touched him, and he could feel the chills spreading into his jaw and his skull. She was dead. She had been dead for 10 years. The ocean had taken her, and what was left was this. And she was touching him with hands that belonged to a drowned thing, and he wanted to pull away, but he could not make himself move. Arthur closed his eyes and felt the tears run down his face and into her palms, and he waited for whatever would come next. And in the waiting, he realized that for the first time in 10 years, he was not bracing for horror, but open to the possibility of something else, some truth that had been trying to reach him through all the manifestations he had misinterpreted. And the openness felt like vulnerability, but also like relief. He had been holding a crushing weight, and someone had finally offered to help him carry it. Kathleen's hands pressed more firmly against his face, and Arthur felt a shift in the air around them, a gathering of something he could not name. And then his mind opened, not broke or shattered, but opened, a door swinging wide. And he was no longer in the stairwell, but somewhere else, somewhen else, and he was seeing through eyes that were not his own. The night came to him in fragments at first, sensory impressions without context, the wind tearing at fabric, the taste of salt, the cold that went beyond temperature into something elemental. Then the fragments assembled themselves into coherence, and Arthur was no longer Arthur, but Kathleen, and he was standing on the gallery of the lighthouse with both hands gripping the iron rail, and the gale was trying to peel him from the tower and throw him into the Pacific, 40 feet below. The terror was absolute. Not the sharp fear of sudden danger, but the deeper horror of understanding that death was coming, and there was no escape from it, that the wind and the waves and the geometry of the situation had converged into an equation with only one solution. Kathleen's hands were already numb from the cold, and the iron was slick with spray, and her feet kept sliding on the wet gallery floor, and she knew. Arthur felt her knowing it with absolute certainty, that she was going to fall, that the fall was inevitable, that the only question was when. She heard Arthur call her name from somewhere behind her, his voice barely audible over the storm. And she turned to look and saw him coming around the gallery with the safety rope in his hands, and the sight of him triggered a cascade of understanding that Arthur received as if it were his own thought. If she fell and he tried to save her, they would both die. The rope would not hold, or he would go over trying to reach her, or the current would take them both, and she could not bear that, could not die knowing she had pulled him into the black water with her. She tried to turn toward him, to move away from the rail, and her foot slipped. Arthur felt the moment of falling as if he were falling himself, the sickening lurch as gravity took hold, the desperate grab for the lower rail, the shock of her hand catching iron while her body swung out over the void. She was hanging now, half over the edge, and through her eyes Arthur could see the rocks below and the white water churning against them. And he could feel the cold weakening her grip and the weight of her body pulling her fingers loose. And mixed with the terror was a desperate hope that Arthur would not try to climb over after her, that he would stay safe on the gallery, that he would not throw his life away trying to save hers when they both knew saving her was impossible. Arthur appeared above her at the rail and grabbed her wrist with both hands, and Kathleen felt the grip. Arthur felt her feeling it, and the first emotion that came was not relief but a horror, worse than the fear of falling, because she could see in his face that he was going to try to go over after her, was calculating whether the rope would hold, was preparing to trust his life to a decision made in seconds, and she could not let him do it, could not let him die for a gesture that would accomplish nothing except putting them both on the rocks. She tried to pull her hand free of his grip. Arthur felt her doing it, felt the deliberate uncurling of her fingers, the attempt to slip loose before he could make the fatal choice to follow her. But his hands were locked around her wrist and would not release, and she could see the moment approaching when he would have to decide, the moment when staying meant watching her fall and going meant dying with her, and she had perhaps 3 seconds to prevent him from choosing wrong. She screamed at him. Arthur felt the scream leave her throat and heard it the way she heard it, not as garbled sound lost in the storm, but as clear, desperate words. No, don't jump. Stay back. Please don't jump. She was screaming it over and over, the words torn from her, with every ounce of strength she had left, because she could see Arthur's face, and she could see him deciding, could see the fear and the love and the terrible calculus he was performing, and she needed him to understand that jumping would be the worst thing he could do, that staying alive was what she wanted, that if he went over after her, she would die knowing she had failed to save him, and that failure would be worse than the drowning itself. His hands were slipping on her wrist. She could feel the moment coming when her cold, wet skin would slide free of his cold, wet hands, and the grief that rose in her was not for herself, but for Arthur, for the weight he would carry after she was gone, for the way he would blame himself, even though there was nothing he could have done, nothing anyone could have done. And her last conscious thought before the fall was a profound and overwhelming gratitude that he had not jumped, that she could see him safe on the gallery above her, and that gratitude was stronger than the fear of the water, stronger than the terror of drowning, strong enough that it filled her completely in the final moment. And she fell into the black ocean, thinking, thank God he stayed, thank God he's alive. The memory released Arthur, and he was back in the stairwell on the stone floor with Kathleen's hands pressed to his face, and tears were running down his cheeks in streams that he could not stop or slow. The understanding was complete and devastating. She had not been begging him to save her. She had been begging him not to try. Every assumption he had built over 10 years, every interpretation of her screams and her nightly manifestations had been wrong. She had died grateful that he froze, relieved that his paralysis kept him from throwing himself over the rail, and the horror he had taken as accusation had been her way of waiting, of staying with him, of enduring the form her spirit had taken, because his guilt was the anchor that trapped her, and she could not leave until he released her by forgiving himself. 10 years of apologizing for the wrong thing, of enduring punishment she had never intended, of her trapped in this tower, bound to the rocks, not by her anger, but by his refusal to accept that he had given her exactly what she wanted in her final moments, which was his survival. Arthur opened his eyes and looked at Kathleen through the blur of tears. Her face was still bloated. Her eyes were still hollow. She was still the thing the ocean had made of her. But her hands pressed against his face with a terrible gentleness, and through the freezing cold of her touch, he felt her trying to tell him something she had been trying to tell him for 10 years. He reached up and placed his hands over hers where they rested against his face. His fingers touched wet, cold flesh. Dead flesh. He made himself speak the words anyway. "I heard you." His voice was raw and broken, but clear enough. I stayed. The vibration under his hands intensified for a moment. The freezing cold burned deeper into his face. Kathleen's mouth moved soundlessly, and the water ran from between her lips, and Arthur understood that even now, even with the truth between them, she could not speak to him, could not cross that final barrier between the dead and the living. She had been trapped here for 10 years trying to communicate a single truth, and he had spent 10 years misunderstanding her. And now that he finally knew what she had been trying to say, the knowledge changed nothing because she was still dead and he was still alive, and the gulf between them was absolute. The roar of the ocean that had been a constant presence in the tower for a decade did not fade. It continued unchanged. The waves still hammered the rocks below. The wind still screamed around the gallery. The only thing that changed was Arthur's understanding of what the sound meant. And that understanding made it worse, not better, because now he knew that every scream echoing through the stone halls for the last 10 years had been her trying to warn him, trying to protect him, and he had endured it as punishment, when what she had needed was for him to understand. But understanding had not freed her. Kathleen's hand slipped from his face. She stood slowly and backed away from him, and the effort of the memory transfer had exhausted whatever force held her in this form, because she was already fading, not departing, but simply losing the strength to remain visible. Arthur scrambled to his feet and reached for her, but his hands passed through empty air where her shoulders should have been, and she was gone. He stood alone in the stairwell and understood with a sick certainty that she had not left. She had only faded. The chains that held her here were not his guilt alone, but something deeper. The simple, pitiless horror of death itself, the trauma of drowning, the barrier between the living and the dead that no amount of understanding could cross. His comprehension had changed nothing except his own relationship to her suffering. She would come back. Tomorrow night, and the night after, and every night for as long as he remained in this tower. The manifestations would continue. The temperature would drop. The dripping would start. She would appear in the corner of his bedroom, bloated and terrible and desperate, and the walls would fill with her screaming. But now he would know what the screaming meant. Now he would have to sit on the edge of his bed every night and watch the woman he loved relive her death over and over, watch her scream warnings at him about a danger that had already passed 10 years ago, watch her try with desperate futility to save him from a fall he had never taken. He could no longer apologize to ease his conscience. He could no longer endure it as deserved punishment. He could only witness it, helpless, knowing that she was trapped in an eternal moment of terror, trying to protect him, and he could do nothing to comfort her or warm her or make her understand that he was safe, that he had always been safe, that her sacrifice had worked. The storm began to fade outside. Dawn was coming. Arthur climbed slowly back to the lantern room and extinguished the flame and stood at the window looking out at the gray winter ocean. Tonight she would come again, and the night after, and all the nights after that. And he would stay, because leaving would mean abandoning her to scream into an empty tower forever, and he could not do that to her a second time. The water dripped from the stone ceiling. The waves broke against the rocks below, and Arthur understood that he would spend the rest of his life in this lighthouse, bearing witness to an unending tragedy he could never resolve, watching the woman he loved drown again and again in the freezing dark, while he stood safe on the gallery above, exactly as she had wanted, exactly as she had died grateful for. That was his punishment. Not guilt, understanding. Leo Turner set the cafe's menu aside and opened his notebook to the page he had been carrying for 11 days. Carmine Bruno's name was circled 3 times in blue ink, the loops slightly overlapping where his pen had returned to the same spot. Below it, in his own hand, Lethe, absolution, returned October 14th. The words meant nothing until you knew what Carmine Bruno had been. A bootlegger who ran rum from Havana to the Gulf Coast, who killed a federal agent in Biloxi and walked because the only witness disappeared. A man who smiled at prosecutors. Carmine Bruno, who 1 week in October had vanished into the Terrebonne parish swamps and returned serene, his operation abandoned, his accounts closed, his enforcers suddenly working for other men. Across the cafe, a man in a linen suit was watching Leo over a glass of chicory coffee, or Leo thought he was. The man's gaze slid past him to the door, and Leo returned to the notebook. He had seen Carmine Bruno 2 days after the man's return, outside the Monteleone Hotel on Royal Street. Leo had been covering a shipping fraud case and recognized Bruno from the federal courthouse. The same man who had stared down a prosecutor for 40 minutes without blinking, whose presence in a courtroom made stenographers pack up early. But the man outside the Monteleone had been someone else wearing Bruno's face. He stood with his hands loose at his sides, watching the traffic with a placid expression that reminded Leo of hospital patients after surgery. When a streetcar rattled past and backfired, Bruno hadn't flinched. A week ago, that sound would have put his hand inside his jacket. Leo had crossed the street to get closer. Bruno's eyes tracked him without interest, the way you might watch a pigeon land on the pavement. No recognition, no threat assessment. Just a man standing in October sunlight, empty. Leo had asked around. The waiters at Leo's restaurant knew Bruno used to eat there twice a week, always the corner booth, always facing the door. He hadn't been back since his return. The bartender at the Sazerac said Bruno came in once, ordered a rye, and left it untouched on the bar for an hour, while he stared at the bottles on the shelf. When the bartender asked if something was wrong with the drink, Bruno had smiled and said it was fine, everything was fine, and walked out without paying. The bartender didn't chase him. He didn't chase Carmine Bruno over $2. But men who worked for Bruno told different stories. His bookkeeper said Bruno had called him to his office the day after his return and handed him a list of accounts to close and debts to forgive. Tens of thousands of dollars dissolved with a signature. The bookkeeper had asked if he was sure, and Bruno said he had never been more certain of anything in his life. His tone was cheerful. The bookkeeper quit the next morning. An enforcer named Giacomo, who had broken a journalist's fingers in 1931 for writing about Bruno's Algiers warehouse, told Leo that Bruno had shaken his hand, thanked him for his years of service, and given him $500 in walking money. When Giacomo asked where Bruno was going, Bruno said he wasn't going anywhere. He was staying in New Orleans. He just didn't need Giacomo anymore. He didn't need anyone. Leo flipped back 3 pages to the notes from his first interview with a dock supervisor who moved shipments for Bruno's operation. The supervisor had used the word peaceful 4 times in 5 minutes. Bruno was peaceful now. He looked peaceful. He seemed at peace. The repetition had stuck with Leo not because it was unusual to hear that word applied to a bootlegger, but because the supervisor had sounded envious. A man who had spent 2 decades greasing customs inspectors and bribing harbor police, who slept with a revolver under his pillow, envying Carmine Bruno's peace. The folklore came third hand, from a Cajun fisherman Leo found in a bar off Chupatula Street. The fisherman's cousin worked the oyster beds south of Houma and knew the stories that came out of the deep swamps where the channels narrowed and the cypress grew so thick the water never saw full sun. If a man did something he couldn't live with, the guilt followed him. It sat in his chest. It turned his food to ash. And if the weight got heavy enough, and the swamp would pull him, he'd wake up one morning knowing he had to find the pardon man. He'd leave his wife, his work, his name, and walk into the Terrebonne marshes until he found the shack. Inside, the pardon man would listen to his confession. And when the man was finished, the pardon man would give him a cup of water from the swamp, boiled with a root that didn't grow anywhere else. Lethe water, the fishermen called it, after the river in the Greek underworld, that made the dead forget. 1 cup, and the sin lifted. The man could go home. He'd be quiet afterward, and he'd smile at nothing, but he'd be free. Leo didn't believe in magic, but he believed in opportunities. A shack in the swamp was a perfect place to run an operation the Federals couldn't touch. No roads, no witnesses, no jurisdiction. If Bruno had debts to settle or enemies closing in, vanishing into the bayou for a week made sense. The serenity was an act, the abandoned empire a feint. Leo had built a career on finding men who wanted to disappear and exposing the infrastructure that hid them. But the fisherman's cousin had said something else, something that didn't fit the pattern. He said the men who came back from the pardon man weren't pretending. They'd forgotten how to pretend. You could insult them to their faces and they'd smile. You could cheat them and they'd thank you. They weren't scared of anything anymore because they couldn't remember what fear was for. Leo closed the notebook and drank the last of his coffee, gone cold. Across the cafe, the man in the linen suit folded his newspaper and left $1 on the table. He didn't look at Leo on his way out. The door swung shut behind him, and the ceiling fan turned in the humid air. Leo had a name now, a tracker named Boudreaux, who ran supplies into the Terrebonne channels and knew the unmarked cuts where the fishermen wouldn't go. Leo had found him through the fisherman's cousin, who said Boudreaux would take money to guide someone in, but wouldn't go all the way to the shack. No amount of money would get him that far. Leo had asked why, and the cousin said Boudreaux had guided 2 men to the pardon man in the past 5 years, and both times he'd come back silent, poling his pirogue like a man trying not to wake something up. Leo paid for the coffee and stepped into the heat of Magazine Street. He'd meet Boudreaux tomorrow at the Fisherman's Wharf in Houma. He'd bring a camera, a notebook, and enough cash to make the trip worth the tracker's trouble. If the pardon man's shack was a front for Bruno's operations, Leo would photograph it and file the story by the end of the month. If it wasn't, if the folklore had some other explanation, something he hadn't considered, he'd find that too. That was the job. You followed the pattern until it broke, and then you wrote about what you found where the pattern used to be. He walked 2 blocks before he realized the man in the linen suit was standing in the shade of a hotel awning half a block back, watching the street. Leo kept walking. Leo took the Southern Pacific line south from New Orleans at 6 in the morning, the train rattling through cane fields where the mist hadn't burned off yet. He carried a leather satchel with a notebook, a Kodak Brownie camera, $60 in small bills, and a steel canteen he'd bought from a pawn shop on Rampart Street. The canteen had dents in it from someone else's expedition, and the cap stuck when he tried to unscrew it in the rail car. He worked it loose with his jacket wrapped around the threading and made a note to buy a replacement in Huma. He couldn't count on finding clean water in the swamp, and boiling it meant stopping long enough to build a fire. The pawnbroker had told him the canteen came from a man who'd been guiding hunters into the Atchafalaya before the state started regulating seasons. The man sold it for $2 and never came back for the deposit. Leo didn't ask why. Homa appeared through the train window an hour later, a spread of low buildings and fishing docks where the intracoastal waterway cut through on its way to the Gulf. Leo stepped onto the platform into air that smelled like engine oil and mud. The fisherman's wharf was a quarter-mile walk south, past a row of supply shacks advertising bait and fuel. Men were unloading crates of shrimp from a trawler, their sleeves rolled up, their hands red from ice. Leo asked one of them where to find Boudreaux, and the man pointed to a pirogue tied at the end of the dock, a flat-bottomed skiff with a push-pole lashed along the gunwale. Boudreaux was older than Leo expected, maybe 60, with sun-damaged skin and forearms that looked like they'd been carved from driftwood. He was sitting on an overturned crate, mending a section of netting with a steel needle. He didn't look up when Leo approached. Leo waited, watching the man's hands work the twine through the mesh in a pattern too fast to follow. After a minute, Boudreaux tied off the thread, bit it clean, and set the netting aside. Leo introduced himself and explained what he needed. A guide into the Terrebonne channels as far toward the deep swamp as Boudreaux was willing to go. Leo didn't mention the pardoned man by name, but Boudreaux's expression suggested he didn't need to. The man studied Leo the way you'd study a wooden board before deciding whether it was worth planning. Boudreaux told him the rate. $20 to the edge of the navigable water, where the channels narrowed and the cypress roots made poling difficult. He wouldn't go past that point. Leo could continue on foot if he wanted, but Boudreaux would wait at the channel fork for 2 days. If Leo didn't return by sundown on the second day, Boudreaux would leave. Leo asked what happened to men who didn't come back, and Boudreaux said some men came back and some didn't, and the distinction stopped mattering after the second day. Leo paid him half up front. Boudreaux folded the bills into his shirt pocket and told Leo to meet him at the dock at dawn. They'd need the full day to reach the fork. He told Leo to bring food that wouldn't spoil and a hat with a brim wide enough to keep the sun off his neck. The drugstore 2 blocks north sold quinine tablets if Leo wanted them. Boudreaux didn't say what the quinine was for, but Leo bought a bottle anyway, along with a wide-brimmed straw hat and 2 tins of sardines. He spent the night in a boarding house on Main Street, a narrow room with a window that overlooked the railway yard. He couldn't sleep. The air was too thick, and the room smelled like mildew and the kerosene lamp the landlady had left burning in the hall. He lay on top of the sheets and listened to the cicadas in the oak tree outside. At some point, he must have dozed because he woke to the sound of a train pulling out of the station, and the sky outside was the gray of pre-dawn. He met Boudreaux at the dock as the sun broke the horizon. The water in the canal was flat and dark, reflecting the pilings and the underbellies of the boats. Boudreaux was already in the pirogue, the push-pole across his knees. Leo stepped into the boat and sat on the plank seat near the bow. The pirogue rocked under his weight, and he gripped the gunwales until it steadied. Boudreaux didn't comment. He pushed off from the dock with the pole and guided them into the current. They moved south through water the color of tea, past docks where shrimp boats were tied and men were already hauling nets. The canal opened into wider channels lined with marsh grass that stood higher than a man's head. Boudreaux poled without speaking, his movements economical, the pole slipping into the water and catching the bottom with a muted thud that Leo felt through the hull. Birds lifted from the reeds as they passed, herons, egrets, something smaller that Leo couldn't name. The sun climbed and the air thickened. Leo took off his jacket and rolled his sleeves. Sweat pooled under the brim of his hat and ran down the sides of his face. By mid-morning they had left the marked channels. The water narrowed and the cypress closed in, their trunks rising out of the shallows like the pillars of a drowned cathedral. Spanish moss hung from the branches in curtains that brushed the top of Leo's hat when they passed underneath. The light changed. It came through the canopy in fragments, white and green, and the shadows under the trees were the kind of dark that didn't move when the sun did. Boudreaux poled them through gaps in the roots that looked too narrow for the pirogue, but the boat slipped through without scraping. Once Leo saw something large slide off a log into the water 10 yards ahead. Boudreaux poled past it without breaking rhythm. They stopped once near noon at a spit of muddy ground where a cypress had fallen and created a gap in the canopy wide enough to let the sun through. Boudreaux stepped out of the pirogue and tied the bowline to the fallen trunk. Leo climbed out after him, his legs stiff from sitting. The ground was soft under his boots, and when he stepped away from the water, his heel sank 2 inches into the mud. He ate one of the tins of sardines and drank from the canteen. The water tasted like metal. Boudreaux smoked a cigarette and watched the channel they'd just come through, his eyes moving over the surface in a pattern that suggested he was looking for something specific. Leo asked him how much farther to the fork. Boudreaux said another 3 hours if the water stayed deep enough to pole. Leo asked if he'd been this far in recently, and Boudreaux said not since spring. Leo asked what he was looking for in the water, and Boudreaux ground out the cigarette under his boot and said nothing Leo needed to worry about yet. They continued. The channel split twice, and each time Boudreaux chose the narrower route without hesitating. Leo tried to track their direction, but the bends in the waterway and the canopy overhead made it impossible to see the sun long enough to orient. He gave up and watched the water instead. It was darker here, almost black, and the surface was glassy in a way that made it look solid. The fisherman's cousin's words came back. The channels where the water never saw full sun. They were in those channels now. The fork appeared late in the afternoon, marked by a stand of bald cypress that rose from the water in a cluster, their roots forming a natural barrier across the wider channel. Boudreaux poled them to a low shelf of ground on the eastern bank and stepped out, dragging the bow onto the mud. Leo climbed out and looked at the fork. One channel curved west, visible for maybe 30 yards before the trees swallowed it. The other ran south, narrower, choked with lily pads and duckweed. The water in the southern channel didn't look deep enough to pole. Boudreaux told him the southern channel led deeper, toward the old trapping camps the Cajuns had abandoned in the 20s. If the Pardon man's shack was real, it would be back there, where the water was too shallow for boats and the ground too soft to build anything permanent. Leo asked how far, and Boudreaux said half a day on foot if Leo didn't get lost. Leo asked what he should watch for, and Boudreaux looked at him for a long moment, then said, "The water doesn't want you here." Leo waited for the rest of it, but Boudreaux turned away and began tying the pirogue to a cypress knee. Leo didn't press him. He shouldered his satchel, checked the canteen, and stepped into the southern channel. The water came up to his shins, warmer than he expected, and the mud under his boots had the consistency of wet cement. He took 3 steps and looked back. Boudreaux was sitting in the pirogue, the push-pole across his lap, watching Leo the way you'd watch someone walk into a building you knew was condemned. Leo turned south and kept walking. The water in the southern channel stayed shallow for the first 100 yards, warm against Leo's shins, the bottom soft enough that each step released bubbles that smelled like rotting vegetation. Then the channel narrowed and the water deepened to his knees, and he had to move slower, testing each step before committing his weight. The canopy overhead thickened until the light came through in shafts so narrow he could count them. 5, then 3, then none. The air under the trees was 10 degrees cooler than it had been in the open water, and it smelled like wet wood and something else he couldn't identify. Sweet, almost floral, but with a medicinal sharpness that reminded him of the ether the dentist used. He walked for what felt like an hour, though he couldn't check his watch without stopping, and stopping meant standing in water deep enough that his boots were already full. The channel curved east, then south again, then west. He tried to track the bends in his head, but lost count after the 4th turn. The trees looked identical. Bald cypress with trunks as wide as oil drums, their roots spreading through the water in configurations that forced him to climb over some and duck under others. Twice he had to backtrack when the channel split, and he chose a route that dead-ended in a wall of roots too dense to push through. The 3rd time the channel split, he stopped. Both routes looked navigable. The left channel was slightly wider, the water clearer. The right channel was darker, choked with duckweed, but something about the configuration of the trees suggested it had been used more recently. He looked for marks on the trunks, scratches, broken branches, anything that indicated passage, but saw nothing definitive. He chose the right channel because it ran south, and Boudreau had said deeper meant south. 20 yards in, he realized the water was moving, not current. There was no current this far from the main waterway, but movement. Small ripples spreading from points he couldn't see, concentric circles overlapping and canceling each other out. He stopped and watched the surface. The ripples continued, appearing at random intervals from different locations, something under the water, or many somethings. The memory of what slid off the log surfaced. He pushed it away. He kept walking. The channel opened into a wider basin where the water was calm and black, and reflected the canopy above in perfect detail. Leo stopped at the edge of the basin, one boot on a submerged root, and looked across. The far side was maybe 40 yards away, difficult to judge in the fractured light. The water in the basin was deeper. He could tell from the color, the way it absorbed light instead of reflecting it past a certain depth. He couldn't see the bottom. He looked for a way around, but the basin extended in both directions, curving out of sight behind stands of cypress. Going around would mean backtracking or cutting through undergrowth, thick enough to hide the ground. He stepped into the basin. The water rose to his thighs, then his waist. He kept his satchel above his head and moved forward, feeling for the bottom with each step. The mud gave way to something firmer. Clay, maybe, or silt packed hard enough to hold his weight. He was halfway across when his boot came down on something that shifted under him. He froze. The thing under his boot moved again, a slow rolling motion, and then it was gone, sliding away through the water without breaking the surface. Leo didn't move for a full minute. When he did, he moved faster, lifting his knees higher, keeping his eyes on the far bank. He reached the far side and pulled himself onto a shelf of mud that held his weight. He set the satchel down and leaned against the cypress trunk, breathing harder than the exertion warranted. His shirt was soaked through, and his trousers clung to his legs. He drank from the canteen and ate the second tin of sardines, forcing himself to chew even though his throat felt too tight to swallow. The fish tasted like salt and oil and the inside of the tin. He drank again and screwed the cap back on. The canteen was half empty. He'd need to find water soon, or boil some from the channel, which meant stopping long enough to build a fire and wait for it to cool. He decided to wait until he found the shack. If the shack existed, it would have water. If it didn't exist, he'd need to turn back before the canteen ran dry. The ground beyond the basin was firmer, though still soft enough that his boots left deep prints. He followed what looked like a game trail, a narrow gap in the undergrowth where the palmetto fronds were bent back and the ground showed signs of repeated passage. The trail curved through a stand of live oaks draped with moss so thick it hung to the ground in curtains. He pushed through the moss and came out into a clearing. The clearing was small, maybe 20 feet across, and the ground was covered with a mat of dead vegetation that had compacted into something almost solid. In the center of the clearing was a structure. Calling it a structure was generous. 4 cypress posts driven to the ground, a roof of corrugated tin held down with stones, and walls made from sheets of tar paper nailed to a frame of saplings. The whole thing leaned to the left, and the tin roof had rusted through in spots. Leo approached slowly. The door was a section of canvas hung from a rope strung between 2 posts. He pulled the canvas aside and looked in. The interior was empty except for a wooden crate turned on its side and a pile of rags in the corner. The floor was dirt, and the walls let in enough light through gaps in the tar paper that he could see the space clearly. No one had been here in months, maybe years. The rags were stiff with mildew, and the crate had rotted until the wood came apart when he touched it. He stepped back outside and looked at the clearing again. An old trapping camp, exactly what Boudreaux had said he'd find back here. But not the shack. Not the Pardon Man shack. This was to ruin, to abandon. If the Pardon Man was real, his shack would be maintained. Functional. People came to him. You couldn't run an operation out of a structure that was falling down. Leo circled the clearing and found the trail continuing on the far side, heading south. He followed it. The ground sloped downward and the undergrowth thinned. The trees here were different. Younger, smaller, growing closer together. He realized he was walking through an area that had been cleared at some point, maybe a decade ago, and was only now growing back. Someone had cut the old-growth timber and left the saplings. He found the first stump a few yards later, cut clean with a saw, the top weathered but still flat. Then another and another, a line of stumps running parallel to the trail, spaced 10 feet apart. He stopped at the 4th stump and ran his hand over the top. The wood was soft with rot, but the cut was precise. Whoever had felled these trees knew what they were doing. Leo looked ahead and saw more stumps, a grid of them extending into the trees. Not random clearing, planned clearing. Something had been built here, or was going to be built, and then abandoned. The trail ended at a second clearing, larger than the first, where the stumps formed a perimeter around a flat section of ground that looked like it had been graded. In the center of the clearing was a depression, roughly circular, filled with stagnant water that reflected the sky in fragments. Leo walked to the edge of the depression and looked down. The water was shallow, maybe a foot deep, and the bottom was covered with a layer of rust-colored sediment. He saw shapes under the water, straight lines, right angles. He crouched and reached in, his fingers finding metal. He pulled, and a section of chain came up, links thick enough to hold a boat, covered in rust and algae. He dropped the chain and stood. The clearing felt wrong in a way he couldn't name. Not dangerous. There was nothing here that could hurt him. But wrong in the way a sentence with a missing word felt wrong. Something should have been here and wasn't. Or something had been here and left. He heard it then. A sound from the south, beyond the far edge of the clearing. Not an animal sound. Rhythmic. Metal on metal or metal on wood. 3 strikes, a pause, 3 more strikes. Someone working. Leo picked up his satchel and moved toward the sound, keeping to the tree line at the edge of the clearing. The sound continued, steady, unhurried. 3 strikes, Pause. 3 strikes. He reached the far edge and saw it through the trees. A shack. Not ruined, not abandoned. A structure with walls that looked solid and a roof that sat level. Smoke rising from a metal pipe that jutted through the tin. A door that was closed. And outside, a man splitting wood with an axe. Leo stepped behind a cypress trunk and watched. The man was in his 50s, heavy through the shoulders, wearing canvas trousers and a collarless shirt soaked through with sweat. He worked the axe with practiced efficiency, someone who'd split thousands of cords and didn't need to think about placement anymore. The wedge of the blade caught the center of each log and the halves fell away cleanly. He'd set up a chopping block in the shade at the side of the shack. A section of cypress stump waist high, the top scarred with axe marks. A pile of split wood was stacked against the shack's eastern wall, enough to last through winter, if winter meant anything this far south. The man bent, set another log on the block, straightened, and swung. 3 strikes, pause, 3 strikes. Leo counted 12 logs split before the man stopped, set the axe against the block, and walked to a water barrel near the shack's front door. He lifted a tin dipper from a hook on the side of the barrel, filled it, and drank. Then he poured the rest over his head and stood there with the water running down his face and neck, his eyes closed. He refilled the dipper, drank again, and hung it back on the hook. He picked up the axe and returned to the block. Leo studied the shack while the man worked. It was larger than the ruined trapping camp, maybe 12 feet by 16, built with milled lumber instead of saplings. The walls were vertical planks, painted white at some point, but weathered now to gray. The roof was corrugated tin, newer than the walls with minimal rust. The door was solid wood with iron hinges, and it sat flush in the frame. A single window on the front wall, covered from the inside with something that blocked the light. No curtain. The coverage was too complete. Wood shutters, maybe, or boards. The smoke from the pipe had thinned to a wisp. Someone had banked a fire. The clearing around the shack had been maintained. The undergrowth cut back, the ground raked smooth. A path led from the shack's door to the water barrel, and another path ran from the door to the tree line on the southern edge, disappearing into the cypress. Leo saw a second structure near the southern path. Not a building, just a lean-to made from sheets of tin propped against a frame. Under the lean-to were crates, stacked too high, and what looked like sacks of rice or flour. Storage. Supplies brought in from somewhere, which meant the man wasn't isolated. Someone was provisioning him. Leo looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the adrenaline that came with proximity to something you'd been chasing. He'd found it. The shack existed. The pardon man existed. A man in his 50s who split wood and drank from a barrel and kept a fire going in weather that made Leo's shirt stick to his back. Leo could photograph the shack, document the location, hike back to the fork, and file a story about a hermit operating a con in the swamps. Carmine Bruno paid this man to stage the folklore, and the man took the money and lived out here where the Federals would never find him. It was clean. It was simple. It was the kind of story Leo had built a career on. But it didn't explain the supplies. A con man didn't need crates of provisions unless he was feeding more than himself, and it didn't explain the maintained clearing, the fresh firewood, the functional roof. A man running a con would live in the ruined camp, not here. This was permanent. This was infrastructure. Leo stepped out from behind the cypress and walked into the clearing. The man saw him immediately. He didn't startle and didn't reach for a weapon, didn't stop mid-swing. He finished the stroke, split the log, and set the axe against the block. Then he turned to face Leo, his hands loose at his sides, and waited. Leo crossed the clearing, feeling the man's eyes on him the entire way. When he was 10 feet from the chopping block and the man spoke, his voice was measured without accent, the kind of voice you'd hear in a lecture hall or a courtroom. "You've come a long way." Leo stopped. He hadn't expected the greeting to sound so ordinary, so professional. He didn't know what he'd expected. Something closer to the folklore. The man looked at him the way a doctor might look at a patient who'd walked into an examination room. Neutral assessment, cataloging symptoms, waiting for the complaint. Leo introduced himself, keeping his voice level. He said he was a journalist from New Orleans, that he'd been investigating reports of men returning from the swamps, changed, and that he'd followed the trail here. He didn't mention Carmine Bruno by name. The man listened without interrupting, his expression unchanged. When Leo finished, the man nodded once, slowly, as though Leo had confirmed something he already knew. The man told Leo his name was irrelevant, that men who came here didn't care what he was called, only what he could do. But if Leo needed something to write in his notebook, he could use the name the locals used, the Pardon Man. It wasn't accurate. Pardon implied forgiveness, and he didn't forgive anything. But it was easier than explaining what he actually did. Leo asked what that was. The man looked at him for a long moment and gestured toward the shack's door. Inside, he said, the sun was too bright for the kind of conversation Leo wanted to have. Leo hesitated, scanning the clearing for signs of other men, other threats. The man seemed to understand. He said Leo could leave his satchel outside if it made him feel safer, that there was nothing inside the shack worth stealing, and nothing Leo carried that the man needed. Leo kept the satchel. The man shrugged and walked to the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Leo followed. The interior was cooler by 15 degrees, the air smelling like wood smoke and something else. Sweet, almost floral, but underneath it the smell of wet leaves gone to mulch. Not decay exactly, but something that had stopped being fresh. The smell sat in the back of Leo's throat. The single room was divided by function. A sleeping area in the far corner. A cot with a wool blanket folded. The mattress ticking was stained dark in the center. The impression of bodies compressed into the fabric from men who'd slept there without moving. A work area near the window. A table, a chair, a kerosene lamp. Shelves along the eastern wall filled with glass jars and ceramic containers. And in the center of the room, a cast-iron stove with a pot on top, steam rising from the spout. The pot's rim was crusted with a pale residue, layers of it, years of the same substance boiled in the same vessel. The man crossed to the stove and lifted the pot with a rag wrapped around the handle. He poured the contents into a tin cup and set the cup on the table. Then he sat in the chair and gestured for Leo to take the cot. Leo sat, the satchel still on his shoulder. The cot frame creaked under his weight. The man said Leo looked like he'd been walking for hours and should drink something before they talked. The water in the barrel outside was safe, but the tea was better. It helped with focus. Leo looked at the cup on the table, the steam curling from the surface, and felt his throat tighten. The man saw the expression and laughed. Not unkindly, but with the weariness of someone who'd seen the same reaction many times. Not that tea, the man bet. That tea was on the shelf. This was just root bark and chicory, the same thing Leo probably drank in New Orleans. The man stood, walked to the shelf, and took down a jar. He opened it and held it out so Leo could see inside. Dried mushroom, brown and wrinkled, packed in layers. The smell from the jar was stronger than the room's ambient sweetness, fungal, earthy, with that same medicinal sharpness. This, the man said, was what Leo had come to see. Leo looked at the mushrooms, then at the man. The man screwed the lid back on the jar and returned it to the shelf. He sat down again and folded his hands on the table. He said if Leo wanted the story, he'd give it to him. The whole story. What the tea did, how it worked, why men came here, and why they left different. But Leo would need to understand what he was looking at first, because without context, it sounded like folklore. And folklore was what men told themselves when they didn't want to understand the truth. Leo took out his notebook. The man stood and walked to the shelves, running his finger along the jars until he found the one he wanted. He took it down and set it on the table next to the cup of tea Leo hadn't touched. The jar was smaller than the first, filled with a pale powder that looked like ground bone. He unscrewed the lid and tilted the jar so Leo could see the texture. Fine, almost crystalline, with a faint yellow tint when the lamplight hit it. This was the processed form, the man said. The mushrooms were harvested, dried, ground into powder, then boiled for 6 hours and reduced. 1 tablespoon of concentrate per cup of water. The result was a tea that tasted bitter, slightly sweet, and left a numbness on the tongue. Men drank it willingly because by the time they found this shack, they would drink anything. Leo asked where the mushrooms grew. The man said they grew in one location, a sinkhole 3 miles south where the water table dropped and created a flooded cavity. The mushrooms grew on submerged cypress roots in clusters dense enough that a month's supply took less than an hour to harvest. He'd found it by accident in 1927, following a channel that looked like it led nowhere. He'd been looking for a place to build a still. Instead, he found the mushrooms. He hadn't known what they were at first, but he'd been trained in neurology at Cook County Hospital in Chicago, and he recognized the symptoms in the men who came to buy his liquor, and mentioned that the water near his operation made them feel calm, not drunk. Calm. He started paying attention. The men who drank from the sinkhole slept better. They stopped flinching at loud noises. One man said his hands had stopped shaking for the first time since the war. He had taken samples. He examined them under a lens he'd brought from Chicago. He found the spores, traced them to the mushrooms. And then he started testing. Leo asked what kind of tests. The man looked at him with an expression Leo couldn't read. Not defensiveness, not pride. Something closer to the patience a teacher shows a student who's asked the right question too early. He said the kind of test that would have gotten him censured in Chicago, which was why he wasn't in Chicago anymore. He tested the concentrate on himself first, in small doses, documenting the effects, reduced anxiety, flattened emotional response, difficulty recalling traumatic memories. At higher doses, the effects became permanent. He'd kept his doses low because he needed to remain functional, but he'd gone far enough to confirm the mechanism. The man, a neurologist, Leo now understood, walked to the cabinet near the sleeping area and opened the top drawer. He took out a ledger, leather-bound, the pages thick with ink. He brought it to the table and set it in front of Leo, but didn't open it. He said the ledger contained the names of every man who'd come here, the date they arrived and the date they left. Leo could look at it if he wanted, but he'd need to understand what he was reading first. Before Leo could reach for it, the neurologist opened the ledger himself and turned it so Leo could see a page near the middle. The page was divided into columns, but what caught Leo's attention was the handwriting. The name column showed signatures, not printed names, but cursive signatures, each one different. Some were shaky, the letters barely legible, ink blotted where the pen had trembled. Others were neat, precise, the letters uniform as typeset, and then the neurologist said the men signed their own names when they arrived. They signed again before they left. Leo looked closer. Next to each shaky signature was a second signature in the departure column. The same name, but the handwriting was different, steady, controlled, empty of the urgency that had made the first signature shake. The neurologist closed the ledger and set it aside. He said men started coming to him in 1928. Word spread through the channels. A man in the swamp who could take away what haunted you. He didn't advertise. He didn't charge. Men came because they had no other options. Leo asked how many men. The neurologist said 73 over 6 years. Laborers, fishermen, trappers, men who'd done things they couldn't live with. The weight was killing them. Insomnia, alcoholism, violence turned inward. One man hadn't slept more than 2 hours a night since he'd beaten his son to death in a gin house fight in 1925. Another man had watched his crew drown when their rig collapsed in a storm, and he couldn't go near the water without vomiting. Leo asked what they were like after they drank the tea. The neurologist's expression changed, not satisfaction, but something closer to the look a craftsman gets when describing work he's proud of. He said they were calm. He described a trapper who'd come in 1929, 3 days after arriving. The man had walked into the shack, bent forward, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't hold the cup. He'd killed his brother-in-law in a hunting accident, mistook him for a deer in the morning fog. He couldn't stop seeing it. Couldn't stop hearing the sound his sister made when she understood what had happened. The neurologist had given him the tea. The man had slept 14 hours. When he woke, the neurologist asked him if he remembered the accident. The man said yes, he remembered all of it. The neurologist asked how he felt about it. The man thought for a moment, then said it was an unfortunate event. That was the phrase he used. Unfortunate event. Not tragedy, not the worst thing he'd ever done. Just an unfortunate event that had occurred, the way weather occurred, and now it was over. The man had signed his name in the departure column. Neat, even strokes, and walked back to his life. The neurologist described another patient, a fisherman who'd come in 1931. The man's 7-year-old daughter had drowned while he was pulling nets. He'd been 50 feet away, hadn't heard her go under, found her an hour later. He came to the shack because every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face under the water. After the tea, the neurologist asked if he still saw her. The man said yes, but now when he saw her, it was just information, a thing that had happened. He could think about other things now. He could work. One man's wife wrote to thank the neurologist. Her husband had been a stranger for 8 years, and now he was back. He didn't laugh as much as he used to, didn't cry when their daughter got married, but he was present. He was there. That was enough. Leo set his pen down. He said the neurologist understood what he was describing. You're destroying the part of the brain that makes people human. The neurologist said Leo was using the wrong language. He wasn't destroying. He was severing. And the part he severed wasn't what made people human. It was what made them prisoners. He explained it simply, without the medical drawings Leo had expected. The brain has a structure that stores fear. It's supposed to keep you alive by remembering threats. But in some men, the structure doesn't know when to stop. It catalogs every mistake, every injury, every moment of helplessness. A door slamming becomes a mortar. A raised voice becomes an attack. The brain does this to protect you, but the protection becomes a cage. The concentrate disabled the structure. Not sedation, removal. A man who drank the tea could still remember killing someone. He just couldn't feel the weight of having done it. Leo asked if the effect was permanent. The neurologist said yes. The pathways didn't regenerate. Once severed, they stayed severed. A man who drank the tea would never feel guilt again, never feel fear, never feel the physiological response to trauma. He would be, in the most literal sense, unburdened. Leo asked what happened to empathy. The neurologist said a man without fear could still understand another person's suffering. He just wouldn't feel compelled to act on it. He wouldn't feel compelled to do anything. Compulsion came from the structure the tea destroyed. Without it, A man experienced the world as a series of neutral facts. He could choose his response instead of being forced into one. Leo asked if the neurologist understood that the men who came here didn't know they were trading their capacity for fear for their capacity for everything fear protected. The neurologist said the men who came here were dying. The fear was killing them. They couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't look at their children without seeing what they'd done. He gave them relief. If that relief also made them incapable of pulling a child out of traffic or waking when the house was on fire, that was a trade they made willingly. They signed their names twice. Once when they arrived, shaking, once when they left, steady. Leo looked at the jar of powder on the table, the pale yellow granules catching the lamplight. He asked what happened if someone drank it who didn't want to. The neurologist's expression didn't change. He said that would be unconscionable. The tea was a gift, not a weapon. It only worked if the recipient understood they were choosing relief. If someone forced it on another person, the recipient would wake up unable to feel fear or guilt, but without the context of having sought that outcome. They'd be confused, disoriented. They might hurt themselves trying to understand why they felt nothing. The neurologist had never given the tea to anyone who didn't ask for it. He never would. Leo asked how the neurologist could be certain the men who came here were asking for it freely. The neurologist said he could tell. A man who'd been sent by someone else, who'd been told to come here under threat, carried that coercion in his body. His hands shook differently. His eyes moved differently. The neurologist had turned away 11 men in 6 years because they'd been forced to come. Leo asked what the tea tasted like. The neurologist said it was bitter, slightly sweet, with a numbness that started on the tongue and spread to the throat. Men usually finished the cup in 3 swallows. After that, they slept. When they woke, the weight was gone. Some men cried, though they didn't know why. Tears without the feeling that usually caused them. The neurologist would give them water, food, and directions back to the main channels. Most left the same day. None of them came back. Leo asked why. The neurologist said because they didn't need to. He picked up the jar of powder and returned it to the shelf. Then he turned back to Leo and folded his arms across his chest. He said Leo could write about this however he wanted. He could call it a miracle, or call it butchery. It wouldn't change what the tea did. It wouldn't change the fact that 73 men were walking around Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama right now, free of the things that had been killing them. The neurologist didn't need Leo's approval. He'd found a way to do what Cook County's ethics board said was impossible, and he'd done it without grants, without oversight, without asking permission. Leo asked what the neurologist got out of it. The man smiled for the first time since Leo had arrived. Not warmth, but the kind of smile you'd give someone who'd asked an obvious question. It removes the capacity for regret. He let the words sit in the air between them. Then he walked to the door and opened it, letting the afternoon light spill into the shack. Leo could leave now, the neurologist said, or he could stay and look at the ledger. Either way, the interview was over. Leo had the story he came for. Leo stood and walked to the door. The neurologist stepped aside to let him pass, but Leo stopped in the doorway, one hand on the frame, looking out at the clearing. The afternoon light was different than it had been when he'd entered. Lower, angling through the cypress at a steeper pitch. He'd been inside for over an hour. The chopping block stood where the neurologist had left it, the axe leaning against the stump, a scatter of wood chips on the ground. The water barrel sat near the door, its surface reflecting a fragment of sky. Everything looked exactly as it had when Leo first saw it, but now he understood what he was looking at. Infrastructure. A medical practice operating under the cover of folklore, performing irreversible brain damage on men desperate enough to accept it. The 73 names in the ledger, each one signed twice, once shaking, once steady. Men who'd come here carrying guilt or trauma, who'd walked out the next day chemically incapable of feeling either. The neurologist had said they returned to their families, to their work, to their lives. But what returned wasn't the same man. It was a version of the man with critical architecture removed, a body that remembered how to function, but couldn't remember why it had cared. The neurologist had said it with such certainty. Removing the fear structure made a man free. But freedom required choice, and you couldn't choose if you didn't understand what you were losing. The men who came here didn't know they were trading their capacity for their capacity for everything fear protected. The neurologist had stripped that from 73 men and called it a cure. And the neurologist believed he was helping. That was the part Leo couldn't reconcile. The man wasn't lying. He wasn't performing. He genuinely thought he'd found a solution to suffering, and the fact that the solution destroyed part of what made suffering meaningful didn't register as a problem. He'd stood in the shack and described permanent brain damage the way another doctor might describe setting a bone. Leo turned back into the shack. The neurologist was standing near the stove, watching him with the same neutral expression he'd worn since Leo arrived. Leo said he had what he needed. He'd write the story, and he'd name the neurologist in it. He'd describe the shack's location, the fungus, the mechanism. He'd include the testimonies from the men who'd seen Carmine Bruno return from the swamps, transformed. The neurologist would be arrested. The shack would be shut down, and the men in the ledger would become evidence in a criminal trial. The neurologist listened without interrupting. When Leo finished, the man nodded once, slowly. He said Leo was free to write whatever he wanted. He'd known from the moment Leo stepped into the clearing that this outcome was possible. He didn't regret it. The men who'd been treated were still treated. Whatever happened to the neurologist afterward wouldn't undo what had already been done. Leo said that wasn't the point. The point was preventing it from happening to anyone else. The neurologist said nothing. He walked to the shelf and began moving jars to different positions. Small adjustments, no practical purpose. His hands were occupied. Leo asked where his satchel was. The neurologist pointed to the cot without looking at him. Leo crossed the room and picked it up, checking inside to make sure the notebook and camera were still there. They were. He slung the satchel over his shoulder and moved toward the door. But as he reached for the frame, he heard something. A sound from outside, faint but distinct. A cough quickly stifled, and underneath it, the creak of boot leather on wood. Leo froze. The neurologist was still at the shelf, his back to Leo, continuing to rearrange jars that didn't need rearranging. Leo looked past him to the window, but the shutters blocked any view of the clearing. He listened. Nothing now. Just the sound of the wind moving through the cypress. He turned back to the neurologist. The man had stopped moving the jars, but hadn't turned around. Not tension, exactly. Recognition. Leo said he thought he heard something outside. The neurologist said the swamp made sounds. Leo said it sounded like a person. The neurologist said men pass through sometimes, trappers, fishermen. Leo walked to the table where the ledger sat. He flipped it open, scanning the recent entries. His eye caught on something he hadn't noticed before. The most recent entry, the one at the bottom of the current page, showed an arrival date. November 12th, 1934. Today. The ink was still wet. Leo looked at the neurologist. He asked who arrived today. The neurologist said no one had arrived. Leo pointed to the entry. The neurologist walked over slowly. He didn't look at the page. He looked at the door. Leo asked why the ink was still wet. The The neurologist said nothing. Leo closed the ledger and picked it up. He said he was taking this with him. The neurologist said Leo couldn't do that. The records were private medical documents. Leo said they were evidence of criminal activity. He opened his satchel and slid the ledger inside. The neurologist stepped toward him. Leo stepped back, putting the table between them. The neurologist stopped. He said if Leo took the ledger, he'd be stealing. Leo said if the neurologist tried to stop him, Leo would know this was more than a medical practice. They stood there, 3 feet of table between them, neither moving. Then the neurologist stepped aside. Leo moved toward the door, the satchel heavy on his shoulder now. He stepped outside into the afternoon light and stopped. The wood chips around the chopping block had been scattered. When Leo had entered the shack, they'd been in a neat pile where the neurologist had let them fall. Now they were spread across the ground in a pattern that looked like boot prints. Leo looked at the water barrel. The tin dipper was hanging on the wrong side. The neurologist had hung it on the eastern hook. It was now on the western hook. Leo took 3 steps toward the southern path and heard it. Not a sound this time, but the absence of sound. The swamp had gone silent. No birds, no insects, no movement in the undergrowth. The kind of silence that came when something larger had moved through, and everything else was waiting to see what it would do. Leo looked back at the shack. The neurologist was standing in the doorway now, watching him. Not moving to follow, just watching. Leo turned and walked quickly toward the path, his hand tightening on the satchel strap. He pushed through the palmetto fronds and live oak moss, moving faster than he had on the approach. The urgency that had been building since he'd seen the wet ink was overriding caution now. He needed to reach the fork before dark. He needed to get back to Boudreaux. He stopped. On the ground in front of him, pressed into the soft mud, was a boot print that hadn't been there when he'd walked this path 2 hours ago. The print was fresh. Water was still seeping into the impression. Leo stepped over it and kept moving. 20 yards ahead, he pushed through a curtain of moss and stopped again. A man was standing on the path 15 feet ahead, blocking the route south. He was younger than the neurologist, maybe 40, wearing a suit that had been expensive before the swamp humidity warped the wool. His hands were in his pockets, his posture relaxed. He didn't move when Leo stopped. He just stood there waiting, his expression pleasant. Leo recognized him from the photograph he'd seen in the federal courthouse records. Carmine Bruno. Leo's first thought was to turn and run back to the shack. But a second man stepped out of the undergrowth behind him, cutting off that route. This one was heavier, with a face Leo didn't recognize. Canvas work clothes, boots caked with mud. One of the enforcers, probably. The man who'd escorted Widow Theriot to the shack, or someone like him. He didn't speak. He just stood there 10 feet back, close enough that Leo couldn't get past without a confrontation. Leo turned back to Carmine. He asked how long Carmine had been waiting. Carmine said, long enough. He'd been in the area when word reached him that a journalist from New Orleans was asking questions about the pardon man. Carmine had business near Houma anyway. Deliveries to make, people to see. And it made sense to stop by the shack and see who was curious. Leo asked what Carmine wanted. Carmine said he wanted to know what Leo planned to do with the story. Leo said he planned to file it with his editor, publish it, and let the authorities handle the rest. Carmine nodded slowly as though Leo had confirmed something. Carmine already suspected. He said that would be a problem. Leo had documentation. The notebook, the ledger. He had enough to build a case. If that case went public, it would complicate Carmine's operation significantly. Leo said that was the point. Carmine said he understood, but he was hoping they could reach an arrangement. Leo said there was no arrangement. Carmine had been using the neurologist to chemically lobotomize his enemies. Carmine said Leo was using charged language. Lobotomize implied coercion, and everyone who drank the tea chose to drink it. Leo asked if Widow Theriot's treatment was incidental. Carmine said Widow Theriot was suffering. Her husband's death had destroyed her, and she'd been scheduled to testify in a proceeding that would have required her to relive the worst night of her life. The tea spared her that. Everyone benefited. Leo took a step backward, testing the distance to the enforcer behind him. The man didn't move, but his weight shifted, ready. Leo stopped. He asked what Carmine planned to do. Carmine said that depended on Leo. If Leo agreed to destroy the notebook and leave the ledger, then Carmine would let him walk back to the fork. Leo said he wouldn't do that. Carmine said he'd expected that answer, but he'd wanted to offer it anyway. Civility mattered, even in negotiations that were going to end badly. Leo asked what happened if he refused. Carmine gestured toward the shack behind Leo. He said the neurologist had explained what the tea did. Removed the capacity for fear, for guilt, for emotional distress. It was a remarkable substance. Leo understood before Carmine finished. He tried to pull away, but the enforcer's hand was already on his shoulder, firm but not violent. The hand stayed there, holding Leo in place. Carmine said Leo was carrying evidence that could destroy Carmine's operation. That evidence needed to disappear. The simplest way was to make the person carrying it forget why it mattered. Leo would still remember everything. He just wouldn't care. He'd hand over the notebook and the ledger willingly, walk back to New Orleans with a smile on his face, and never write the story because the story wouldn't feel important anymore. Leo asked if the neurologist knew about this. Carmine said the neurologist would find out in a minute when they brought Leo inside. The neurologist might object, might refuse, but Carmine doubted it. The neurologist had already treated 7 people Carmine referred. The man had a pattern. Once he was faced with someone suffering, and Leo would be suffering by the time they finished explaining what was about to happen. The neurologist would offer the cup. Leo tried to pull away from the enforcer's grip. The hand tightened, and a second enforcer stepped out of the trees to Leo's left. 3 men now. Carmine in front. 2 enforcers flanking. Leo looked toward the shack. The neurologist was still standing in the doorway, watching. Leo called to him, asked if he was going to let this happen. The neurologist didn't answer. Carmine said they should go inside. The enforcers walked Leo back to the clearing with a hand on each arm, their grip firm but not punishing. Carmine walked ahead. Leo tried once to pull free, twisting his shoulders, but the hands tightened, and he stopped. They emerged into the clearing. The neurologist had moved to the side of the shack, near the water barrel. His expression was unreadable. Leo called to him again, louder. He said the neurologist had told him the tea was never given to anyone who didn't ask for it. The neurologist didn't respond. When they reached the doorway, Carmine stopped and turned to face Leo. The enforcers held Leo between them. Carmine studied him for a moment, his head tilted slightly. "You should have stayed in New Orleans." The words were conversational, almost sympathetic. Carmine stepped aside and gestured toward the open door. The enforcers moved Leo forward. He braced his feet against the threshold, but there were 2 of them, and his boots couldn't find purchase. They walked him inside. The shack's interior looked the same. The table, the chair, the stove, the shelves with their jars. Nothing had changed except that Leo was no longer here by choice. Carmine followed them in. The neurologist came last, stopping just inside the doorway. He looked at Leo, then at Carmine, then walked to the shelf where the kerosene lamp sat. He moved it to the table without being asked, adjusting the wick so the light fell cleanly across the chair where Leo would sit. Then he shifted the glass jars on the shelf, the ones with specimen labels, moving them to the far end, away from where the struggle would happen. His movements were unhurried, deliberate. Carmine told the enforcers to put Leo in the chair. They guided him to it and pushed him down. Leo gripped the armrests but didn't try to stand. One enforcer stayed beside him, a hand on Leo's shoulder. The other moved to the door. Carmine walked to the table and picked up the ledger from Leo's satchel. He opened it to the most recent page and read through the entries. Then he closed it and set it down. He looked at the neurologist and said they'd need a new entry. The neurologist didn't move. Carmine said the neurologist could write it himself or Carmine could write it. But either way, the record needed to be maintained. The neurologist said this was different. The people Carmine had referred before had come willingly, or at least had agreed to drink once they understood what the tea would do. Leo hadn't agreed. He didn't want to be here. Forcing the tea on him would violate every principle the neurologist had used to justify the treatments. Carmine said the neurologist had violated his principles the moment he accepted the first referral. He'd known what Carmine was doing. He'd seen the pattern. Witnesses, widows, enforcers. He'd treated them anyway. The neurologist had told himself they were suffering, that the tea helped them. But that was rationalization. This was just the next step. The neurologist said he wouldn't do it. Carmine said the neurologist would. Because Leo was suffering right now, he was terrified. The neurologist had said his purpose was to eliminate suffering. Here was a man suffering. The neurologist could treat him or he could watch him suffer. The neurologist looked at Leo. Leo met his eyes and said, "Don't." The neurologist looked away. Carmine walked to the shelf and took down the jar of powder. He set it on the table. Then he took down the jar of dried mushrooms and set that down too. He said the neurologist could prepare the tea or Carmine's men would prepare it themselves. They'd watched the neurologist work. The neurologist said if they prepared it wrong, the dose could be lethal. Carmine said he'd take that risk. The neurologist walked to the table. He opened the jar of powder and measured a tablespoon into a tin cup. Then he took the pot from the stove, poured water over the powder, and stirred it. The liquid turned cloudy, then settled into a pale amber. He set the cup on the table and stepped back. He said it needed to steep for 5 minutes. Carmine thanked him. Leo asked what would happen if he just didn't swallow. Carmine said they'd hold his head back and pour it down his throat. If he choked, they'd wait and pour more. Eventually, he'd swallow enough for it to work. It would take longer and be more unpleasant, but the outcome would be the same. Leo looked at the neurologist. He said the neurologist had called the tea a gift, had said it was unconscionable to give it to someone who didn't ask for it. The neurologist had said those things an hour ago in this room. Leo asked if the neurologist still believed them. The neurologist said he did. Leo asked what the neurologist was going to do about it. The neurologist said nothing. Carmine checked his watch. He said the tea had steeped long enough. He picked up the cup and walked to where Leo sat. The enforcer's hand on Leo's shoulder tightened. Carmine held the cup in front of Leo's face, close enough that Leo could smell it. Bitter with a sweetness underneath and something else. Mineral, earthy, wrong. Leo looked at the cup. He looked at Carmine's hand holding it, steady and patient. He looked past Carmine to the neurologist standing against the wall, watching with an expression Leo still couldn't read. The neurologist had built this. He'd found the fungus, isolated the mechanism, refined the concentrate. He'd convinced himself he was curing suffering, and now his cure was being used exactly the way he'd said it shouldn't be. Leo said he wouldn't drink. Carmine nodded to the enforcers. The one by the door crossed the room and grabbed Leo's other shoulder. Together they forced him forward, bending him over the table, pressing his chest against the wood. Leo tried to twist away, but their weight pinned him. His cheek was flat against the ledger's leather cover. He could see the jar of mushrooms at the edge of his vision, the dried brown caps packed in layers. Carmine moved around the table to where Leo's head was pinned. He said they'd need to tilt Leo's head back to prevent choking. One of the enforcers grabbed Leo's hair and pulled, forcing his head up, his neck extended. Leo's jaw clenched. Carmine said they'd need to open his mouth. The enforcer pressed his thumb and forefinger into the hinges of Leo's jaw, and Leo's mouth opened before he could stop it. Carmine brought the cup to Leo's lips. Leo tasted it on his tongue before he could stop himself. Bitter, astringent, the sweetness almost floral. The liquid was warm. It filled his mouth, and he couldn't spit because his head was tilted back, and the enforcer's hand was clamping his jaw. He felt it slide toward his throat. He tried to hold it there, but the swallow reflex fired without his permission, and the tea went down. Carmine poured more. Leo swallowed again, and again. The cup emptied. The enforcers released him. Leo slumped in the chair, his hands gripping the armrests, his mouth still open, gasping. The taste sat on his tongue, numbing it the way the neurologist had said it would. The numbness spread to his throat. He could feel the liquid in his stomach, warm and heavy. Carmine set the cup back on the table. He told the enforcers to help Leo to the cot. Leo's legs were shaking, but he stood when they pulled him up. They walked him to the sleeping area and sat him on the edge of the cot. Carmine said the alkaloids would start working in 20 minutes. Leo would feel tired first, then disoriented. Then he'd sleep. When he woke, the pathways would be severed. He'd remember everything. The interview, the ledger, the story he'd planned to write. He'd remember being forced to drink the tea. He'd remember all of it with perfect clarity. He just wouldn't care. Leo felt the numbness spreading past his tongue, into his throat, down into his chest. The warmth from his stomach was moving outward, creeping through him in waves. He tried to focus on something, anything, that would let him hold on to why this mattered. Widow Theriot. Her name in the ledger, written in 2 different hands. He could see it clearly. Widow Theriot. Grief testimony. Referral, C. Bruno. He knew what it meant. He knew she'd been brought here, forced to drink, sent to court chemically incapable of caring that her husband had been murdered. He knew that mattered. He knew it was wrong. But the knowing was starting to separate from the feeling. Like watching something through a pane of glass that was slowly frosting over. He could still see the shape of it. The wrongness, the injustice. But he couldn't reach it. Couldn't make his body respond to it the way it had 10 minutes ago. He tried to summon anger at Carmine. He called up the memory of the enforcer's hand forcing his jaw open, the bitter taste flooding his mouth, the humiliation of his body betraying him with the swallow reflex. The memory was there, perfect and clear, every detail intact. But the anger wouldn't come. It was like reaching for a limb that had been amputated. He could remember what it felt like to be angry, could remember the sensation. But when he tried to feel it now, there was nothing, just the memory of the memory. His hands were resting on his knees. He looked down at them and realized they were steady. They should be shaking. He'd been held down and force-fed a neurotoxin designed to hollow out his brain. His hands should be shaking, but they were perfectly still. And then he realized something worse. He was smiling. He could feel it. The muscles in his face pulling his mouth into a slight upward curve. He tried to stop it. Tried to force his expression back to neutral, but the smile stayed. It wasn't connected to anything he felt. It was just happening, the way a muscle might twitch. Carmine was still talking. Something about the notebook, about Leo walking back to New Orleans, about filing other stories. The words were losing shape, bleeding into each other. Leo tried to focus, but the effort felt pointless. Why did it matter what Carmine was saying? Why did any of this matter? He knew it mattered. The knowing was still there, a fact sitting in his head like any other fact. This matters. This is important. This is the story that will expose Carmine and shut down the neurologist and prevent this from happening to anyone else. But the why was evaporating. Like water on hot stone, there one moment and gone the next. And when he tried to remember why he'd cared about the story, he couldn't find the reason. He just found the memory that he had cared once, the way you might remember a meal you'd eaten last week. The warmth was in his chest now, spreading toward his shoulders. His vision was starting to blur at the edges. Carmine's face was swimming in and out of focus. Leo tried to hold on to one more thing, just one thing that would let him remember who he was and why he'd come here. The bitterness was still on his tongue, fading as the numbness spread, and with it, the knowledge, clear and sharp and already losing its weight, that by morning he would hand over everything he knew with a smile. Then the darkness came, warm and soft, and Leo stopped fighting. Leo woke to gray light coming through the gaps in the tar paper walls. His mouth was dry. He sat up slowly, testing his balance. He was lying on the cot, still dressed, his boots still on. Someone had pulled the wool blanket over him. He stood and walked to the table. The neurologist was sitting in the chair. He looked up and asked how Leo felt. Leo considered the question. He felt rested. His legs were steady. He said he felt fine. The neurologist stood and poured Leo a cup of water. His hand trembled slightly as he set the cup on the table. Leo drank. The water was cool and tasted like metal, but underneath, faint, almost unnoticeable, was a trace of vegetable sweetness. He set the cup down and looked at the table. The ledger was still there. His satchel was on the cot, but when he checked inside, the notebook was missing. The neurologist said Carmine had taken it sometime during the night. Leo nodded. It didn't matter. The neurologist said Carmine had left the ledger. He'd looked at it and said there was no point taking it. Once Leo signed the departure column, he could carry it all the way back to New Orleans if he wanted. He could show it to his editor, to the police, to anyone. It wouldn't change anything. Leo nodded. And that was true. The neurologist asked if Leo remembered what happened. Leo said he did. All of it. The neurologist asked if Leo understood what the tea had done. Leo said yes. The neurologist asked how it felt to know that. Leo said it felt like knowing any other fact. The neurologist looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned away and walked to the window, his back to Leo. He stood there without speaking. Leo watched him. After a while, the neurologist's shoulders moved. Not a full breath, just a small adjustment. The kind of motion a man makes when he's trying to hold something down that wants to come up. The neurologist said there was one more thing. He walked to the table and opened the ledger, turning it to the most recent page. Leo's name was there in the arrival column, written in his own hand. The letters shaky, the ink blotted where his pen had trembled when Carmine's men brought him in. The neurologist set a pen beside the ledger and said Leo needed to sign the departure column before he left. It was how the record was kept. Leo picked up the pen. He found the line next to his arrival signature and wrote his name. The letters came out steady even, each stroke controlled. When he finished, he set the pen down and looked at the two signatures side by side. The same name, but the handwriting looked like it had been done by different people. The neurologist closed the ledger without comment. He said Leo was free to go. The path back to the fork was clearly marked. Boudreaux would still be waiting. Leo stood. He picked up his satchel and walked to the door. Behind him, the neurologist remained at the window, motionless, looking at nothing. Leo stepped outside into the morning light. The clearing looked the same. The chopping block, the water barrel, the stacked wood. He would walk back to the fork. He would ride the pirogue to Houma. He would take the train to New Orleans. He would go to the cafe on Magazine Street. where he used to work, sit at his usual table. And when his editor asked about the story, Leo would smile and say there was no story, just folklore. He'd checked and found nothing worth writing, and he would mean it. The bitterness still coated his tongue, fading now, with it the knowledge, clear as ever, light as air, that he would return to his life and participate in its routines with unfailing politeness, and never once feel the absence of what had been taken. Grant Weaver had been standing at the front door of his house for perhaps 90 seconds, his right hand flat against the deadbolt, when the lock disengaged. He felt the mechanism slide through its housing, smooth as a ball bearing rolling across glass, and then the bolt withdrew into the door. No key had turned in the exterior lock. No hand had touched the interior hardware. He had time to think absurdly that he should have replaced the lock when he first noticed the slight play in the cylinder 3 weeks ago, and then the door swung open. The cold came in first. It was October in Packwood, and the nights dropped below freezing by 10 o'clock. But this was a different quality of cold, wet and profound, the kind that came off deep water or out of caves. Grant stepped back from the door. His left hand found the wall. The porch light was off. He had turned it off himself at 9:30, as he did every night, but now he could see nothing beyond the threshold except a darkness that seemed to have weight and texture. Then he heard Copper's claws on the hardwood floor behind him, and the dog pushed past his legs and walked out onto the porch. Grant opened his mouth to call him back, but the sound died in his throat. Copper was wagging his tail. The dog stopped at the edge of the porch, his scarred haunches visible in the faint light from the living room, and looked back at Grant with an expression that Grant had come to recognize over the past month as expectation. Copper wanted him to follow. Copper wanted him to see something. Grant did not follow. He reached for the door and pulled it shut, and this time the deadbolt engaged when he turned the thumb latch. He heard Copper's claws on the porch boards, a single scratch of protest, and then the dog went silent. Grant stood with his back against the door until his breathing slowed. He counted to 60. When he opened the door again, the porch was empty and the cold had dissipated. Copper sat in the entryway behind him, looking up with his brown eye, his tail sweeping the floor in slow, uncertain arcs. Inside, Grant said, though he knew the dog would not obey. Copper had not barked since the day Grant brought him home from the Lewis County Animal Shelter. The intake form listed him as a bloodhound mix, approximately 6 years old, with scarring on his hindquarters and shoulders consistent with burn trauma. No owner had come forward. No microchip. The shelter staff said he had been found on the shoulder of Highway 12 near Randall, 20 miles east, lying in the gravel as if he had simply given up. They said he was anxious, that he paced his kennel at night and refused to settle. But when Grant knelt in front of the chain-link gate, Copper had walked up to him and pressed his scarred forehead against Grant's palm. Grant had not intended to adopt a dog. He had gone to the shelter because the woman at the post office mentioned they were at capacity and would begin euthanizing intakes within the week. And Grant, who had been living alone in the house on Snyder Road for 2 years, felt a vague sense of obligation to at least look. He had owned a dog as a child, a German shepherd named Bridger, and he remembered the specific weight of responsibility that came with another living creature depending on you for food, for water, for the opening of doors. He had not wanted that responsibility again. But Copper had leaned into his hand with a desperation Grant recognized, and he found himself signing the forms. That had been 32 days ago. For the first 3 weeks, Copper slept in the corner of the living room on a fleece blanket Grant had purchased from the hardware store, and the dog's anxiety seemed to ease. He ate without hesitation. He walked the perimeter of the property each morning and evening, his nose low to the ground, and Grant observed that Copper moved with a professional efficiency, as though he were inspecting rather than wandering. At night, Copper settled on his blanket and watched the front door. Grant had installed a dog door in the back door during the second week, cutting through the frame with a jigsaw and fitting the plastic flap into place. Copper had investigated it immediately, pushing his head through and then withdrawing, and that night he had gone out into the yard. Grant heard him return an hour later, the flap clicking shut. And when Grant came downstairs the next morning, Copper was asleep on his blanket, as though nothing had changed. It was on the 19th night. Grant counted later when he was trying to reconstruct the sequence, that he first heard the deadbolt. He had been lying in bed, not quite asleep, listening to the furnace cycle on and off when the sound reached him from downstairs. It was methodical and deliberate. The bolt retracting, the latch disengaging, the hinges sighing as the door opened. Grant sat up. He heard nothing else. No footsteps, no voices. Just the door, open, and the house breathing the night air. He found his flashlight in the drawer of the bedside table and went downstairs in his socks. The front door stood open. Copper was gone. Grant stepped onto the porch and swept the flashlight across the yard. The beam caught nothing but the dark trunks of Douglas fir and the pale gravel of the driveway. He called the dog's name twice, his voice swallowed by the trees, and then he went inside and locked the door. Copper returned through the dog door 40 minutes later. Grant heard the clatter of claws on linoleum, and when he came downstairs, the dog was drinking from his water bowl in the kitchen, his muzzle dripping. Copper looked at him and wagged his tail once, then walked to his blanket and lay down. Grant checked the front door. The deadbolt was still engaged exactly as he had left it. He wrote it down in the notebook he kept on the kitchen counter. The deadbolt mechanism had shifted on its own. The house was settling, as though recording an explanation were the same as having one. The sound came again 3 nights later. This time Grant was awake, sitting in the living room with a book he was not reading, and he heard the deadbolt retract at 3:02 in the morning. He stood and crossed the room in time to see the door swing open. Copper was already moving toward it, his tail wagging, and Grant grabbed the dog's collar before he could step outside. The cold poured in. Grant held Copper back and looked through the open door, and for the first time he saw them. There were 3 of them standing on the porch. They were tall, taller than Grant, perhaps 6.5 feet. And their shapes were wrong. They stood too still, their limbs held at angles that suggested joints in places where joints should not be. Water ran from them in thin streams pooling on the boards, and the smell that came off them was the smell of mud and rot and something deeper, something that made Grant think of the bottom of a well where no light reached. Their faces, if they had faces, were obscured by shadow or by the darkness itself, but he could see their hands, pale and swollen, and he could see the way they tilted their heads toward the door, toward Copper, as though listening. Copper pulled against Grant's grip, whining low in his throat, and the figures on the porch shifted. One of them extended a hand. Grant saw the fingers unfold, slow and deliberate, and Copper lunged forward with enough force that Grant had to brace himself against the doorframe. "No," Grant said, and his voice came out hoarse and unfamiliar. The figures did not move. They stood in their wrongness and waited, and Grant understood, in the part of his mind that was still functioning, that they were waiting for him to release the dog. He dragged Copper backward into the house, slammed the door shut, and turned the deadbolt. His hands shook. Copper barked once, a sharp, desperate sound, the first Grant had heard from him. And then the dog went silent and sat down, his brown eyes fixed on the door. Grant stood with his back against the wall and counted his breaths until the tremor in his hand subsided. He heard nothing from the porch. No footsteps, no voices, no sound of departure. After 20 minutes, he crossed to the window beside the door and pulled the curtain aside. The porch was empty. The boards were dry. Grant returned to the living room and sat in the chair by the bookshelf until the sky outside began to pale. Copper remained at the door, unmoving, and when Grant finally stood and walked into the kitchen to make coffee, the dog followed him and sat at his feet, leaning his scarred shoulder against Grant's calf. Grant did not go back to bed that night, and he did not write anything in the notebook on the counter. The invasions followed a pattern. Grant documented this in the notebook during the daylight hours, writing in careful block letters as though accuracy might grant him some measure of control. The figures arrived at 3:02 in the morning, never earlier, never later. The deadbolt retracted with the same practiced smoothness each time. The door opened inward, always to the same angle, roughly 45 degrees, and remained open until Grant forced it shut, or until Copper returned from wherever he had gone. Because Copper did go. On the fourth night, Grant did not grab the dog's collar. He stood at the threshold and watched as Copper walked out onto the porch, his tail wagging in slow, deliberate arcs, and approached the figures. There were two of them that night, standing shoulder to shoulder in the space where the porch light would have illuminated them if Grant had left it on. Copper walked directly to the nearest one and sat, looking up at its obscured face, and the figure reached down with one pale, swollen hand and touched the top of the dog's head. Grant heard himself make a sound, something between a gasp and a moan, and the figure's head turned toward him. For a moment, Grant thought he saw eyes in the shadow where a face should have been, but then Copper stood and walked past the figures, down the porch steps, and into the yard. The figures turned and followed him. Grant watched them move across the gravel, their limbs bending in ways that made his vision swim. And then they passed beyond the reach of the light from the living room and disappeared into the trees. Copper returned 90 minutes later. Grant heard the dog door in the kitchen, and when he came downstairs, he had been sitting on the edge of his bed staring at the wall. Copper was drinking from his water bowl. The dog's fur was wet. His paws left muddy prints on the linoleum. Grant knelt and ran his hands over Copper's flanks, his shoulders, his scarred hindquarters, checking for injuries, but the dog was unharmed. Copper licked Grant's wrist once and walked to his blanket. The front door was closed. The deadbolt was engaged. Grant added these details to the notebook. He wrote down the time Copper left, 3:04, and the time he returned, 4:36. He wrote down the number of figures, 2. He wrote down the direction they had walked, northeast, toward the Forest Service road that dead-ended 3 miles into Gifford Pinchot National Forest. Then he closed the notebook and went upstairs and did not sleep. On the 7th night, there were 4 figures. Copper greeted each one in turn, sitting in front of them, and waiting until they touched his head, and then he led them off the porch. Grant stood in the doorway and watched until they vanished into the trees. He noted the count in his notebook. 4. The pattern held in every other respect. On the 9th night, Grant tried to prevent it. He removed the dog door from its frame and sealed the opening with a sheet of plywood he found in the garage, screwing it into place with a cordless drill. He checked the deadbolt 3 times before going to bed, testing the mechanism, confirming that it required deliberate force to disengage. He brought Copper upstairs and shut him in the bedroom, though the dog whined at the closed door and scratched at the frame. At 3:02, Grant woke to the sound of the deadbolt retracting. He went downstairs. The front door stood open. Copper was gone. The plywood panel he had installed over the dog door lay on the kitchen floor. the screws still embedded in the wood, but the sheet itself had been removed cleanly, as though unscrewed by careful hands. Grant walked to the front door and looked out onto the porch. There were 5 figures waiting. They stood in a loose semicircle, their heads tilted toward the open door, and Grant understood that they were waiting for Copper to return, that they had come for him specifically, that the door would remain open until the dog emerged. Grant closed the door. He turned the deadbolt. He went to the kitchen and found the sheet of plywood leaning against the table, placed there with the same care with which it had been removed. He sat in the chair by the window and waited. 20 minutes later, he heard Copper's claws on the porch steps, and when Grant opened the front door, the dog walked past him into the house, his fur soaked, his breath misting in the cold air. The figures were gone. Grant reinstalled the dog door the next morning. He did not attempt to block it again. On the 11th night, he followed. He had been preparing for this. He had purchased a headlamp from the hardware store in Packwood, the kind used by hunters, and he had charged the batteries and tested the beam in the backyard, sweeping it across the tree line. He dressed in layers, thermal undershirt, fleece pullover, waterproof shell, and he laced his hiking boots while sitting on the edge of the bed, his hands steady despite the hour. When he heard the deadbolt retract at 3:02, he was already downstairs. The door opened. Copper walked out onto the porch. There were 3 figures waiting, and the dog greeted them as he always did, sitting before each one, receiving their touch. Then Copper walked down the steps, and the figures followed, and Grant stepped out onto the porch and followed them all. The cold was immediate and absolute. It sank through his jacket, through the fleece, through the thermal layer, and settled against his skin. Grant switched on the headlamp. The beam caught Copper's haunches 20 feet ahead, the dog moving at a steady trot. And beyond him, Grant could see the figures, their shapes black against the darker mass of the forest. They did not react to the light. They walked in their uneven gait, their limbs bending in ways Grant tried not to observe too closely, and Copper kept pace just ahead of them, glancing back occasionally as though to confirm they were still following. Grant stayed 30 feet behind. He tried to step quietly, but the gravel crunched under his boots, and twice he stumbled over roots he had not seen despite the headlamp. The figures did not turn. They moved through the trees with a kind of purpose, and Grant realized, after 10 minutes, that they were following a path, though he could see no trail. Copper seemed to know the route. The dog did not hesitate at the places where the undergrowth thickened or where the ground dropped away into shallow ravines. They walked for 40 minutes. Grant's legs burned. His breath came in short, visible clouds, and the cold had worked its way into his lungs so that each inhalation felt like inhaling shards of ice. He checked his watch. 3:48. They were deep in the forest now, far beyond the point where the service road ended, and Grant had lost his sense of direction. He thought they were moving east, but the canopy above blocked the stars, and the headlamp illuminated only the few feet directly in front of him. Then the figures stopped. Grant stopped as well, his hand finding the trunk of a fir tree to steady himself. Copper had sat down in a small clearing, no more than 15 feet across, where the trees opened enough to admit a faint suggestion of moonlight. The figures stood in a loose ring around the clearing, motionless, and Grant watched as Copper turned his head and looked back the way they had come, directly at Grant. The dog's eyes caught the light from the headlamp and shone red. Grant took a step backward. Copper stood, walked to the center of the clearing, and lay down. The figures remained at the perimeter. They did not move. Grant waited, his breath shallow, and after 5 minutes he realized that nothing else was going to happen. The figures were simply standing there, and Copper was lying in the center of the clearing, and the cold was working its way deeper into Grant's chest with each breath. He turned and walked back the way he had come. The return took over an hour. He lost the path twice and had to double back, sweeping the headlamp across the ground until he found his own boot prints in the mud. By the time he reached the house, the sky to the east had begun to pale, and Grant's hands were numb inside his gloves. He climbed the porch steps, went inside, and locked the door behind him. Copper returned through the dog door at 5:11. Grant was sitting at the kitchen table, his boots still on, his jacket unzipped. The dog walked past him without looking and went to his water bowl. Grant did not write any of this in the notebook. He sat at the table until the sun rose fully, and then he went upstairs and slept for 3 hours. Over the next week, Grant attempted every intervention he could conceive. He moved Copper's blanket into his bedroom and closed the door, wedging a chair under the handle so that it could not be opened from the outside. At 3:02, he woke to find the chair on its side and the door standing open. Copper was gone. The deadbolt downstairs had retracted, and when Grant went to the front door, he found 3 figures waiting on the porch. They remained until Copper returned at 4:18. Grant purchased a chain at the hardware store, the kind used to secure bicycles, and he looped it through Copper's collar and locked it to the leg of his bed. He lay awake that night, listening, and at 3:02 he heard the metallic click of the lock disengaging. The chain lay on the floor beside the bed, still locked, but Copper's collar sat empty inside the loop. The dog had slipped free without unbuckling the clasp. Grant found the collar in the kitchen the next morning, placed neatly on the counter beside the coffee maker. He tried staying awake through the entire night, positioning himself in the living room with a view of both the front door and the staircase. But at some point between 2:47 and 3:02, he lost consciousness. He did not remember closing his eyes. He did not remember any sensation of falling asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the front door was ajar and Copper was already outside. Grant stood and walked to the threshold, his legs unsteady, and watched the dog lead 4 figures down the driveway and into the trees. His watch read 3:09. Grant considered calling someone. He sat at the kitchen table with his cell phone in his hand and scrolled through the contacts list, but he could not determine who he would call or what he would say. The police would ask questions he could not answer. His brother in Olympia had not spoken to him in 18 months, not since their mother's funeral. And Grant could not imagine the conversation that would follow if he called now to explain that his adopted dog was leading supernatural entities into the forest every night. He set the phone on the table and left it there. He tried locking Copper in the garage. The dog whined and scratched at the door, and Grant lay in bed and listened to the sound until it stopped at 3:02. When he went downstairs, the garage door stood open. Not the overhead door that required the remote control to operate it, but the side door that led into the yard, which Grant had locked with a deadbolt identical to the one on the front door. Copper was gone. The figures were waiting on the porch. Grant closed the front door and sat on the stairs until the dog returned. On the 15th night, Grant drove to the shelter. He had not planned this. He woke at noon after another sleepless stretch and found himself standing in the kitchen, staring at Copper's water bowl, and the thought arrived fully formed. He could bring the dog back. The shelter would take him. They had taken him once before, and they would take him again, and Grant could return to the life he had been living before he signed the intake forms. He would sleep through the night. The deadbolt would remain engaged. The house would stay closed. He loaded Copper into the bed of his truck and drove the 12 miles to the shelter without stopping. The dog sat in the truck bed with his head raised, his ears forward, watching the trees pass. Grant pulled into the gravel lot and turned off the engine. He sat with his hands on the steering wheel and looked through the rear window at Copper, who had turned and was now looking directly at him. The dog's eyes were brown and calm. He did not whine. He did not bark. He simply looked at Grant, and Grant looked back. And after 5 minutes, Grant started the engine and drove home. He did not try to take Copper to the shelter again. On the 17th night, Grant woke before 3:02 and went downstairs to wait. He stood at the front door with his hand on the deadbolt, his palm flat against the cold metal, and he felt the mechanism begin to disengage. He pushed against it, applying pressure to keep the bolt extended. But the metal moved under his hand with the same smooth inevitability it had shown every night since this began. The bolt withdrew. The door opened. Grant stood in the threshold and watched Copper walk past him onto the porch, where two figures waited in the cold. The dog looked back at Grant once, his tail wagging, and then he walked down the steps and into the yard. The figures followed. Grant closed the door and locked it, though he understood now that the lock served no purpose. He sat in the chair by the bookshelf and waited for Copper to return. He had been a medic in the Army, stationed at Fort Lewis for 4 years before his discharge. He had seen men die from wounds that should have been survivable, and he had seen men survive wounds that should have killed them, and he had learned that the body operated according to rules that were consistent and observable. Bones broke in predictable ways. Blood clotted, or it did not. Infections followed bacterial logic. The world made sense if you understood the systems that governed it. The figures on his porch did not follow any system Grant recognized. They defied the rules he had spent his adult life learning to trust. And yet they came every night with the same clockwork regularity as the deadbolt retracting or the furnace cycling on. And Grant found himself documenting their arrival in his notebook with the same clinical exactness he had once used to record vitals and dosages. He could not stop them. He had tried, and every attempt had failed. And he understood now that the attempts would continue to fail regardless of what he did. The figures wanted Copper. Copper wanted to go with them. And Grant, who had not wanted the responsibility of caring for another living creature, could not bring himself to abandon the dog to whatever awaited in the forest. Copper returned at 4:52. Grant let him in through the front door, checked him for injuries, and watched him drink from his water bowl. Then Grant went upstairs and did not sleep. The veterinary clinic in Packwood occupied a converted gas station on the west end of town, its examination rooms carved out of what had once been the service bays. Grant had driven past it a dozen times without stopping, but on the morning of the 18th day, he loaded Copper into the truck and made the appointment. The receptionist told him Dr. Camus could see him at 2 o'clock, and Grant spent the intervening hours sitting in the truck in the clinic parking lot, watching Copper through the rear window. The dog slept in the truck bed, his head resting on his paws, utterly still, except for the occasional twitch of his ears when a car passed on the highway. Grant had brought a thermos of coffee, and he drank it slowly, the heat from the cup warming his hands. He had not slept more than 3 hours in any given stretch since the invasions began, and the exhaustion had settled into his bones in a way that coffee could no longer address. His vision blurred at the edges. His thoughts moved slowly, each one requiring deliberate effort to complete. He functioned, but only just. At 2 o'clock, he brought Copper inside. Dr. Camus was a woman in her 50s with gray hair pulled back in a braid, and the kind of efficient, unhurried movements Grant associated with people who had spent decades doing the same work. She greeted Copper first, kneeling to let the dog sniff her hand, and then she looked up at Grant and gestured toward the examination table. Grant lifted Copper onto the steel surface, and the dog stood without resistance while Dr. Camus ran her hands over his flanks, his legs, his scarred shoulders. Grant had prepared a story. He would say that Copper had been acting strangely, that he seemed anxious at night, that Grant wanted to rule out any underlying medical issues. He had rehearsed this in the truck, shaping the sentences into something that sounded plausible. But when Dr. Camus asked him what had brought them in today, Grant found himself unable to speak. He stood with his hands in his pockets and said nothing. Dr. Camus waited. Then she returned her attention to Copper, palpating his abdomen, checking his teeth, examining his ears with a penlight. She worked in silence for several minutes, and Grant watched her hands move over the dog's body with the same clinical detachment he had once brought to his own work. She found the scars on Copper's hindquarters and traced them with her fingertips, her expression neutral. Finally, she straightened and looked at Grant. She said in a tone that invited no disagreement, "These scars are consistent with heat trauma. A fire, most likely." Grant nodded. He had known this or suspected it, but hearing it confirmed gave the knowledge a different weight. Dr. Camus checked Copper's microchip scanner, running the device over the dog's shoulders and neck. The scanner beeped once, a negative tone, and she set it aside. She pulled up Copper's intake records on the computer terminal in the corner of the room, scrolling through the file with one hand, while the other rested on the dog's back. Grant could see the screen from where he stood. A sparse document with no owner history, no previous veterinary visits, no information beyond what the shelter had recorded when Copper arrived. Dr. Camus closed the file and turned to face Grant. She said, her voice matter-of-fact, "No microchip, no regional records. He's a ghost in the system." Grant absorbed this. A ghost. The word settled into his thoughts and remained there. Dr. Camus completed the examination, declared Copper healthy aside from the old scarring, and recommended a follow-up in 6 months. Grant paid at the front desk and carried Copper back to the truck. He sat in the driver's seat for 10 minutes, staring through the windshield at the highway, and then he started the engine and drove home. The visit had provided no answers. Grant had learned nothing that changed his situation or explained what happened each night at 3:02. But the phrase Dr. Camus had used, "a ghost in the system," circled through his mind as he drove, and by the time he reached the house on Snyder Road, he had made a decision. He would search for Copper's history himself. If the dog had been in a fire, there would be records. Fires were documented. They appeared in newspapers, in incident reports, in the archives maintained by county and state agencies. Grant was not an investigator, but he understood how to follow a trail of evidence, how to piece together a sequence of events from fragmented information. He had done this work in the Army, reconstructing what had happened to wounded soldiers when the soldiers themselves could not remember. He could do it now. That afternoon, while Copper slept on his blanket, Grant sat at the kitchen table with his laptop and searched for fires in Lewis County. He found the article immediately. Wildfire burns 2,400 acres in Goat Rocks, containment ongoing. September 2019. He scrolled to the casualties section and read, "One fatality confirmed. Victim identification pending notification of next of kin." No name. No follow-up, just one person dead in the fire. And 8 days later, a bloodhound with burn scars found lying in the gravel on Highway 12. Grant searched for missing search dog Goat Rocks, 2019. No results. He searched the shelter intake records, Copper's file. No owner contact info available. The handler's name did not matter. The handler was gone. Copper had survived. And now Copper was still working, still tracking the lost, still bringing them to whoever would receive them. Grant was that person now. Grant closed the laptop and walked to the front door. Copper was waiting there, looking up at him, his tail wagging. Grant knelt and ran his hand over the scars on Copper's shoulders, tracing the burn marks from a fire no record would name, from a handler the system had erased. The figures that came each night, dripping and cold. He still didn't know what they were. Copper leaned into Grant's hand, and Grant stayed there until the light began to fade, trying to convince himself that he understood what was happening in his house. That night, Grant did not go to bed. He sat at the kitchen table with his laptop open, and searched for information about search and rescue dogs, about their training protocols, about what happened to working animals when their handlers died. He read articles written by trainers and behaviorists. He watched videos of certification courses. He learned that search and rescue dogs were divided into categories: live find, cadaver, wilderness tracking, and that each category required hundreds of hours of conditioning to produce reliable results. Bloodhounds, the articles explained, were particularly suited for trailing work. Their olfactory capacity exceeded that of most other breeds by an order of magnitude, and they could follow scent trails that were days or even weeks old. A trained bloodhound did not forget its purpose: the drive to track, to locate, to bring the handler to the source of the scent. These behaviors became embedded in the dog's identity. They were not tasks the dog performed. They were what the dog was. Grant read about handler bonds. A working dog formed an attachment to its handler that went beyond simple affection or dependency. The handler was the anchor point, the reference for all behavior, the entity to whom the dog reported its findings. When a search and rescue dog located a victim, alive or dead, it returned to the handler and indicated the discovery through trained alert behaviors: barking, sitting, pawing, or leading the handler back to the location. The dog did not work for itself, it worked for the handler. Grant closed the laptop and looked across the kitchen at Copper, who was asleep on his blanket. The dog's sides rose and fell with steady breaths. His scarred shoulders gleamed faintly into the light from the overhead fixture. Copper's handler had died. Grant did not know the handler's name. He did not know if the body had ever been recovered. The 2019 fire records mentioned one fatality, identification pending, and then nothing. But Copper had survived alone and had somehow traveled 20 miles to the highway where the shelter found him. The dog had been lying in the gravel, lying there waiting, perhaps, for someone to come and take him back to work. And now Copper was working again. Every night at 3:02, the dog went into the forest and came back with the figures, the shapes that walked wrong, that smelled of mud and rot, that stood too still and waited. Grant had assumed they were threats. He had tried to protect himself, to protect Copper, to prevent whatever horror he believed was unfolding. But now, sitting in the quiet kitchen with the laptop cooling under his hands, Grant reconsidered. What if the figures were not threats? What if they were the lost dead? People who had died in the wilderness and whose bodies had never been recovered, whose spirits remained confused and isolated in the places where they had fallen. And what if Copper, still operating according to the training that had defined his entire life, was tracking them down and bringing them to Grant, because Grant was the handler now? The thought arrived with a clarity that felt inevitable. Grant stood and walked to the window above the sink, looking out into the dark yard. The trees were black shapes against a slightly less black sky. Somewhere beyond them, in the forest that stretched for miles in every direction, people had died. Hikers who had lost the trail, climbers who had fallen, hunters who had succumbed to exposure. The wilderness did not give up its dead easily, and some bodies were never found. Copper was finding them. Not their bodies. Those were long gone, decomposed or scattered. But their remnants, the impressions they had left, the cold and rotting presences that still wander the places where they had died. And Copper was bringing them home, one by one, because that was what he had been trained to do. He was a search and rescue dog. He was still on the clock. Grant returned to the table and opened his notebook. He wrote down everything he had learned, filling 3 pages with details about training protocols and handler bonds and the specific behaviors associated with cadaver work. Then he wrote a single sentence at the bottom of the 3rd page. Copper thinks I am his handler. He stared at the sentence, then added beneath it, or he thinks I am something else. He closed the notebook and sat in the kitchen until 3:02, when he heard the deadbolt retract. This time, Grant did not try to stop it. He walked to the front door and stood in the threshold as it opened. Copper emerged from the living room and walked onto the porch where 4 figures waited in the cold. The dog sat in front of each one, receiving their touch, and then he led them down the steps and into the yard. Grant watched them go. The figures moved with their wrong, jointed gait, and Copper trotted ahead of them with his tail raised, purposeful and steady. Grant closed the door and returned to the kitchen. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sat at the table, waiting. Copper returned at 4:41, his furs soaked, his paws muddy. The dog drank from his water bowl and then walked to Grant and sat at his feet, looking up with an expression Grant now recognized, not as expectation but as something else. A request for acknowledgement, for confirmation that the work had been done correctly, for approval from the handler. Grant reached down and placed his hand on Copper's head. He said nothing. The dog leaned into his palm, and after a moment, his tail wagged once, slow and deliberate. And then he walked to his blanket and lay down. Grant finished his coffee and went upstairs as the sky outside began to pale. He did not sleep, but he lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about what he would do the next time the door opened. He could not save the figures. They were already dead. But perhaps he could do what Copper believed he was supposed to do. Perhaps he could sit with them, acknowledge them, give them the moment of human contact they had been denied when they died alone in the wilderness. Perhaps that was what they needed to move on. And perhaps that was what Copper needed as well. A handler who understood the work and participated in it, rather than a man who hid behind locked doors and tried to prevent what could not be prevented. Grant did not know if this would work. He did not know if the figures were capable of moving on, or if his presence would mean anything to them, or if Copper would understand what Grant was trying to do. But he knew he could not continue as he had been. He could not spend another night barricading himself in his bedroom while Copper performed the work he had been trained to do alone, without acknowledgement or support. The decision settled into Grant's thoughts with the same quiet weight as the deadbolt retracting. He would help. He would sit with the dead. He would be the handler Copper believed him to be. He rose from the bed and went downstairs. Copper was awake, sitting by the front door, watching Grant descend the stairs. Grant crossed the living room and knelt beside the dog. He placed both hands on Copper's scarred shoulders and looked into the dog's brown eyes. The next night, when the door opened, Grant would not close it. He would not hide. He would walk out onto the porch, and he would meet the figures Copper brought home, and he would do whatever needed to be done. Copper's tail wagged, slow and steady, and Grant remained there on the floor beside him until the afternoon light filled the room. That night, Grant dressed warmly and waited downstairs. He positioned himself in the living room with a clear view of the front door and sat in the chair by the bookshelf, his hands resting on his knees, his breathing slow and deliberate. Copper lay on his blanket, watching the door with the same steady attention he brought to this vigil every night. Grant did not look at his watch. He knew what time it was by the quality of the silence, by the way the house held its breath in the minutes before 3:02. When the deadbolt retracted, Grant stood. The door swung open, and the cold poured in, and Grant walked forward and stepped out onto the porch. There were 3 figures waiting. They stood in a loose arrangement near the steps, their shapes dark against the darker mass of the forest beyond, and Grant forced himself to look at them directly, rather than allowing his gaze to slide away. He had been doing that, he realized, letting his vision blur or shift whenever the figures appeared, because looking at them required an effort his mind resisted. But now he looked, and he made himself see. They were tall, as he had noted before, but the wrongness he had perceived in their proportions was not a function of impossible anatomy. It was the wrongness of bodies that had been subjected to trauma and then left to decompose in cold, wet conditions. Their limbs hung at angles that suggested broken bones poorly set, or not set at all. Their clothing, what remained of it, clung to them in rotted strips. Water ran from their hair, their shoulders, their hands, pooling on the porch boards, and the smell that came off them was the smell of earth and standing water and tissue breaking down over months or years. But it was their faces that stopped Grant where he stood. He could see them now. The darkness or shadow that had obscured their features was not an intentional concealment. It was the absence of the details that made a face recognizable. Skin mottled and sloughed away, eyes sunken or missing, mouths open in expressions that might have been surprise or confusion, or simply the slackness that came with death. They were not monsters. They were corpses, or the memory of corpses. The shapes that remained after the body had been taken by the wilderness, and what was left could not find its way out. Copper walked past Grant and approached the nearest figure. The dog sat and looked up at the figure's face, or the place where a face had been, and the figure reached down with one pale, swollen hand and touched the top of Copper's head. The gesture was slow and deliberate, almost gentle, and Grant watched the dog's tail wag in response. Then Copper stood and moved to the next figure, and the ritual repeated. Grant understood now what he was seeing. The figures were not reaching for Copper in hunger or threat. They were acknowledging him, thanking him, perhaps, in the only way they could for having found them, for having tracked them down in the places where they had died, confused and alone, and for having brought them here, to warmth and light and the presence of another living person. Because that was what Copper had been trained to do. Not just to locate the lost, but to bring them to someone who could help. In life, that someone had been Wade Drexler, the handler who would have coordinated the recovery, who would have brought the body home to the family waiting. In death, or whatever the state was, that someone was Grant, because Grant was the person Copper had, and Grant was the one the dog brought his findings to each night. The third figure received Copper's attention, touched the dog's head, and then all three of them turned and looked at Grant. He did not step back. He stood in the cold and met their gaze, or the empty spaces where their gazes should have been. And he saw in their stillness not patience or menace, but a kind of bewildered waiting. They did not know what to do. They had been found, brought here, acknowledged by the dog, but the process was incomplete. The handler was supposed to do something. The handler was supposed to finish the work. Grant descended the porch steps. His boot sounded loud against the wood, and his breath misted in the air between himself and the figures. He stopped 3 feet from the nearest one, close enough to see the fabric of the jacket it wore, a red windbreaker faded to pink and torn along the shoulder seam. And he forced himself to stand there, to remain present, to not turn away. The figure did not move. It stood in its wrongness and its ruin, and Grant could see now that beneath the rot and the damage, this had been a person. Someone who had gone into the wilderness with a red windbreaker and had not come home. Someone whose family might still be waiting, or might have stopped waiting years ago. Someone who had died alone, and cold and frightened, and whose remains had never been recovered. Grant did not know what to say. He did not know if the figure could hear him or understand him, or if speech was even relevant to whatever this was. But he opened his mouth and spoke anyway because it seemed important to try. He said, keeping his voice low and steady, "I see you." The cold struck him immediately. Not the ambient cold of the winter air, but something that came from inside the figure and poured into Grant's chest. His lungs seized, his vision narrowed, and then he was not standing in his yard anymore. He was in the forest, and it was dark, and he could not find the trail. His hands were numb. He had been walking for hours or days, and the trees all looked the same, and his flashlight had died, and he could not remember which direction led back to the road. The cold was inside him now, in his bones, and he knew he was going to die here. He knew no one would find him. The panic rose in his throat, thick and choking, and he tried to call for help, but his voice would not work. And the darkness pressed in from all sides, and he was so cold, and he was so alone. And Grant gasped and staggered backward. He was in his yard again. The figure stood 3 feet away, unchanged. Grant's hands were shaking. His chest ached. The memory of being lost, of dying lost, clung to him like oil. He forced himself to breathe. The figure waited. Grant understood now. This was the cost. To acknowledge them, he had to carry what they had carried. Or he had to feel what they had felt in the moments before they stopped feeling anything. He steadied himself and looked at the figure again. He said, his voice rough, "You can go now." The figure did not vanish. It did not dissolve into light or mist, or any of the picturesque dissolutions Grant had read about in stories. It simply became less present, less insistent, less anchored to the space it occupied, and then it was gone. Not departed, not released, just absent, in the way that a sound stops being audible once it passes beyond the range of hearing. Grant stood alone in the yard, breathing hard, the phantom cold still lodged in his chest. Grant turned to the second figure. This one wore the remnants of hiking boots and cargo pants, and its hands were curled into loose fists at its sides. Grant stepped closer, looked into the ruined face, and said the same words. The cold came again. This time he was falling. His ankle had turned on loose rock, and he was sliding down the ravine, branches tearing at his face, and he could not stop, and the slope was steeper than he had thought. And he hit the bottom hard enough that something in his chest broke, and he could not get up. And the pain was enormous, and he tried to call for help, but his ribs would not let him draw breath, and the sun was setting, and no one knew where he was, and Grant pulled free. He was back in the yard. His ribs ached where the memory of broken bones had pressed against them. The second figure faded. He moved to the third. He spoke the words. The cold struck, and he was in water this time, deeper than he had expected, and his boots were filling, and the current was stronger than it looked from the bank. And he could not find his footing, and his pack was dragging him down, and his lungs were burning, and the water closed over his head, and he tried to swim, but his limbs would not respond, and the cold crushed the air from his chest, and Grant came back gasping. The third figure was gone. He stood alone in the yard with Copper shaking. His chest ached where 3 different deaths had pressed against his ribs. His lungs burned from phantom drowning. The cold the figures had left behind was not the cold of winter air. It was deeper, colder. The cold of bodies left too long in places where no warmth reached. Copper sat at his feet and looked up at him, his tail wagging once. The dog had done his job. Grant had done something, though he was not certain what. Grant knelt and placed both hands on Copper's scarred shoulders. The dog leaned into him, warm and solid and alive, and Grant stayed there on the cold ground until the shaking in his hand subsided. Then he stood, walked back to the porch, and climbed the steps. Copper followed. Grant held the door open, and the dog walked inside. Grant followed and closed the door behind them. The deadbolt engaged when he turned it. The house was warm. Copper walked to his water bowl and drank. And then he returned to his blanket and lay down, his head resting on his paws, his eyes already closing. Grant sat in the chair by the bookshelf and looked at the dog. The horror he had felt over the past weeks, the dread, the sleeplessness, and the certainty that something malevolent was stalking him through his own front door, had not dissolved. It had changed shape. He did not know if the figures were what he hoped they were. He did not know if what he was doing helped them or fed them. But he knew what Copper needed from him, and he knew the cost of providing it, and he knew he would pay that cost again tomorrow night when the door opened at 3:02. He rose from the chair and went into the kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it slowly, standing at the sink and looking out the window into the dark yard. Then he went upstairs and lay on the bed without undressing. He did not expect to sleep, but he closed his eyes, and sometime before dawn, he did. The pattern continued. Each night at 3:02, the deadbolt retracted, the door opened, and Copper walked out onto the porch to greet whoever he had found in the forest. Grant followed. He stood in the cold and looked at the figures Copper brought home. Sometimes one, sometimes 3 or 4, once as many as 6. And he spoke to each of them in turn. Each time the cold poured into him. Each time he carried their deaths for the seconds or minutes it took for them to fade. And each time some of that cold remained. Some nights the figures wore the remnants of hiking gear, their boots rotted through, their backpacks hanging from their shoulders in tatters. Other nights they wore ordinary clothing, jeans and sweatshirts, flannel shirts, work boots, the kind of attire someone might wear for a walk in the woods that was supposed to last an hour and instead lasted forever. Grant learned to look past the decay, past the damage, past the wrongness of bodies that had been left too long in cold, wet places. He looked for the details that suggested who these people had been. A wedding ring on a swollen finger, a watch still strapped to a wrist, a necklace tangled in long hair. He did not learn their names. The figures did not speak. They stood in their bewildered waiting, and Grant acknowledged them, experiencing their final moments, and they faded. Sometimes the process took minutes. Other times it took longer, and Grant would stand with a figure for half an hour, living through hypothermia, or drowning, or falling until the figure's presence softened enough to release. By the second week, Grant could not get warm. He kept the fire burning constantly. He wore layers even inside the house. Thermal underwear, flannel shirt, fleece pullover. But the cold had settled into his chest and would not leave. His breath puffed white in the kitchen. His joints stiffened. When he touched objects, they felt warm against his hands, and he realized it was not the objects that were warm. It was his hands that had gone cold. Copper worked with the efficiency of a professional. The dog knew the routes into the forest, knew where to search, knew how to track scents that were years old and no longer attached to anything resembling a body. Grant did not follow him on these nightly expeditions. That was Copper's work, and Grant trusted him to do it. Grant's work began when Copper returned with his findings. Grant was the handler. His role was to receive what Copper brought and to process it, to give the dead whatever it was they needed so they could stop wandering. The sleeplessness that had plagued Grant in the early weeks did not ease. His body could not adjust. The cold he carried from the figures interrupted his sleep. He would wake at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, shivering despite the fire, his sheets damp with condensation that should not have been there. His breath fogged the air above his bed. He wore gloves to make coffee. The exhaustion was constant, but it was not the exhaustion of someone performing necessary work. It was the exhaustion of someone whose body was shutting down by degrees. The house felt different. Grant had lived here for 2 years in a kind of voluntary isolation. going into town only when he needed supplies, avoiding conversations that might extend beyond the transactional exchange of goods and payment. He had preferred the quiet. He had preferred the absence of demands on his attention or his time. But now the house had a purpose. It was the end point of Copper's searches, the place where the lost came to be acknowledged, and Grant found a strange comfort in that, even as it killed him. He was no longer simply occupying space. He was doing something. The cost was simply that he was giving the figures the warmth they needed to pass on and taking their cold into himself in exchange. And eventually there would be nothing left of him but cold. On a night in late November, Copper brought home a figure who looked no older than 20. The young man wore a torn t-shirt and shorts, and his legs were mottled with the discoloration of prolonged exposure to cold water. Grant stood on the porch and looked at him, and something in the tilt of the figure's head, some residual gesture of confusion or fear, made Grant step closer. He said, his voice steady, "You're safe now. You can go." The cold struck. Grant was in the river, the water deeper than it looked from the bank, and the current pulled at his legs. He tried to wade back, but his feet slipped on the rocks, and then he was under, tumbling, his lungs burning, the cold crushing the air from his chest. He pulled free. The figure faded. Grant stood alone on the porch, gasping, and realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear, from cold. The kind of cold that came from inside. Copper sat at Grant's feet and looked up at him, and Grant placed his hand on the dog's head. His fingers felt numb. The two of them stood on the porch in the cold November air until Copper turned and walked back into the house. That night, Grant could not get warm. He added logs to the fire. He wrapped himself in blankets. But the cold he had taken from the young man's drowning remained lodged in his chest, and it did not leave. Winter came to Packwood in early December. The first snow fell on a Thursday night, and by Friday morning the yard was covered in 4 inches of white. Grant shoveled the driveway and the path to the porch, wearing 3 layers despite the moderate temperature, and still his breath fogged white even when he came back inside. Copper walked the perimeter of the property, his nose low to the ground, and Grant watched from the window, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that he could no longer feel the heat from. The dog's routine did not change. At 3:02 each night, the door opened, and Copper went into the forest and came back with the dead. And each night, Grant took more cold into himself. By January, Grant kept the fire burning constantly. He burned through a cord of wood in 2 weeks, an amount that should have lasted the entire winter. He wore thermal layers inside the house. He slept under 4 blankets, but the cold had settled into his chest and would not leave. When he exhaled, his breath puffed white even in the heated kitchen. His fingernails had taken on a faint blue tinge. He stopped writing in the notebook. There was no longer anything to document except the progressive transfer of warmth from his body into theirs. Copper found the lost dead. Grant gave them what they needed. They faded, and Grant grew colder. On Christmas Eve, Grant brought Copper a new blanket from the hardware store, a thick fleece in dark green, and he placed it in the corner of the living room where Copper slept. The dog investigated the blanket, circling it twice before lying down, and Grant sat in the chair by the bookshelf and watched the fire burn low in the hearth. Wade Drexler had trained Copper. Wade Drexler had died in the fire that scarred the dog's shoulders. Had Drexler tried to reach the dog when the flames closed in, or had he simply hoped Copper would survive? Grant did not know. He would never know. But he knew that Copper had survived, and that the dog was still working, and that Grant was doing what he could to help. The years passed in this manner. Winter became spring, but Grant did not feel the warmth return. Spring became summer, and he wore fleece pullovers in July, kept the fire burning through August. The wood delivery driver commented on the size of Grant's orders. Grant did not explain. He simply signed for another 2 cords and stacked them in the shed. Grant turned 57, then 58. His lips had taken on a permanent blue tinge. His fingers went numb if he stopped moving them. In summer, when the temperature outside reached 80 degrees, his breath still fogged white in the kitchen. He avoided going into town. The few times he did, people stared at him, at his pale skin, at the way he shivered despite wearing layers, at the wrongness they could not quite name. Copper's muzzle grayed. The scars on his shoulders faded slightly, though they remained visible under the right light. The dog moved more slowly in the mornings, though at night, when the door opened, he walked onto the porch with the same steady purpose he had always shown. Grant did not speak to anyone about what was happening. There was no one to tell. He bought his groceries at the market in winter clothing, even in June, exchanged brief greetings with cashiers who looked at him with concern and drove home. He lived quietly. He lived alone. But he was not lonely because he had Copper, and he had the work, and the work was killing him by degrees, and he knew this, and he continued anyway. On a night in October, 5 years after Grant had first opened the door and stepped onto the porch to meet the figures, Copper brought home a woman in a blue rain jacket. Grant acknowledged her, spoke the words he had spoken hundreds of times by now, and watched as she faded. When she was gone, he knelt beside Copper and ran his hand over the dog's graying muzzle. The dog's eyes were still brown and calm. His tail still wagged when Grant touched him. He was older, but he was still Copper, and he was still working, and Grant knew they would continue this way for as long as Copper was able. He stood and walked back into the house. Copper followed. Grant closed the door and locked it, and the two of them settled into their places. Copper on his blanket, Grant in the chair by the bookshelf, and waited for the morning. The winter that year was colder than usual. By mid-January, the thermometer on the porch read 8 degrees at night, and the snow accumulated in drifts that reached halfway up the front steps. Grant shoveled twice a day, clearing the path from the house to the driveway, and from the driveway to the road. And each time he finished, he would stand with the shovel in his hands and look out at the forest, his breath steaming in the frozen air. Copper walked beside him during these excursions, his paws leaving neat prints in the snow, his ears forward, alert to sounds Grant could not hear. The work continued without interruption. At 3:02 each morning, the door opened, and Copper brought home the lost. Grant met them on the porch, acknowledged them, and watched as they faded. Some nights there were more figures than usual, as many as 7 or 8. And Grant would stand in the cold for over an hour, speaking to each one, giving them the time they needed. Other nights there were only 1 or 2, and the process took less than 20 minutes. The numbers varied, but the rhythm remained constant. Grant turned 59 in February. He did not celebrate. He woke, made coffee with hands that shook from the cold he could not expel, shoveled the driveway in 3 layers of clothing, and sat in the chair by the bookshelf with a book he had been reading for the past 3 weeks. Copper slept on his blanket, his sides rising and falling, with the slow breaths of an old dog in deep rest. The house was warm. The thermometer on the wall read 72 degrees. But Grant's breath still fogged when he exhaled. He read until his eyes grew heavy, and then he set the book aside and closed his eyes for a few minutes before rising to prepare dinner. He had been feeling the cold constantly now. Not the cold of winter, which could be addressed with fire and layers, but the cold he had taken from the figures. It had accumulated in his chest over 5 years of nightly transfers. Each acknowledgement had left a residue, and the residue had built into something permanent. His core temperature was dropping. He knew this without needing a thermometer. His fingers were pale. His lips had taken on a faint blue tinge he could see in the bathroom mirror. When he touched his own chest, the skin felt like touching refrigerated meat. On a night in late February, Grant woke at 2:30, unable to feel his fingers. He lay in bed and flexed his hands, watching them move, but the sensation was absent. The cold had reached his extremities. He rose at 2:45, dressed in every layer he owned, and went downstairs to wait for the door to open. 3 figures came that night. Grant acknowledged them, experiencing their deaths, drowning in a creek, falling from a cliff, freezing in a snow cave. And when they faded, he stood in the yard shaking so violently that Copper whimpered and pressed against his legs. The dog's warmth felt distant, as though Grant were touching him through thick fabric. Grant climbed the stairs and went back to bed. He slept until 8, woke with no sensation in his feet, and had to look down to confirm they were still attached to his legs. By 9, he could feel them again, barely, a distant tingling that suggested the nerves had not died completely. He knew what was happening. The cold he had taken from the figures was not metabolizing. It was accumulating. Each night, he gave them warmth, his warmth, the heat from his own body, and took their cold in exchange. The transaction was killing him. His core temperature was dropping below the threshold where human tissue could function. He was freezing to death from the inside out, one acknowledgement at a time. On the 1st of March, the temperature rose above freezing for the first time in 6 weeks. The snow began to melt, and by afternoon the driveway was slick with water running in rivulets toward the road. Grant stood on the porch and watched the drip from the eaves, the steady percussion of water falling onto the steps below. Copper sat beside him, his muzzle gray, his eyes half closed in the pale sunlight. The dog was 11 years old now, by Grant's estimation, and the years had slowed him in ways that were impossible to ignore. He moved stiffly in the mornings. He slept more during the day. But at night, when the door opened, Copper still rose with the same steady purpose and walked out into the forest to do his work. Grant placed his hand on Copper's head, and the dog leaned into his palm. Grant said quietly, "Good boy. Now let's get the fire started." They stood together in the thin March sunlight until the cold drove them back inside. That night, Grant felt the cold settle into his heart. He had spent the afternoon splitting firewood in the yard, stacking the pieces in the shed behind the house, and the exertion had brought no warmth to his limbs. He made a simple dinner, toast and soup, and ate it, standing at the kitchen counter, too weary to sit at the table. The soup steamed, but when he swallowed it, he could not feel its heat. Copper watched him from his blanket, and Grant saw the concern in the dog's eyes. He went upstairs at 9 o'clock, earlier than he normally would, and lay on the bed without undressing. His chest felt heavy. Not painful exactly, but cold, as though his heart were pumping ice water instead of blood. Going back downstairs, calling someone. A hospital. He knew what they would find. Core temperature too low to register. Tissue damage from sustained hypothermia. No external explanation. They would ask questions he could not answer. His watch read 9:14. He closed his eyes. The cold in his chest deepened. His breathing slowed, and then it stopped, and the room was silent. Grant opened his eyes to teeth clamped on his sleeve. He was lying in the snow. Something was pulling at him, dragging him, and he could hear whimpering, high and desperate and familiar. He tried to sit up. His arms would not respond correctly. His elbows bent backward. His shoulders moved wrong. He looked down at his hands and saw them pale and swollen, fingers bent at angles fingers should not bend. Water was running from his hair, from his shoulders, pooling in the snow around him. His mouth hung open, and he could not close it. He tried to move his jaw. The muscles would not respond. He tried to stand. His knees bent the wrong direction, and he collapsed back into the snow, his limbs splaying at impossible angles. A copper was pulling at his sleeve. The dog had his teeth clamped on something. The shape of Grant's thermal shirt, the ghost of fabric that Copper could see and smell and grip the way he had gripped all the dead Grant had sent away. Grant felt the pressure of teeth, but could not feel warmth, could not feel the dog's breath. The sensation was distant, like being touched through thick glass. Grant tried to speak, to tell Copper it was all right, to tell the dog to stop. But his throat would not make sound. His tongue lay thick and cold in his mouth. He was shaped like a person, but the mechanics of being a person no longer functioned. His joints moved wrong. His limbs hung loose. Water dripped from him the way it had dripped from all the figures he had acknowledged. He was one of them now. He was what he had been standing on the porch with for 5 years. Copper dragged him another 3 feet toward the house, then stopped to dig. His front paws tore at the frozen ground, throwing up clods of dirt and ice, and Grant understood what the dog was trying to do. Copper could see him. Copper had found him the way he found all the lost dead. And now Copper was trying to drag him to the porch, to the door, to reunite him with the body lying upstairs in the bed. The dog thought he could still save him. Grant tried to reach for Copper's head. His arm bent at the elbow, but the joint articulated backward and his hand flopped uselessly, passing through the dog without making contact. He tried again. The same result. Copper could touch him. Grant could not touch Copper. The dead could be acted upon. They could not act. He tried to call Copper's name. His mouth would not form the word. No sound came. He was trapped inside his own ruined body, shaped like himself but functioning like nothing human, and the dog pulling at his sleeve could not see him, could not hear him, could not understand that Grant was there. Copper stopped dragging and looked toward the house, whimpering. Then he clamped his teeth harder on Grant's sleeve and pulled again, desperate, trying to get Grant to the porch, to the door, to the body lying upstairs in the bed. Grant understood. Copper had found him, tracked his scent to where it ended in the yard, to the ghost that had formed where Grant's last living warmth had touched the ground. Copper had tracked his ghost the way he had tracked all the lost dead, and now Copper was trying to bring him home, trying to reunite the ghost with the body lying upstairs in the bed. But Grant was not lost in the wilderness. He was lost in death, and there was no handler who could help him. Grant tried to reach for Copper. His arm bent wrong. His hand passed through. Then he felt himself fade. The cold around him diminished. His edges grew less distinct. And then he was gone from Copper's sight. But he was still there. Invisible now, he watched Copper stare at the empty space, whimpering. The dog sniffed desperately, trying to reacquire the scent, then lowered his muzzle and began to dig. His claws scraped frozen dirt, raw and rhythmic and desperate. Between each bout, Copper would stop and look up, tail low, body trembling, waiting for the handler to give the release command, waiting for the praise, waiting to be told the job was done. Grant remembered the training videos he had watched on his laptop months ago. The dogs in those videos had vibrated with joy when they found the hidden volunteer, their tails whipping back and forth as they led their handlers to the source. The reward came immediately. A worn tennis ball produced from a pocket, or the handler dropping to their knees for rough, enthusiastic play, their voice high and warm. Good boy. You found him. Good find. The job is finished. The dogs had lived for that moment. The game ended with warmth and contact and release. Grant understood. Search and rescue was a game that ended with reward. Copper had found Grant. But Grant could not give the command, could not speak the words, could not end the work. Grant knelt beside his dog, his spectral form bending at impossible angles. He could see the blood on Copper's paws, the exhaustion in his trembling limbs, the desperate terror each time Copper lifted his head and waited for praise that would never come. He reached for the ground where Copper was digging. His hand passed through the dirt. He tried again and again, willing himself into contact, and on the fourth attempt his fingers left a mark. Not a depression, but a disturbance in the snow's surface. A shadow that darkened the white for half a second before fading. Copper's head snapped up. The dog stared at the spot where Grant's hand had touched, whining, his nose working the air. Then he lowered his muzzle and dug harder, trying to reach whatever he had sensed. Grant pressed his palm flat against the frozen ground. The shadow appeared again, darker this time, and held for 3 seconds. Copper pawed at it, whimpering, then looked up at the empty air where Grant knelt and waited. Grant tried to form the words, "Good boy. You found him. The job is finished." His mouth shaped them. No sound came. The shadow faded. Copper dug. Grant pressed his hand down again, and again. Each time the shadow appeared, Copper would stop and search for the source, his tail lifting briefly in hope before he returned to digging. The shadow was not enough. It was not the voice. It was not the warmth. It was not the release command Copper had been trained to wait for. But Grant could not stop trying. He knelt in the snow and pressed his hand to the frozen ground, leaving the marks that appeared and vanished, while Copper dug and paused and dug again, both of them locked in a loop. Neither could escape. The sound of claws scraping frozen dirt, the wet panting, the occasional whimper. All of it filled the winter air. Grant made no sound, no breath, no footsteps, no voice. Only the fading shadows his hands left behind. Signals Copper could sense but not understand. Traces of a handler who could no longer give the words his dog was waiting for. Hammond's pen had frozen to the notebook page. He had been writing in the helicopter for 40 minutes without noticing the cold. Now, trying to close the cover, the nib pulled a thread of ice across the paper, tearing the word catatonia in half. His fingers would not bend properly. He forced the book shut and pressed his hands between his knees. The pilot's voice came through the headset, naming the destination. Hammond looked up. Below, the Grampians resolved out of the white, not gradually, but all at once, the way a carcass appears through fog. Ridges of exposed granite, black against the snowfields. Forests reduced to matchstick density along the lower slopes. The estate appeared as a configuration of roof lines and chimney smoke, perhaps 3 miles to the northwest, or 5, or 7. Distance was a coward in this light. The house was Georgian, he thought, or imitation Georgian, gray stone, symmetrical, built for a century that valued order. It sat alone in a basin of open ground, tree line 200 yards distant on 3 sides, cliffs rising sheer to the north. The wilderness that had swallowed Nora for 3 weeks in October pressed against the clearing like a living thing held barely at bay. The helicopter descended in a wide spiral. Hammond's medical bag shifted against his shin. Inside, stethoscope, ophthalmoscope, reflex hammer, penlight, the damaged notebook. The tools of observation. Duncan's letter had been clinical in its desperation. My wife exhibits behaviors I cannot account for through medical knowledge available to me. and I require a specialist of absolute discretion. But the follow-up telephone call 3 days ago had been something else. Duncan's voice on the crackling line from Braemar, tight, airless, a man who had forgotten how to breathe properly. He had said the word skinwalker once, then fallen silent for so long, Hammond thought the connection had dropped. The skids touched snow. The pilot killed the engine, and the rotor noise began its slow descent through audible frequencies into felt vibration, then into nothing. The silence that replaced it was not peaceful. It was the silence of a landscape waiting for something to move so it could see where to bite. Hammond unstrapped and pushed the door open. Cold came in like a fist. Not the bracing cold of Edinburgh in December, but something older, something that had been refining itself against these mountains since the ice sheets retreated. He stepped down into snow that came mid-calf and immediately felt moisture seep through the leather of his boots. The pilot was already moving toward the rear compartment, unhurried, extracting Hammond's overnight case and the medical bag with the same efficient silence he had maintained for the entire flight. The estate's front door opened. A man emerged. Tall, perhaps 50, moving with the deliberate care of someone who had been holding himself motionless for so long that motion had become unfamiliar. He wore a thick wool cardigan over a shirt and tie, as though he had dressed for formality that morning and then forgotten to remove the cardigan when the house grew cold. His face was narrow, clean-shaven, the kind of face that photographs well because there was nothing in it that demanded interpretation. But his eyes were wrong. Hammond had seen eyes like that twice before. Once in a woman whose daughter had drowned in the Forth, once in a man who had killed his brother and not yet been charged. Eyes that had stopped expecting the world to make sense. Duncan stopped 10 feet from the helicopter and waited. Hammond crossed the distance between them, boots crunching in the snow, and extended his hand. Duncan's hand was cold even through the glove. He thanked Hammond for coming, said most wouldn't have. His voice was steady, the voice of a man who had practiced steadiness until it became a mask he could wear in public. But there was something beneath it, a vibration Hammond felt more than heard, the way a piano string hums when another string is struck nearby. The pilot brought the bags to the front steps without a word, nodded once to Duncan, and returned to the helicopter. The engine coughed, caught, rose to its full scream. Hammond and Duncan stood in the rotor wash and watched the machine lift, bank south, and disappear into the gray. The sound faded. The silence returned heavier this time. Duncan picked up the overnight case and told Hammond he would want to settle in first, then they should talk. Hammond followed him into the house. The entry hall was what he had expected. Stone floors, dark wood paneling, a staircase rising to a gallery landing, oil paintings of men in hunting tweeds staring down with the permanent dissatisfaction of the landed dead. A fire burned in the hearth large enough to stand in. The warmth should have been welcoming. It was not. The house felt like a mouth that had just stopped chewing. Duncan led him upstairs to a guest room. Clean, spare, a 4-poster bed with heavy curtains, a writing desk beneath a window that looked north toward the cliffs. Hammond set his bag on the bed and turned. Duncan stood in the doorway, not entering. He said Nora was downstairs in the east drawing room, that she spent most of her time there now. Hammond asked if her behavior had changed since the telephone call. Duncan said no, that it was worse at night, the standing and the sounds she made, but during the day it was the same. She would not eat unless he prepared the food in front of her. She would not speak. She had not spoken a full sentence since she came back. Hammond asked about her behavior before she was lost. Duncan's voice cracked. He stopped, visibly reset himself, and said they had been married 16 years. Then he looked at Hammond with those ruined eyes and said what he had come 800 miles to say. I know my wife. What's downstairs is not my wife. Hammond had heard versions of this before. The stroke victim's husband, who could not accept that his wife's personality had been rewritten by a blood clot. The mother who insisted her schizophrenic son had been replaced in his sleep. Grief wore many disguises, but Duncan did not sound like a man in denial. He sounded like a man reporting an observable fact. Hammond told him he would need to conduct a full neurological assessment, that it might take several sessions. Duncan said to take whatever time was needed, then stepped back from the doorway and told Hammond to come down when he was ready. He would be in the study. He left. His footsteps receded down the hall, slow and careful. The footsteps of a man walking on ice. Hammond stood at the window and looked north. The cliffs were basalt, black and sheer, streaked with ice where snowmelt had frozen mid-drip. Somewhere beyond that ridge, Nora had survived 3 weeks alone in October. The search teams had found nothing. No shelter, no fire pits, no explanation for how a woman with no wilderness training had endured temperatures that dropped below freezing every night. She had walked out of the forest on the 22nd day, 15 miles from where she had disappeared, and knocked on a shepherd's door at dawn. The shepherd had driven her home. Duncan's letter had not described her condition when she returned, only that it had been medically assessed as survivable. Hammond turned from the window, opened his medical bag, and checked the contents. Everything in its place. He closed the bag, left the room, and descended the stairs. The east drawing room was at the end of a long corridor paneled in oak. The door stood open. Hammond paused at the threshold. Nora stood in the far corner, facing the wall. She was motionless in a way that living things are not motionless. No weight shift, no postural adjustment, no tremor of muscle fatigue. She wore a gray dress that might once have been elegant, but now hung on her frame like fabric draped over a mannequin. Her hair was dark, cut short in a style that suggested someone else had done the cutting without asking her preference. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, not quite making fists. Hammond waited. 30 seconds. A minute. She did not move. He stepped into the room. Her head turned. Not her body, not her shoulders, just her head, smooth and continuous, until she was looking at him over her left shoulder. Her face was pale, angular, features symmetrical in the way that unsettles rather than attracts. But it was her eyes that stopped Hammond's breath. They reflected the light, not metaphorically, not the way eyes catch lamplight and seem to glow. Her eyes reflected light the way an animal's eyes do in headlights. A flat, silver shine, depthless, like coins pressed into clay. Hammond's hand found the doorframe. He held it and did not let himself step back. Nora's head completed its rotation until she faced forward again. She resumed staring at the wall. She did not blink. Hammond counted his own heartbeats until they steadied, then crossed the room and stood 5 feet to her left, giving her space, not crowding. Up close, he could see her chest rising and falling, slow, rhythmic, the breathing of deep sleep. But her eyes were open. He spoke her name quietly, identified himself, asked if she could hear him. She did not respond. Hammond waited, then tried again, asking the question more simply. Her lips parted. For a moment, Hammond thought she would speak. Instead, she exhaled, a long, slow breath that misted faintly in the cold air of the drawing room. Then nothing. Hammond stood with her in the silence and understood that Duncan's fear was not madness. There was something wrong here that his training had not prepared him to name. Hammond spent the rest of the morning in the drawing room. He did not attempt conversation again. Nora had made it clear, in her silence, that language was not a door she would open. Instead, he observed. He took notes. Pulse rate estimated at 42 beats per minute, from the visible carotid artery. Respiratory rate 8 breaths per minute, both well below normal resting values, but not incompatible with life. Her posture did not change for 3 hours. At one point, a log shifted in the fireplace with a crack like a gunshot, and Nora did not flinch. Hammond tested her peripheral vision by moving slowly into her visual field from the right. No tracking, no acknowledgement. He moved a chair, deliberately scraping it against the floor. Nothing. He opened his medical bag and removed the reflex hammer, setting it on the side table with a distinct metallic tap. Nora continued staring at the wall. He sat back in his chair and muttered to himself, a habit from his teaching days at Edinburgh. Thinking aloud helped him organize observations. Catatonic presentation with preserved autonomic function, he said quietly. More to his notebook than to the room. Selective response suppression. Nora's head turned slightly. Not toward him. Just a few degrees, as though adjusting to hear better. Hammond stopped mid-sentence. Watched her. She remained facing the wall, but something about her posture had changed, an alertness that had not been there before. He waited 30 seconds, then returned to his notes in silence. At 12:30, Duncan appeared in the doorway with a tray. Soup, bread, tea. He set it on the table near Hammond and left without speaking. Hammond ate absently, watching Nora. She did not turn toward the smell of food. By 2 o'clock, Hammond's back ached from sitting in the chair Duncan had provided. He stood, stretched, and crossed to the window. Outside, snow had begun falling again. Not the heavy, wet snow of the lowlands, but fine, granular crystals that hissed against the glass. The forest was a gray smudge in the middle distance. Somewhere in that direction, Nora had wandered for 3 weeks, and the wilderness had not killed her. That fact alone was wrong. October in the Grampians, freezing nights, no game this high up, water sources scarce. A woman with no survival training should have died in 72 hours. Hammond turned back to Nora. She had moved. Not far. Perhaps 2 feet to the left, still facing the wall. But her position had changed, and Hammond had not seen or heard the movement. He had been looking out the window for perhaps 90 seconds. In that time, she had relocated in absolute silence. His mouth went dry. He crossed the room slowly, watching her for any sign of reaction. When he was 3 feet away, he stopped and spoke her name. No response. He circled her carefully, observing. Her feet were bare. He had not noticed that before. The soles were heavily calloused, discolored, the nails cracked and yellowed. Frostbite damage, certainly. But she stood without apparent discomfort on the cold floor. Hammond knelt and touched the floor near her feet. The stone was cold enough to hurt his palm. He looked up at her face. Her expression had not changed. Slack, empty. The eyes open but focused on nothing. He stood, made a note in his book, and decided to test a hypothesis. He left the drawing room and walked to the far end of the corridor, waited 30 seconds. Then he stepped into a doorway alcove, out of sight of the drawing room entrance, and remained motionless. 5 minutes passed. Then he heard it. A faint sound like fabric brushing against stone. He waited. The sound came again, closer. Then silence. Hammond counted to 10 and stepped out of the alcove. Nora stood 15 feet away in the corridor, facing his direction. Her eyes reflected the lamplight, that same flat silver shine, depthless and wrong. She had followed him, silently, tracking him through the house with an unerring certainty that suggested she knew exactly where he was at all times. Hammond did not move. Neither did Nora. They stood in the corridor in a silence that stretched until Hammond's own pulse was audible in his ears. Then Nora's head tilted slowly, perhaps 15 degrees to the right. A movement that mimicked curiosity, but contained no curiosity. She was looking at him the way a specimen is examined under glass. Hammond forced himself to breathe normally and spoke in the same quiet tone he had used before, saying he was going back to the drawing room now, that she should come with him if she wished. Nora's head returned to vertical. Hammond turned and walked back down the corridor, not looking behind him. He heard nothing. When he reached the drawing room and turned, Nora was standing in the doorway watching him. Then she walked past him to her corner and resumed her position, facing the wall as though nothing had happened. Hammond sat down and wrote 3 words in his notebook. Tracking. Silent ambulation. Purpose unknown. The daylight began to fail at 4. Duncan had not reappeared. Hammond considered finding him, asking about lighting the lamps, but decided to wait. He wanted to observe Nora's behavior as the room darkened. By 4:30, the drawing room was filled with gray twilight. Nora remained in her corner, a darker shadow against the wall. Hammond could still see her outline, the faint movement of her breathing. By 5, full dark had settled. The fire had burned down to coals. Hammond could see almost nothing. Then Nora's eyes opened. He had not realized they had been closed. But now they were open, and they shone in the darkness, like polished coins catching the last ember light from the hearth. 2 points of silver, unblinking, reflecting a light source that should not have been sufficient to create that effect. Hammond's hands gripped the arms of his chair. The eyes moved, not her head, just the eyes, tracking left and right, scanning the room. Then they fixed on Hammond. He could not see her face, could not see her body, only the eyes, luminous and flat, staring at him across 12 feet of darkness. Hammond did not reach for matches, did not call out. He sat perfectly still and met that inhuman gaze. Every rational part of his mind told him to move, to light the lamps, to call for Duncan. His body refused. The eyes blinked once, slowly. Then Nora turned and walked out of the room. Hammond heard her footsteps recede into the house. Slow, deliberate, confident in the total darkness. He sat alone in the drawing room. His hands found the chair arms and held on. Hammond found Duncan in the study at 6:30, sitting in a leather chair that faced the fire. The man did not turn when Hammond entered. A decanter of whiskey sat on the table beside him, a glass half full in his hand. The room smelled of peat smoke and old books. Hammond closed the door and crossed to the second chair. Duncan still did not look at him. Hammond summarized what he had observed: the catatonic rigidity, the absence of verbal response, the eye shine, the tracking behavior. He kept his voice clinical, factual, draining the observations of the dread they had created in him. Duncan listened without interruption. When Hammond finished, Duncan took a long drink and asked what it meant. Hammond said he was building a working hypothesis. Severe psychological trauma could produce catatonic states. The tracking behavior suggested some cognitive function remained intact despite the lack of verbal communication. The eye shine was more difficult to explain through conventional neurology, but he had seen similar phenomena in patients with certain degenerative conditions affecting the retina. Duncan turned to look at him for the first time. His face was gaunt in the firelight. He asked if Hammond believed Nora was still human. Hammond met his gaze and said yes, that everything he had observed so far was consistent with profound trauma, not supernatural replacement. The wilderness survival was extraordinary, certainly, but not impossible. The human body, under extreme duress, was capable of adaptations that seemed inhuman. Duncan returned his attention to the fire. He said Hammond had not seen her at night, had not seen what she did in the hours between midnight and dawn. Hammond asked what happened at night. Duncan was quiet for a long time. Then he described how Nora would stand in their bedroom doorway for hours, motionless, watching him. How she made sounds, Not words, but vocalizations that mimicked the rhythm of speech without forming language. How once, when he had tried to approach her with a blanket because she was barefoot, and he thought she must be cold, she had moved with a speed that should not have been possible, crossing 6 feet in less than a second. And when she stopped, she was standing so close he could feel her breath on his face. She had not touched him, had only stood there staring until he backed away. Hammond made notes and asked about appetite, about elimination, about any self-injurious behavior. Duncan answered flatly. She ate when he prepared food and brought it to her, but only certain things. Raw vegetables, bread, water. She refused cooked meat. She used the lavatory, but only when he was not in the house. He had never seen her sleep. They spoke for another 20 minutes, Hammond extracting the clinical details he needed to refine his assessment. When he had enough, he told Duncan he would continue observation tomorrow. He needed to see Nora's pain response, test her reflexes directly, attempt a more thorough neurological examination. Duncan said he could try, but that Nora would not cooperate. She had not let anyone touch her since she returned. Hammond thanked him and rose to leave. Duncan remained in his chair, staring at the fire, the whiskey glass empty now in his hand. Hammond climbed the stairs to his room, closed the door, and stood at the window. The snow had stopped. The forest was a black mass against the slightly less black sky. No lights anywhere except the estate. No sound but the wind working at the eaves. He turned from the window and opened his notebook, reviewing the observations. The clinical picture was taking shape. Severe catatonia, selective mutism, possible retinal damage, hyperacusis, or selective auditory processing disorder, temperature insensitivity consistent with peripheral neuropathy, all explainable, all within the boundaries of known pathology. But the tracking, the way she had appeared in the corridor, the eyes in the darkness. Hammond closed the notebook and rubbed his face. He was tired. 2 days of travel, the altitude, the cold, fatigue bred misperception. Tomorrow he would conduct a proper examination and the strangeness would resolve into diagnosis. He slept poorly. The wind kept him half awake, and twice he thought he heard footsteps in the corridor outside his room. But when he rose and opened the door, the hall was empty. Morning came gray and cold. Hammond dressed, went downstairs, and found Duncan in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Duncan gestured toward the stove where a kettle was heating. Hammond poured tea and asked where Nora was. Duncan said she would be in the drawing room, where she always was. Hammond carried his tea down the corridor. The drawing room door stood open. Nora was not at her usual position by the wall. She stood instead near the fireplace, one hand extended toward the iron grate. Hammond entered and spoke her name. She did not turn. He crossed the room slowly. As he approached, he saw that her hand was not near the grate. It was on the grate, palm flat against the iron bars that glowed dull red from the fire burning behind them. Hammond's teacup hit the floor. He moved without thinking, crossing the last 6 feet in 2 strides and pulling her hand away from the metal. Her skin came away from the iron with a sound like tearing fabric. The palm was burned black, the flesh charred in the exact pattern of the grate bars. The smell of cooked meat filled the room. Nora turned her head and looked at him. Her face showed no pain, no distress, no reaction at all. Hammond stared at the ruined hand he was holding. The tissue damage was 3rd degree at minimum, the kind of burn that should be producing screaming agony. Nora's pulse, visible at her wrist beneath his fingers, remained slow and steady. She pulled her hand from his grip with gentle insistence and let it hang at her side. The burned flesh wept clear fluid. She turned back toward the wall and walked to her corner, leaving small drops of blood and plasma on the floor behind her. Hammond stood by the fireplace, his own hands shaking, and understood that something was profoundly wrong in a way his medical training had not prepared him to address. The frostbite hypothesis crystallized. If her peripheral nervous system had been catastrophically damaged during her weeks in the wilderness, nerve death from sustained cold, from tissue necrosis, from prolonged exposure, she might have lost all sensation in her extremities. The eye shine could be retinal damage from snow blindness or freezing. The rigidity could be neurological injury compounded by psychological collapse. It fit. All of it fit. But it did not explain the tracking. The intelligence behind the blank face. The sense, growing stronger each hour he spent in this house, that something was watching him through Nora's eyes. Hammond left the drawing room and went to find Duncan. Duncan found Hammond in the entry hall, standing over Nora's hand with a medical kit open on the floor. The burn needed debridement, antibiotics, sterile dressing. Hammond had brought her here because the light was better and because he needed Duncan to hold her still. But Nora was already still. She stood with her arm extended, palm up, while Hammond cleaned the charred tissue. She did not flinch, did not pull away. Her breathing never changed. Duncan watched from the doorway, his face the color of ash. Hammond worked in deliberate silence, removing the dead tissue, applying silver sulfatazine, wrapping the hand in gauze. The burn was severe enough that she would lose function in at least 2 fingers if it were not properly treated. He explained this to Duncan, described the risk of infection, the need for daily dressing changes. Duncan nodded but did not speak. When Hammond finished, Nora lowered her arm and walked back toward the drawing room without a word. Duncan and Hammond stood in the entry hall among the medical supplies and the smell of antiseptic. Hammond told him the working theory: catastrophic peripheral neuropathy from sustained frostbite exposure during the weeks in the wilderness. Nerve death in the extremities, possibly extending into the limbs, combined with severe psychological trauma and what appeared to be a dissociative state. The eye shine was likely retinal damage from snow blindness or freezing of the corneal surface. The rigidity was catatonia. The tracking behavior was harder to explain, but patients with severe dissociation sometimes exhibited hypervigilance and altered perception of their environment. Duncan listened, and when Hammond finished, he asked a single question. Could nerve death explain the speed? Hammond did not understand. Duncan repeated what he had said the night before, that Nora could move faster than should be possible, that when she chose to move rather than stand rigid, she crossed distances in fractions of a second. Hammond had not witnessed this. He asked Duncan to describe it in detail. Duncan did. And as he spoke, his voice grew tighter, the careful steadiness beginning to crack. He described how 3 nights ago Nora had been standing in the corridor outside their bedroom, and he had tried to walk past her to go downstairs, and she had been in front of him before he registered movement, blocking his path. How last week he had been in the kitchen preparing her food, and she had been in the drawing room, and he had turned to find her standing directly behind him, though he had heard nothing. Hammond suggested that Duncan was exhausted, that perception under stress was unreliable. Duncan's jaw clenched. He said he knew what he had seen. They argued quietly for several minutes, Hammond maintaining that the observations had rational explanations, Duncan insisting that Hammond had not spent enough time with Nora to understand what she had become. Finally, Duncan turned and walked away, his shoulders rigid with something that might have been anger or despair or both. Hammond gathered the medical supplies and returned to the drawing room. Nora stood in her corner, the bandaged hand hanging at her side. Hammond pulled a chair near her, not too close, respecting the boundaries she seemed to require, and sat. He needed to attempt verbal engagement. The mutism could not be absolute. Even profoundly traumatized patients sometimes responded to careful, patient prompting. He began speaking to her in a low, steady voice. He told her his name again, explained why he was here, said that he understood she had been through something terrible, that it was all right if she could not talk about it yet, but that he was here to help if she would let him. Nora did not turn. Hammond continued. He asked simple questions. Could she hear him? Did she remember coming home? Did she know where she was now? Nothing. He shifted approach. He described the house, the weather, the date, grounding information, things to anchor her if she was experiencing dissociative fugue. Nora's head tilted, perhaps 2 degrees. Hammond stopped, waited, spoke again, repeating the date. Nora's lips moved. Hammond leaned forward, careful not to crowd her, and asked her to repeat what she had said. Her mouth opened. The sound that emerged was not her voice. It was not Duncan's voice either. It was Hammond's voice, his exact Edinburgh accent, his teaching voice cadence, speaking the words he had muttered to himself the night before while he thought he was alone. Catatonic presentation with preserved autonomic function. The words were flat, effectless, delivered in perfect mimicry of his own speech patterns. They came from Nora's mouth. Hammond watched her lips form the sounds and felt something cold settle into his chest. He had been alone in his bedroom last night when he reviewed his notes. The door had been closed. He had been on the 2nd floor. She could not have heard him, but she had. Nora turned her head and looked at him. Her face was blank. She opened her mouth again. The 14th of December, 1985. Duncan's voice this time. Then her mouth opened again. Come down when you're ready. I'll be in the study. Still Duncan's voice. Duncan's exact phrasing from yesterday. She won't speak, she said, still in Duncan's voice. She hasn't spoken a full sentence since she came back. Hammond stood. His chair scraped against the floor. Nora tracked him with her eyes, that silver shine catching the window light. Then her mouth opened once more, and his own voice came out. The private words he had spoken to himself in the corridor before breakfast. Everything has a rational explanation. Hammond backed toward the door. She had been listening to everything, in every room, through walls, through floors, through closed doors. His throat closed. He turned and left the room. He found Duncan in the study, poured himself 3 fingers of whiskey without asking, and drank half of it before he could speak. Then he told Duncan what had happened. Duncan closed his eyes. He said he knew that Nora did this, that she had been doing it for weeks, repeating things Duncan had said, sometimes hours later, sometimes days later, always in his voice, never in her own. Hammond set the glass down and pressed his palms against his eyes. Echolalia. Delayed echolalia was a documented phenomenon in certain psychiatric conditions, in autism spectrum presentations, in some forms of brain injury. But voice mimicry of this precision, capturing not just words but accent, timbre, pitch, the micro variations that made a voice recognizable. That was not standard echolalia. That was something else. Unless the damage was not just psychological, unless there was neurological injury to the language centers, to Broca's area or Wernicke's area, creating some form of aphasia where she could only reproduce speech she had heard rather than generate her own. It was possible. It fit the pattern of catastrophic trauma. But it did not explain why Duncan's voice coming from Nora's mouth made Hammond's skin crawl in a way no medical phenomenon should. He looked at Duncan and saw his own dread reflected there. Something was wrong with Nora, something profound and terrible. And Hammond's training was beginning to feel less like a tool for understanding and more like a set of excuses he was constructing to avoid admitting that he did not understand at all. Hammond spent the next 36 hours assembling his diagnosis. He examined Nora as thoroughly as she would permit, which was more than he expected and less than he needed. She allowed him to test her reflexes. All absent below the knee, diminished in the upper extremities. He checked pupillary response with his penlight. The pupils contracted, but slowly, asymmetrically. He palpated the lymph nodes in her neck and found them normal. Her core temperature registered at 35.2 Celsius, hypothermic but not incompatible with life. He could not perform a full cranial nerve assessment because she would not follow instructions, but he observed her tracking his movements, noted the smooth pursuit of her eyes when he walked across the room, the way her head turned to follow sound she should not have been able to hear from 2 rooms away. The clinical picture assembled itself, and Hammond clung to each term with the deliberate precision of a man building a wall between himself and something he did not want to see. Severe hypothermia exposure causing peripheral neuropathy and probable frostbite injury to the extremities. Retinal damage from sustained snow blindness or corneal freezing, creating the tapetum lucidum-like reflection. Profound psychological trauma manifesting as catatonia, selective mutism, and dissociative hypervigilance. Neurological injury to the language centers producing echolalia with preserved phonological processing. The ability to reproduce sounds without generating original speech. It fit. Every symptom had a medical correlate. The survival itself was the only true anomaly, but even that was not impossible. Humans had survived extraordinary cold before. The body, under extreme duress, could enter states that mimicked death, slowing metabolism, preserving core function at the expense of peripheral tissue. Nora had survived 3 weeks in the wilderness by becoming, temporarily, something less than fully human. Her consciousness had narrowed to a point. Everything non-essential had been shed. What remained was a nervous system, running on the barest minimum of energy, responding to stimuli with animal directness, no higher cognition to interfere. She had not been replaced. She had been reduced. And what Duncan feared as inhuman was simply the stripped-down chassis of a human being with everything decorative removed. Hammond wrote this across 4 pages of careful documentation, building the case methodically, symptom by symptom, ruling out alternatives, arriving at the only conclusion supported by evidence. The Latin terminology felt like armor. The diagnostic framework felt like solid ground. But at night, lying awake in his room, he could not stop thinking about her eyes in the darkness. The way they had tracked him. The way his own voice had come from her mouth, speaking words she should never have heard. On the evening of the 2nd day, he told Duncan he was ready to deliver his assessment. They would meet in the study after dinner. Hammond would explain what was wrong with Nora, what could be done, how quickly she needed to be transferred to a facility with proper resources. Duncan agreed. His face showed no relief, only exhaustion. Hammond returned to his room and reviewed his notes one final time. The diagnosis was sound. Tragic, certainly. Nora would require years of treatment, might never fully recover speech or sensation, would carry the psychological scars for life. But she was alive, she was human, and she was not lost. He closed the notebook and allowed himself to feel the weight of professional satisfaction. He had been brought here to answer an impossible question, and he had answered it. The supernatural was simply the medical dressed in unfamiliar clothing. Outside, snow began to fall again, heavy and soundless. The morning of the consultation, Hammond woke before dawn. He had slept deeply for the first time since arriving. The satisfaction of having solved the puzzle, granting him a rest he had not expected. He dressed, gathered his notes, and descended to the kitchen. Duncan was already there, standing at the window that looked north toward the cliffs. He did not turn when Hammond entered. The posture was familiar. The careful stillness, the sense of a man holding himself together through a force of will alone. Hammond poured tea and asked if Duncan had slept. Duncan said he had not slept properly in 2 months, not since Nora returned. Hammond crossed to stand beside him at the window. The dawn light was gray and thin, revealing the landscape in stages. First the formal gardens, then the tree line, finally the cliffs themselves, black and sheer against the paling sky. Beautiful in its way. Brutal, certainly. Hammond told Duncan the consultation would provide clarity, that what he had to say would not erase the horror of what Nora had endured, but would at least give Duncan a framework for understanding it. Duncan needed to know that his wife was still his wife, that the woman in the drawing room was not a replacement, but a survivor bearing the visible scars of survival. Duncan was quiet for a long time. Then he asked Hammond if he had ever killed anyone. The question arrived without preamble, without context. Hammond set his tea down and said that no, he had not. Duncan nodded slowly. He said he had been thinking about it, about what it would take, how one would go about it if one had to, if there were no other option. Hammond's hands went cold. He asked Duncan what he meant. Duncan turned from the window and looked at him with those ruined eyes and said that if Nora were not Nora, if she were truly something wearing Nora's face, then letting her continue would be a cruelty. That mercy in such circumstances would look like violence. Hammond kept his voice level and said that Nora was human, that the consultation today would confirm this, that Duncan must not let his exhaustion and fear drive him towards something he could never undo. Duncan held his gaze for a moment longer, then turned back to the window and said nothing. Hammond left the kitchen with his tea untouched and his notes gripped too tightly in his hand. He found Nora in the drawing room, standing in a different corner than usual. Near the window now, not the wall. Her bandaged hand hung at her side. The dressing needed changing. Hammond would see to it after the consultation. He approached slowly and spoke her name. She did not turn. He told her that he would be speaking with Duncan soon, that he wanted to help her, that she was safe here, even if it did not feel safe. Nora's head tilted. It was the same motion he had seen before, the 2-degree curiosity that contained no curiosity. But this time her eyes shifted to look at him without her head completing the turn. Just the eyes tracking sideways in their sockets, the silver shine catching the weak daylight. Hammond felt his breath catch. The movement was wrong, not medically impossible. Eyes could move independently of the head, but wrong in its exactness, its deliberateness, its complete absence of the micro-movements that accompanied normal ocular tracking. She was watching him the way something watches prey from cover. He stepped back. Nora's eyes followed. Her head remained tilted at its unnatural angle. Hammond excused himself, his voice steadier than he felt, and left the drawing room. He stood in the corridor and pressed his palm against the wall, feeling the cold stone through his skin. Duncan's question echoed, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Not a hypothetical, not idle speculation. A question weighted with intention, with the shape of a decision still being formed. Hammond had dismissed it as exhaustion, as the derangement of fear. But standing here now, with Nora's eyes still imprinted on his mind, that predatory sideways tracking, that inhuman stillness, he wondered if Duncan's fear was not exhaustion at all. Perhaps Duncan had seen something Hammond had not yet let himself see. Perhaps the man was not mad. Perhaps he was simply honest. Hammond pushed away from the wall and walked to the study. He sat at Duncan's desk and reviewed his notes one final time. Everything was in order. Everything was explained. And yet his hands were shaking. By mid-afternoon, Hammond had the consultation as organized as it would ever be. Duncan appeared at the study door just after 2 o'clock. He had built the fire high, and the room was warm enough that Hammond removed his jacket and draped it over the chair back. He spread his notes on the desk between them and began. He told Duncan that Nora was suffering from a constellation of injuries, all consistent with prolonged exposure to extreme cold and the psychological trauma of wilderness survival. He walked Duncan through each symptom point by point, building the case piece by piece the way he would present to a medical board. The eye shine first. Duncan leaned forward when Hammond raised it, his hands flat on the desk. Hammond explained that the human eye did not naturally reflect light the way animal eyes did. Animals possessed a structure called the tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer behind the retina that enhanced night vision. Humans lacked this, but under certain conditions, damaged eyes could create a similar effect. He described how severe cold could cause the vitreous fluid in the eye to partially freeze, creating microscopic ice crystals that remained even after thawing. These crystals acted as reflective surfaces, scattering light back toward its source. Combined with retinal detachment, a tearing of the retina from the back of the eye, common in trauma and extreme temperature exposure, the light reflection became amplified. What Duncan saw as inhuman eye shine was actually tissue damage made visible. Duncan asked if Hammond had seen this before. Hammond admitted he had not personally observed this specific combination, but that the literature documented cold-induced ocular trauma extensively. Arctic explorers, high-altitude mountaineers, survivors of hypothermic exposure, all showed variants of this pathology. Nora's case was severe, certainly, but not unprecedented. Duncan's jaw tightened, but he nodded for Hammond to continue. Hammond moved to the pain insensitivity. He explained peripheral neuropathy, the death of nerve endings due to frostbite. Nora's extremities had been exposed to sustained freezing temperatures for weeks. The tissue had frozen, thawed, refrozen, each cycle destroying more nerve fibers. By the time she returned, the damage was extensive. Her hands and feet contained dead nerves that could no longer transmit pain signals to her brain. The burn on the stove had not hurt her because she could not feel it, not because she was inhuman, but because the wilderness had destroyed her capacity for sensation in her extremities. Duncan absorbed this. He asked about her feet, how she could walk on frozen stone without discomfort, how her footsteps made no sound. Hammond said the callousing was protective adaptation. The feet had toughened during her wilderness survival, building layers of dead tissue that insulated the remaining nerves. The soundless movement was simply a matter of weight distribution and gait alteration, unconscious compensations for damaged sensation. People with severe neuropathy often walked differently, more carefully, placing their feet with a deliberation that minimized impact. Duncan looked at Hammond with those exhausted eyes and said it did not sound like Nora. It sounded like something that had learned to walk in Nora's body. Hammond held his gaze and said that was trauma speaking, not observation. That Duncan was seeing strangeness where there was only injury. That the human mind under extreme stress reshaped itself in ways that felt alien even to those who loved the person most. Nora had not been replaced. She had been changed. There was a difference. Duncan sat back in his chair. The fire cracked in the hearth to Hammond's left, a log shifting. Duncan asked about the voice. The way she spoke in his voice, repeated his words days later with perfect accuracy. Hammond had anticipated this question. He explained echolalia, the automatic repetition of speech. It appeared in autism spectrum conditions, in certain brain injuries, in profound psychological trauma. Normally, echolalia was immediate, parroting words back in the moment. But delayed echolalia was documented, especially in cases involving damage to the brain's language centers. He described Broca's area, and Wernicke's area, the regions that produced and comprehended speech. Damage to these areas from hypothermia, from oxygen deprivation, from the neurological stress of near-death survival, could create a condition where the patient could no longer generate original language. But the neural pathways for phonological memory, the ability to store and reproduce sounds, might remain intact. Nora was not speaking. She was playing back recordings her brain had stored, reproducing Duncan's voice because those were the sounds most frequently present in her environment since her return. The accuracy of the mimicry was unusual, certainly, but not impossible. The auditory cortex could encode remarkable detail. Duncan listened to all of this without interruption. When Hammond finished, Duncan poured himself whiskey from the decanter and drank half of it. Then he set the glass down and said he understood what Hammond was telling him, that there were medical explanations for everything, that his wife was still his wife. But he also said that Hammond had not lived with Nora for 2 months, had not watched her stand motionless in doorways for hours, had not heard the sounds she made at night, sounds that mimicked speech but formed no words, only the rhythm and cadence of language, spoken in voices she should not have been able to reproduce. Voices of people Duncan had spoken to on the telephone, voices she had never heard directly. Hammond started to respond, but Duncan raised a hand. He said he would listen to the rest of Hammond's diagnosis. He would consider what Hammond recommended. But he wanted Hammond to understand that there were things Nora did that Hammond had not witnessed, behaviors that did not fit the medical framework Hammond was constructing. Hammond said that was why Nora needed institutional care, comprehensive neurological assessment, psychiatric evaluation, that this house was not equipped to provide the treatment she required, that every day she remained here without proper care was a day of potential deterioration. Duncan nodded slowly. He asked Hammond to continue, to explain the rest. Hammond turned to the next page of his notes and began describing the catatonia, the dissociative hypervigilance, the survival mechanisms that had allowed Nora to endure what should have killed her. Outside, the afternoon light was already failing. The firelight cast Hammond's shadow long against the study wall behind him, sharp and clear against the dark paneling. Hammond glanced at it, a habitual check of the room's geometry while speaking, and his voice failed mid-sentence. His own shadow stretched behind him, crisp-edged. Duncan sat 3 feet from the fire, firelight falling directly across his chair and the desk, and Duncan cast no shadow at all. Hammond's pen stopped moving. For perhaps 3 seconds, his mind refused to process what his eyes were showing him. Then the recognition arrived, not as thought, not as analysis, but as immediate and undeniable as frostbite. Duncan leaned forward slightly, asked if something was wrong. Hammond's hand was shaking. He forced it still and told Duncan no, that he had simply lost his place in his notes. He looked down at the page. His handwriting was illegible from the tremor. He did not understand what Duncan was. He did not understand how or why or what it wanted. But he understood 3 things with absolute certainty. The thing across from him was not human. Nora was, and he had perhaps minutes before the thing realized he knew. Hammond kept his eyes on his notes and forced his voice steady. He turned to a fresh page and told Duncan he needed to complete one final assessment. Duncan leaned back and waited. Hammond's hand moved across the page. To Duncan, it would look like he was writing clinical observations, but the words forming under his pen were not a diagnosis. Duncan, no shadow, not human. Nora is. He kept writing, adding detail to make the motion look natural, but the only words that mattered were those first 10. His hand was shaking. He pressed harder to steady the letters. Duncan asked if Hammond was ready to continue. Hammond said yes. that he had one final question for Duncan before delivering his conclusion. He asked Duncan to describe the moment Nora returned from the wilderness, what she looked like, what she said. Duncan described it in careful detail. Her appearance at the shepherd's door at dawn, her silence, her refusal to speak even when asked where she had been. Hammond listened and understood what he was hearing. The creature reciting facts it had learned, not memories it possessed. This thing had not been there when Nora returned. It was working from second-hand information. The real Duncan was gone, had been gone for months. Hammond told Duncan he was ready to deliver his assessment. He closed his notebook, the scrawled warning hidden among pages of legitimate observations, and met Duncan's eyes. He said that Nora exhibited profound trauma response consistent with wilderness survival, that every symptom was explicable through known medical frameworks, that she was human. Catastrophically damaged, but human. Duncan sat very still, asked what Hammond recommended. Hammond told him immediate transfer to a neurological facility in Edinburgh, that Nora needed institutional care Duncan could not provide here, that the isolation was making her condition worse. Duncan absorbed this. Then he asked the question directly. She was not a threat? Hammond said no, that Nora was a victim of trauma, nothing more. That Duncan could stop being afraid of her. Something shifted in Duncan's face. Not relief, but a kind of settling. A decision reached. He stood and said he would go see her now that he understood what she was. Hammond stood too. Said he should come along, that he wanted to explain the transfer arrangements to Nora, prepare her for what came next. They walked down the corridor together. Duncan opened the drawing room door. Nora stood in her corner facing the wall. She did not turn. Duncan stepped into the room. Hammond remained in the doorway, his notebook gripped in one hand. Duncan crossed toward Nora slowly, said her name. Nora's head tilted. She turned to face him. Duncan stopped 3 feet from her. He said he understood now, that she was still Nora, that he had been wrong to be afraid. Hammond's hand tightened on the notebook. Duncan reached toward Nora's face. Hammond moved, crossed the room in 3 strides and shoved the notebook into Nora's hands, told her in a voice raw with urgency to read the top page, to look at Duncan's feet, to run. Nora's eyes dropped to the notebook. Her lips moved, sounding out the words. Duncan turned toward Hammond. His face was changing, not all at once, but in small wrongnesses accumulating. The jaw too loose, the eyes reflecting light they should not reflect. Hammond grabbed the oil lamp from the side table and hurled it at the fireplace. The glass shattered. Oil sprayed across the hearth and ignited in a wall of flame that roared up the chimney and spilled across the floor. Duncan stumbled back. The fire was between them now. Hammond turned to Nora and screamed one word, "Run!" She ran. Nora did not look at Duncan, did not look at the fire. She clutched the notebook to her chest and ran through the doorway into the corridor toward the front of the house. Hammond heard her footsteps recede, heard a door crash open, heard silence. Duncan moved through the flames, not around them, through them. The fire caught on his clothing, his hair, but he did not react, did not flinch. He walked through the burning oil with the same deliberate care he had shown when greeting Hammond at the helicopter, and when he emerged on Hammond's side of the fire, his face was no longer Duncan's face. It was something that had worn Duncan's face for so long it had forgotten how to maintain the illusion when no longer necessary. Hammond backed toward the door. The thing followed. Hammond's hand found the iron poker where Duncan had set it down. He swung with everything he had. The creature caught his wrist mid-strike. The grip was absolute. Hammond tried to pull away. The fingers did not move. did not bruise his skin, did not leave marks, just held him with the same gentle, terrible deliberation a naturalist uses to pin an insect. The creature's other hand came up and took the poker from Hammond's grip. It set the weapon aside carefully, almost tenderly, as though Hammond were a child who had tried to harm himself and needed to be protected from his own poor judgment. Then its hand closed around Hammond's throat. The pressure was immediate and exact, not choking, not crushing, just collapsing the trachea with anatomical knowledge that suggested the creature understood human anatomy better than Hammond did. Hammond could not breathe, could not speak. His vision began to gray at the edges. The thing leaned close. Its breath on his face was cold and dry and smelled of absolutely nothing. Not decay, not wrongness, just absence. It spoke in Hammond's own voice, but wrong at first. The pitch catching on the first syllable, adjusting mid-word like a radio finding its frequency. The human mind under extreme stress reshapes itself. The voice smoothed out, locked into perfect Edinburgh accent, perfect cadence, but underneath Hammond could hear his own breathing pattern being mimicked without any air behind it. A recording played through a throat that did not need to breathe, reshapes itself in ways that feel alien, even to those who love the person most. Hammond's own words, his own diagnosis, played back with mechanical precision, while the thing watched his face with the careful attention of something learning exactly what expression a dying human made. The pressure increased. Hammond's last thought was not of the diagnosis, not of his notebook, not of whether Nora would survive. His last thought was simpler. He had been right about Nora. Every symptom, every mechanism. The medical model had held. That would have to be enough. The gray became black. Nora ran. The snow was deep, and the night was black, and her feet were bare and destroyed from frostbite. She could not feel the cold, could not feel the stones cutting her soles, but she could feel her legs shaking with exhaustion, her lungs burning, her body failing in ways the nerve damage could not hide. She ran with the same desperate silence that had kept her alive for 3 weeks. Behind her, somewhere in the darkness, the house burned. She did not know if the fire had spread, did not know if the creature was still inside, did not look back. The notebook was clutched against her chest, pressed between her bandaged hand and her coat. She did not stop to read it, could not risk the time, could not risk the light. The tree line appeared ahead. She reached it and plunged into the forest. The wilderness swallowed her immediately. No moon, no stars. Just branches catching at her hair and roots trying to trip her, and the cold working its way through her ruined feet into her bones. She knew this place, had survived here for 3 weeks, knew which direction led south toward the shepherd's house 15 miles away, knew that the shepherd had a telephone, that people would come if she could reach him, if she could reach him. Nora's lungs burned. Her legs were shaking. The panic that had driven her from the house was fading, leaving exhaustion in its wake. She stopped beneath a stand of pines, listening. The forest was silent. No wind, no movement. Just the faint creak of branches settling under snow. And then, very faint, very distant, movement. Not footsteps. Something else. Snow sliding from branches overhead. Pine needles shifting. The sound of the forest reacting to something passing through it. But no impact, no weight, no crunch of boots on frozen ground beneath the disturbance. The thing made no sound of its own. Only the trees marked its passage. It was already ahead of her, already between her and the shepherd's house. Nora pressed herself against the trunk of the nearest pine and forced her breathing to slow, forced her body to stillness. The sound stopped. as though the thing had reached its position and was now waiting. When the sound stopped, Nora changed direction, moved north instead toward the cliffs, toward the sheer basalt face that rose black and impassable behind the estate, toward terrain too steep for easy pursuit, toward nowhere. She moved through the darkness for another hour, not running now, but walking with careful silence, listening for any sign of pursuit. Her legs were shaking. Her vision was starting to gray at the edges. When she could not take another step, she collapsed in a hollow beneath a fallen log, her breath misting white in the darkness, her whole body shaking. She needed to know what the doctor had written, needed to understand what he had died to give her. But the forest was utterly black. No moon, no stars visible through the canopy. She could not see her own hands in front of her face. Nora pressed the notebook against her chest and waited, forced herself to breathe slowly, to listen, to stay alive until dawn, when the first gray light began filtering through the trees, perhaps an hour before true sunrise. She opened the notebook with shaking hands. Most of the pages were medical observations, symptoms, measurements, words she did not fully understand. But on one page, the page where ice had torn through the middle of a printed word, splitting catatonia cleanly in half, 10 words were written in handwriting shakier than the rest, scrawled directly across the ruined diagnosis. Duncan, no shadow, not human. Nora is. Nora read the words 3 times in the growing dawn light. The doctor had known, had seen what Duncan was, had understood that everything wrong with her was human wrongness, and everything wrong with Duncan was something else. He had given her this, not a map, not a plan, not safety, just confirmation that she was not insane, that the thing in her house wearing her husband's face was real, and he had died giving it to her. Nora pressed the notebook against her chest and closed her eyes. She did not know if she would survive the day, did not know if the creature was still hunting her, or if it had given up and returned to the house to wait for easier prey, did not know if the shepherd would believe her when she arrived at his door, barefoot and bleeding, carrying a dead man's notebook with a single impossible sentence scrawled across the page. All she knew was that she was human, broken and traumatized, and stripped of everything but survival, but human. And the thing hunting her was not. It would have to be enough. Nora opened her eyes and looked up through the branches at the gray sky lightening above. Then she stood, tucked the notebook into her coat, and started moving east again, into the wilderness, into the cold, into whatever came next.